In the instant that the purple comet spear pierced through Xianxia's throat, blood-drinking seals shot out. Xianxia's head was directly sliced off and a fountain of blood erupted dozens of feet into the air. Splat! Xianxia's head rolled to the floor. In the moment that the dazzling explosion of light ended, everyone saw the scene of the blood crazily spurting out. Xianxia had died. As the audience saw this, they all felt as if they were in an unreal dream. Xianxia, who had once dominated the second floor, had died like this. And at the hands of a human youth. In particular, the giant demons present found this hard to accept. To them, Xianxia was a representation of their beliefs. The impact of his death on their psyches was too great. From now, the king of Skysplit Tower's second floor has changed. Damn! Where is this boy from? When Lin Ming defeated Lan Xing, it could be said that he was an emperor-level talent. But within Skysplit Tower, although there weren't too many emperor-level talents, one could always find them. An emperor-level talent was not equal to an emperor-level powerhouse. Within the entire Holy Demon continent, there were numerous emperor-level talents, but those that could actually reach the true emperor level were extremely rare and limited. When a genius wanted to grow, they needed to experience the world and adventure, seeking their own lucky chances. They often had to put themselves in dangerous situations, and the chance of perishing was great. This all required that a great deal of destiny befall their bodies. Lin Ming was originally only an emperor-level talent. Although this was startling, it wasn't worth the great powers fearing, or even paying attention to. But now he had defeated Xianxia. This actually caused some of the higher powers to feel restless. In a corner of the arena, Mook Gu sighed. Lin Ming is only at the middle Xianxia realm, but he can already jump realms to defeat a top giant demon master. If he reaches the revolving core realm in the future, cross 7 or 8 stages of life destruction, temper his body even further, and finally enter the divine sea realm, then at that time, I have no idea just who would be capable of standing near him. As Mook Gu spoke, Mook Qing silently stood beside him. With her face concealed behind her veil, it was unknown just what she was thinking. Pong! On the arena stage, Xianxia's corpse burst apart. A massive power of vitality gushed out, finally condensing into a fist-sized crystal ball in the air. What an amazing vitality! Lin Ming was secretly surprised. This Xianxia's power of vitality was at least 2 times more than Xueman's. Not just that, but the key was that the quality was also extremely high. If the richness of the blood was lacking, it could be made up for via quantity. But if the qualitative nature of the vitality itself was lacking, it was useless to make up for. If all of his blood-drinking seals were condensed from blood essence like this, then he could definitely double the strength of the great desolate halberd art. After absorbing the blood essence, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed. In front of him, the infernal energy that was left behind from Xianxia didn't disperse. Rather, it gathered together and formed a wrathful demon that clawed towards him. Roar! The demon condensed from infernal energy roared out as it rushed towards Lin Ming. If this were a normal challenger that had died, the winner would be able to directly absorb their infernal energy. But Xianxia's infernal energy was simply too thick. It had reached the point at which it could manifest into a physical body. Like this, it wished to devour Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly humphed. He flicked his finger and the purple flood dragon divine thunder shot out. Lightning flashed, and the infernal enemy demon wailed in pain, its face twisting miserably. Break! Lin Ming suddenly closed his palm, and an arc of lightning the thickness of an arm shot out. With a ripping sound, that demon phantom was torn apart. The infernal energy dissipated, scattering in all directions. On Lin Ming's arm, the heavenly demon tattoo completely absorbed it all. A third pair of wings began to stretch out on his arm at a visible speed with absolute clarity. Quickly, a 6-winged heavenly demon formed. A 4th pair of wings also began to slowly appear. This 4th pair of wings was obviously much harder to form. Even after absorbing the massive amount of infernal energy left behind by Xianxia's death, it was only enough to form the faintest of outlines. Lin Ming closed his eyes and entered the ethereal state. With the samsara martial intent as the base, he continuously wore down the wicked malice in the infernal energy so that his heart wouldn't be affected. As for the last step, he took Xianxia's spatial ring. Xianxia had accumulated a massive amount of treasure and wealth during his stay in Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming was very much looking forwards to seeing what was inside the spatial ring. Congratulations to young hero Lin for becoming the new king of the second floor, the referee announced as he stepped onto the arena stage. His eyes were filled with a touch of awe as he looked at Lin Ming. "Thank you," Lin Ming casually replied. "Young hero Lin has ended Xianxia's 82-win streak. You have obtained 8 slaughter points. In addition, according to the rules of Skysplit Tower, young hero Lin's winning streak has now accumulated to 52. Within Skysplit Tower, if a challenger defeated a martial artist with a much higher winning streak, then they would be able to raise their own winning streak in accordance. The method for this was the winner's new winning streak would be the loser's winning streak minus 30. For instance, Xianxia's 82 winning streak minus 30 was 52. If the challenger's winning streak was below this amount, then it would rise to that amount. If the challenger's winning streak was above that amount, then nothing changed. I understand. I should be able to go to the 3rd floor now. Of course you can. You can go to the 3rd floor whenever you wish, or you can also stay on the 2nd floor as king. If you go shopping in the city square, then as long as it's a store officially opened by Skysplit Tower, you can obtain a 10% discount. In addition, you also obtain a new glory emblem, the king emblem. This emblem originally belonged to Xianxia, but now that you've killed him, it is yours by right. Since you have obtained the king emblem, you also gain an additional 20 slaughter points. The 2nd floor did not have an emblem for a complete blowout. Rather, there was only the king emblem. On the other hand, the king emblem was much rarer and gave more rewards. Complete blowouts occurred every 2 weeks or so on the 1st floor, but the king emblem only changed hands every 1 or 2 years. At the same time, earning a complete blowout was only rewarded with the invincible emblem along with 10 slaughter points, but the king emblem rewarded 20. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Now that he had the invincible emblem of the 1st floor and the king emblem of the 2nd floor, he had a 3-star authority. With a 3-star authority, he could watch Emperor-level battle array discs. The 8-stage life destruction human powerhouse from before did have a strength that could compare to an Emperor-level master, but that was only the most initial of Emperor-level masters. It had to be known that between Emperor-level masters, there were massive disparities. The early Divine Sea Realm and the late Divine Sea Realm were on 2 entirely different playing fields. I really have no idea what it would take to rent an array disc with a late Divine Sea Master. Although my current net wealth sounds high, if I freely spend it, then who knows how long it'll be before I run out. When Lin Ming killed Shui Man, he obtained 7 slaughter points, and when he killed Xianxia, he obtained 8. With an additional 5 from obtaining a 50-win streak as well as 20 from the king emblem, Lin Ming now had a total of 40 slaughter points. This number sounded quite terrifying, but if he used 4 or 5 slaughter points at a time, it actually wouldn't last too long. "Does young hero Lin have any other requests?" the referee asked respectfully. "Nope. Thank you." Lin Ming cupped his fists together before turning to leave. "Then I wish congratulate young hero Lin and hope that you soon reach the throne of the High Lord," the referee said with a flattering tone. For these last several hundred years, there had never been a human High Lord in Polaris City. The referee was a hybrid. He was part giant demon but also part human and fae. Thus, he didn't care which race obtained a new High Lord throne. Lin Ming smiled. Without another word, he stepped down from the martial stage. "Brother Lin." As Lin Ming was walking through the audience, Mook Gu trotted over with Mook Qing in tow. "Brother Lin, I never thought that after such a short time since our last meeting, you would already become the king of the 2nd floor. It's a useless title." Lin Ming shook his head. "On the 3rd floor, there should be numerous powerhouses that can easily sweep away everyone on the 2nd floor. True. The 3rd floor does have many skilled individuals, for instance, the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars. Any one of those 7 are capable of sweeping away the 2nd floor, but as for someone who is as young as Brother Lin who can do the same, there isn't a single one. The martial artists on the 3rd floor are much older than those on the 2nd. They can't be considered too talented," Mook Gu said with heartfelt admiration. He too had stayed on the 2nd floor for a long time, so he naturally knew the worth of the king emblem, especially in the hands of someone as young as Lin Ming. Does Brother Lin plan on staying on the second floor for a while? Or do you plan on going to the third floor? Mukgu was well aware that the reason Lin Ming came was to gain experience. If he couldn't find a suitable opponent on the second floor, then he would probably have to go to the third. Brother Mook, could you tell me about the situation on the third floor? I don't know much about the going-ons of Skysplit Tower. Mukgu laughed in self-deprecation and said, I've been on the third floor for over half a year, but I'm still considered at the lowest level there. Still, my greatest harvest for this period was that I've gained some insight into the third floor. Brother Lin has asked the perfect person. Shall we go somewhere else and speak in further detail? With a chance to help Lin Ming in front of him, Mukgu naturally wouldn't miss out. I was also thinking that. Lin Ming had always felt subconsciously that someone had been aiming for him. If he didn't understand anything and recklessly rushed to the third floor, then he might run into danger. Gain knowledge ahead of time. Understand yourself, understand the enemy. That was the way to victory. Oh. Noblesse Pavilion in Skysplit Tower was a restaurant that specifically catered to human challengers. At this moment in a room on the second level of Noblesse Pavilion, Lin Ming, Mukgu, and Mukching had chosen several dishes and were currently talking over food. Brother Lin, Skysplit Tower is divided into 5 total floors, each being around 7,000 to 8,000 feet high. Every floor is connected to the others with transmission arrays. The first floor is normally called the Outer City. As long as you hand over blood demon crystals, then you can enter. The second floor is called the Inner City. If you wish to enter here, then you need to be strong enough or have a high cultivation. The third floor is similar to the second, except that the requirements for strength and cultivation are much higher. As for the fourth floor, that is the High Lord's floor. The 12 ten-winged heavenly demon High Lords are all completely located on the fourth floor. As for the fifth floor, it is extremely mysterious. I have no idea what might be there, if there is anything at all. Mukgu said as he poured out a glass of wine for Lin Ming. He also made a proper gesture, completely performing every polite ritual correctly. It was a very breezy feeling. So in other words, to a challenger, the third floor is the highest? Yes. The fourth floor is the residence and practice area of the High Lords. Lin Ming thought about this for a moment and said, Brother Mook, do you know how strong the top martial artists of the third floor are? Mukgu shook his head. I'm not too sure about that. I still haven't had much contact with individuals at that level. On the third floor, there are many people similar to Xianxia. They haven't fought in a long time, so I have no idea what their limits are. Lin Ming nodded. In Skysplit Tower, everyone was able to conceal their strength. He too hadn't known what the limits of Xianxia's strength were. This was very normal. The waitresses of Noblesse Pavilion were all beautiful and young girls. Currently, several of them were serving snacks and wine. As they filled the wine cups, they would respectfully kneel on the floor. Every position and movement they made was learned through rigorous training, and their smiling faces held just the right amount of bashful shyness. Within Skysplit Tower, as long as a martial artist had wealth, they could live like an emperor. Towards these things, Mukgu was already long accustomed. But Lin Ming wasn't too interested. He sipped a cup of tea and waited until the waitress left before slowly asking, what would Xianxia's strength be ranked at on the third floor? Mukgu pondered this for a moment and said, I can't say exactly, but I can roughly estimate that he would rank somewhere in the middle. At most, he'd rank in the upper middle reaches. You should already be aware that the martial artists on the third floor are much older than those on the second floor. Although Xianxia's talent was good, he didn't cultivate for as much time as others. Those on the third floor have nearly all surpassed the age limit for staying on the second, and they have no other choice but to go up. The total amount of people on the third floor is also very low. There are just a mere several hundred individuals. Just several hundred people? Lin Ming thought for a moment and said, I recall that Skysplit Tower has a glory emblem called the 100-win streak emblem. If the third floor only has several hundred individuals, then obtaining this emblem must be far too difficult. It had to be known that Xianxia only had an 82-win streak. It was extremely difficult for a challenger to accumulate a high winning streak. It wasn't that a martial artist was too weak, but rather that no one would want to fight them. For instance, take someone as strong as Xianxia. If someone knew that fighting him would clearly result in horrible defeat or even death, then who would dare to do so? Thus, Xianxia hadn't had a match in over half a year. Skysplit Tower's second floor had several thousand martial artists. Xianxia had stayed there for several years, but all he had was an 82-win streak. Then, on the third floor that only had several hundred martial artists, it might take several years to gain a 20-win streak. How would someone ever win a 100-win streak glory emblem? As Mukgu heard Lin Ming's question, his complexion changed. His voice was low and grim as he said, "About that. The third floor has a special rule. On the third floor, if you defeat your opponent and gain a winning streak, then you will gain slaughter points just like on the second floor. But what's different is that on the third floor, if you kill your opponent instead, you will instantly accumulate a 10-win streak." What? Lin Ming's heart chilled. This rule is completely encouraging martial artists to kill each other. Mukgu let out a light breath and said, "That's right. Skysplit Tower encourages us to kill each other. Do not forget, if you were to accumulate a 10-win streak, then you could obtain a slaughter point, but on the third floor, if you kill your opponent, not only would you obtain a 10-win streak, but you'd also obtain a corresponding number of slaughter points. Killing an opponent and not killing them. These are two completely different treatments. Therefore, on the third floor, martial artists will be beyond careful in challenging others. Normally, one won't do anything rashly, because participating in a fight will often mean a life or death battle. In addition, the number of martial artists there is low, so this means that the martial arena is empty most of the time. This seems..." Lin Ming frowned. It seemed that the high-level characters in Skysplit Tower were not any sort of good-hearted individuals. It was as if none of them wished to see a genius grow, but rather they hoped that all the geniuses would instead kill each other within Skysplit Tower. The several hundred martial artists that were on Skysplit Tower's third floor were all the most outstanding youthful elites of the entire Holy Demon continent. In the future, the weakest among them would be a revolving core master, and the strongest would reach 3 or 4 stages of life destruction or a 5 or 6-star demon king. It wouldn't be strange for them to one day reach the quasi-emperor level. For such a massive crowd of monstrous geniuses, a single death was an enormous loss. Lin Ming said, "None of those young heroic elites are stupid. Since the higher-ups of Skysplit Tower obviously hope that they can kill each other, why don't they leave instead of letting matters continue like this? Could it really be that they want to continue to the end of their killing path?" He understood if those on the first and second floor stayed. After all, they were nearly all cannon fodder. But none of those types of people existed on the third floor. Everyone on the third floor were peerless geniuses of their respective regions. For them to arrive at this point for their killing path, it meant their road had reached an extreme. Mukgu said, "Birds die for food, mortals perish for wealth, and martial artists fall from the sky for resources. There's no other way. A martial artist simply can't stop their greed from pushing them onwards." Simply put, the reason they go on stage, besides for gaining experience and testing themselves, is mainly for the slaughter points. They want to earn these points in order to use the resources here. Resources? What sort of valuable cultivation resources can there be on the third floor that cause so many martial artists to lose their minds with greed? The lowest of these geniuses come from peak 4th grade sections. Do they really lack resources? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. Of course they do not lack things like cultivation methods, pills, blood demon crystals, or true essence stones. But there are some things that one can only find in Skysplit Tower. For instance, that battle array disc that Brother Lin saw before is one kind, but also not one that's too important. Oh! Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The battle array disc had given him great benefits. What other rare resources did Skysplit Tower have? Mukgu continued. The third floor has some very strange things. If you have enough authority, you can even go up to the 4th floor where the High Lords cultivate. That floor is filled with wondrous mysteries. If you go there and are able to enjoy the resources there, then your benefits will be endless. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, there have been many martial artists that never had very great talent. This is exactly the reason that they come to Skysplit Tower. If they can fight their way through the Ashura battlefield here, then along with top resources they can evolve, breaking out of their cocoons and being reborn into butterflies. An ordinary talent can become a saint-level talent, and a saint-level talent can become an emperor-level talent. Therefore, even if they all know that the chances of them dying within Sky Split Tower are high, they cannot resist the temptation and continue to stay here. Lin Ming's interest was piqued by Mook Gu's words. "What are these strange things you talk about?" Mook Gu said, "My knowledge of the specifics are limited. I've heard some rumors, but they've all been extremely bizarre. For instance, on the 4th floor where the High Lords cultivate, there is a mystical path called the Road of Emperor. It's said that if someone were to reach the very end of this road, then they would become an emperor-level powerhouse." What? Lin Ming was left speechless. Reaching the end of this road can allow one to become an emperor-level powerhouse? Is there really something so absurd in this world? It should be true. Both sides of this road are supposedly carved with reliefs of past ancient emperor-level powerhouses. There are countless mysteries and puzzles locked within, and as for what they are, I'm not too sure. I am far from having the authority to enter the Road of Emperor. Mook Gu's simple explanation caused Lin Ming's heart to shake in shock. He was stunned for a moment and then took out a plain-looking tome from his spatial ring. He had obtained this ancient-looking tome after killing Xueman and examining his spatial ring. The contents of this tome were entirely rubbed images, and every single image was an emperor-level powerhouse of the holy demon continent that had existed up to tens of thousands of years ago. There were even drawings of top emperor-level talents. This included the Netherworld Great Emperor. Impressively, even the Demon Emperor was included among them. Mook Gu's eyes jumped as he saw this bound tome of skins. Lin Ming didn't speak. He opened the tome. The lifelike rubbings of emperor-level powerhouses from tens of thousands of years ago appeared in front of Mook Gu. As Mook Gu browsed through the pages, he became increasingly startled. Mook Qing also leaned over to look out of curiosity. "Where did you get this?" "I found it in Xueman's spatial ring after I killed him. The portraits of these people should be rubbed from those carved reliefs you mentioned. If I'm not wrong, then it's most likely the Road of Emperor." Mook Gu let out a long breath and closed the tome. He said, "You're right. The reliefs within the Road of Emperor are said to be extremely lifelike and contain numerous different concepts. Brother Lin's tome has characters from tens of thousands of years ago. How could a normal person possibly draw them? These images even perfectly encapsulate the arrogance and imposing dignity that they have, eyes that look down at the world with disdain. The contents of this tome should definitely be rubbings of the Road of Emperor's reliefs." Lin Ming nodded. He had two questions simmering inside him. First, just who was it that had carved these reliefs on the Road of Emperor's walls? Since these reliefs contained all sorts of mysteries and concepts, and they were even used to decorate this Road of Emperor, it was definitely not something that a common person would be able to do. Some reliefs were even from 70,000 to 80,000 years ago. Up until now, during this extremely long span of time when even the Demon Emperor and other Supreme Elders perished in the realm of the gods, just who could have such a long life and still be carving reliefs to this day? Secondly, just why would this tome be in Xueman's hands? Xueman couldn't be considered a king of the 2nd floor. Arguably, he shouldn't have the qualifications to peek into the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming felt more and more that Sky Split Tower was filled with great mysteries. It definitely wasn't as simple as he thought it was. It was said that the Blood Slaughter Steps contained a mysterious force that was able to kill top powerhouses. Thus, Emperor-level powerhouses and life-destruction powerhouses did not dare to set foot within the Blood Slaughter Steps. Then, there were also the strange rules that governed the Blood Slaughter Steps. The 12 heavenly demon main cities were the 12 sources of infernal energy. And within these cities, the source of that infernal energy was a fathomless abyss. These abysses extended up from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of feet deep within the ground. It was unknown just how far they went. All in all, this allowed Lin Ming to understand just how vast the mysteries of the Blood Slaughter Steps were. "Brother Lin, let me advise you that every martial artist usually stays on the 2nd floor for as long as possible. This is because the pressure is just too great. I don't need to mention the numerous masters that are there, but Sky Split Tower also has a rule that every martial artist on the 3rd floor must compete in a match every 2 months. Otherwise, they have to leave Sky Split Tower and leave Polaris City. Once they leave Polaris City, their heavenly demon tattoo will begin to fade over time, and they will have to restart from scratch if they wish to reform it." Lin Ming nodded. So if I go into closed-door seclusion for 1 year, I will have to compete in 6 matches? Yes. Not just that, but every match is randomly assigned to you based upon your current level of strength. It is completely different from the second floor where you seek your own opponents. So you have to be very careful in hiding your own strength. If you expose too many of your abilities, then the matches you will be given will be increasingly strong. I understand. Speaking with Brother Mook has really helped a lot. Brother Lin is too humble. We're both human, so we should help each other when we can. These little things are the best that I can do. If Brother Lin goes to the 3rd floor, then you can find me there. As Mook Gu spoke, he put down a note with his address. This was the location of his residence there. Lin Ming glanced at it, then put it away. There are some minor matters that I must complete on the 2nd floor. Afterwards, it shouldn't be too long before I go to the 3rd floor. I'll have to trouble Brother Mook when I head up. Brother Lin is too polite, feel free to look for me whenever. After Lin Ming bid Mook Gu farewell, he quickly soared over to the 2nd floor's city square. Because of Lin Ming's arrival, a pall of heavy silence immediately fell over the entire area. Many of the martial artists present now knew who Lin Ming was. As the king of the 2nd floor, his arrival at the city square was like an emperor going out on a journey. Young hero Lin. From far away, the fat Fei that Lin Ming was doing business with hurried over, his face covered with smiles. Does young hero Lin have any orders? Have you finished trading for the blood demon crystals? Lin Ming had left a great deal of treasures here for the fat Fei vendor to exchange for high-grade blood demon crystals. I've exchanged less than a half. These past days I haven't been selling any of my own wares. I've only been helping to take care of yours. The fat Fei vendor was doing everything he could to establish better relations with Lin Ming. He truly had tried his best these past days. All of the treasures that Lin Ming had left to him were scattered and very random. Although every object was valuable, it would be difficult to find a suitable buyer for every item in a short time. I won't treat you poorly. As for the previous agreement we made, I'll make sure that you receive the percentage promised. Haha, young hero Lin is too polite. Being able to sell treasures for you is my honor. The fat Fei vendor said as he pulled out a case of blood demon crystals. The inside was packed with high-grade blood demon crystals. This is what I've gathered from the recent trades as well as the exchange of medium-grade blood demon crystals. There should be a total of 400 high-grade blood demon crystals. Please count them. Lin Ming casually swept over them. The number was correct. He took 20 out and handed them to the fat Fei vendor. Here, this is the agreed 5%. It would be best if you could completely trade everything within the month. That is... The fat Fei looked at the 20 high-grade blood demon crystals in front of him and quietly gulped. Young hero Lin, you may rest assured that I will do everything in my power to complete your task in the shortest time possible. The fat Fei slapped his chest in guarantee. Great. After this matter is complete, I will give you another reward. Lin Ming received all of the blood demon crystals and then walked away. After he returned to his practice area, Lin Ming first sat in meditation to relax his state of mind. Then he took out Xianxia's spatial ring. Xianxia's spatial ring was a top medium-grade earth-step treasure. As Lin Ming probed it with his sense, he could tell that its interdimensional space was 3 to 4 times larger than Xueman's spatial ring. The space inside was also extremely stable. It would be able to function for another 3,000 to 4,000 years without collapsing. Great ring. Just this ring by itself is priceless. Lin Ming began to take everything out of the spatial ring. The first thing that caught his eye was a large box of high-grade blood demon crystals. Roughly estimating, there was around 500 to 600 of them. As for medium-grade blood demon crystals, there were several dozen large cases that were packed to the brim. A conservative estimate was in the tens of thousands. This was a great amount of wealth. The blood demon crystals were all separately placed into another spatial ring. This was followed by the pills, jade slips, treasures, and so on. Because Lin Ming wanted to find some of Sky Split Tower's secrets from Xianxia's spatial ring, he carefully and patiently checked every jade slip for clues. But unfortunately, from start to end, he didn't find anything of value concerning Sky Split Tower. These jade slips recorded rare demonic realm cultivation methods, but they weren't too useful to Lin Ming. Slightly disappointed, Lin Ming began to examine the pill bottles. With several dozen pill bottles, Lin Ming began to take the pills out one at a time. Most of them were high-level recovery medicines like the Divine Blood Pill. They weren't particularly special. But as Lin Ming was about to sweep aside the pill bottles, something caught his attention. He took a pill bottle and gently rolled it in his hand. This is a spell? Lin Ming was surprised to find that this seemingly ordinary engraved bottle was in fact cleverly concealing a small spell. Lin Ming had a deep understanding of spells. He studied the spell a bit and his mouth curved up in a smile. How interesting. I wonder what's inside. Lin Ming slowly traced a finger down the bottle and carefully injected true essence within. After a while, a black hazy aura began to appear over the originally pure white bottle. Gotcha! With a light sound, the bottle cracked in half. Immediately, a large metal box flew out of the bottle. For the half-fist-sized bottle to contain such a large metal box, this was of course the function of that spell. You've placed this in your own spatial ring, yet you've done everything you could to hide it. For you to be so cautious, what can it be? Lin Ming's curiosity was aroused. Whatever this was must be extremely important to Xianxia. The metal box was a light blue-gray all over. As Lin Ming took it in his hands, he felt the cool texture of metal. Such a small box was actually no less than 100 genes. He twisted the box's lock, opened the lid, and saw a fine swathe of yellow silk inside. As he slowly unwrapped the yellow silk cloth, he finally saw what was inside. It was a bead the size of a pigeon. The body was jet black, and there were some faint patterns on the surface. It looked like black glass that was filled with impurities. Lin Ming took the bead in his hand and traced the cold surface with his fingers. A cold feeling seemed to spread from the surface and into his meridians. It made one feel as if they were connected to the black bead. What is this? Lin Ming could feel that there was something extraordinary about this bead. It seemed to contain some pure and unfathomable power. Looking at just how much importance Xianxia placed on the bead, Lin Ming could guess how important it was. This must be a treasure, but I don't know how to use it. Lin Ming searched through the jade slips in Xianxia's spatial ring and couldn't find anything related to this bead. Since looking at this bead wouldn't produce any more information, Lin Ming put it away. Through his conversation with Gu, Lin Ming came to understand that Skysplit Tower's third floor was the final level for the tower challengers. Although he was confident in his ability, he didn't dare to act too rashly. In his battle with Xianxia, Lin Ming used every skill in his repertoire besides the blood of the ancient phoenix. But Xianxia's strength could only be arranged in the middle ranks of Skysplit Tower's third floor. This meant that there were a considerable number of people on the third floor that Lin Ming was not a match for. In this situation, Lin Ming couldn't recklessly provoke the powerhouses of the third floor. Right now, Lin Ming was only 18 years old. He had a great amount of time to grow, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. He was prepared to go into closed-door seclusion for a long period of time. Could be a few months, or it could even be a year. Lin Ming had just broken through to the middle Xianxian realm. If he wanted to step into the late Xianxian realm, it would be difficult. Not just that, but even if he did reach the late Xianxian realm, his strength wouldn't grow that much. However, Lin Ming had another plan. That was to practice the body transformation system. After reaching 100% tempering marrow, Lin Ming didn't have time to further progress in the chaotic virtues combat meridians. But now he planned to calm his heart and practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians in an attempt to open the elusive 8 inner hidden gates. After tempering marrow was the 8 inner hidden gates, and above the 8 inner hidden gates was the 9 stars of the Dao Palace. Once the realm of the god's body transformation system was cultivated to the extreme limit, one could reverse the universe and split apart creation. Of course, the price one had to pay for cultivating the body transformation system was horridly terrifying. This was also the reason why many martial artists within the realm of the gods chose the essence gathering system. As for the holy demon continent, even the geniuses of ancient times saw the body transformation system as weak and useless. It needed a massive investment of materials, and yet the return was so little. Over time, humanity's body transformation system was eliminated. These cultivation method legacies were also annihilated in the endless dust of history, disappearing without a trace. Lin Ming took out 100 blood demon crystals from his spatial ring at once. A blood demon crystal's advantage over a true essence stone was in its ability to enhance one's blood vitality. It could help refine the body and nourish the soul. The giant demon race's body transformation law formulas were dependent upon these blood demon crystals. On the same side, a blood demon crystal had a similar effect to a human's body transformation technique. I will rely on these high-grade blood demon crystals to cultivate the chaotic virtues combat meridians. I won't leave closed-door cultivation until I have passed the bottleneck. Lin Ming set firm his resolve. After swallowing several fasting pills, he let the true essence flood out from his marrow, and then began to revolve it with the true primal chaos formula. Quickly, Lin Ming entered the ethereal martial intent state, losing control of his consciousness. The true essence within his body began to revolve in a completely autonomous manner. It could be called the most perfect route. Oh! On the 4th floor of Sky Split Tower, within a magnificent and dimly lit hall, the sounds of heavy footsteps resounded as a black-cloaked 12-foot-tall giant demon man walked towards the door. Xianxia died. A voice suddenly sounded out from the hall. However, one could not see the figure of the one who spoke. The words echoed out as if spoken by a phantom. I know. The giant demon's footsteps slowed. He, like many other giant demons, had blue skin, but his appearance wasn't as blocky or rough as other giant demons. Rather, he was very elegant and refined. He was an astoundingly handsome individual. Although we already noticed Lin Ming early on, we've underestimated him. I originally was thinking of allowing Xianxia to handle him, but I never imagined that he would reverse the tables and kill Xianxia instead. He is not some low-level trash. Even if he is an emperor-level talent, he is also an upper-level emperor talent. If he is allowed to freely grow, he might one day become a divine sea powerhouse in the future. And not just that, but an extremely strong divine sea powerhouse. The voice sounded out once more. Within the main hall, a distortion appeared in the air. Infernal energy began to gather together, slowly condensing into the drifting shade of a Goliath. There was another use of a battle array disc. Through 2 linked arrays, one could transmit a phantom image along with sounds in order to speak directly. If one wanted to use sound-transmitting talismans to do the same, it would require a great deal of sound-transmitting talismans to be used one after the other. It was unnecessarily troublesome. Him reaching the divine sea has nothing to do with my blood slaughter steps, the giant demon casually said. The blood slaughter steps were known as a restricted land for divine sea powerhouses. Let alone the divine sea, even a high-level life-destruction powerhouse would not dare to set foot in this land. Otherwise they would be killed by the strange curse that existed here. Whether Lin Ming reached the divine sea realm had nothing to do with them. That's true. But before he reaches the divine sea, he will become the 13th 10-winged heavenly demon. I don't want someone to rise up and take a share of our power, especially when they are a human. The voice slowly said after a deep silence. At this moment, within the dark hall, another floating phantom shined in the air. This floating phantom was that of a Fey man. He had a beard, making his originally handsome face appear a bit pessimistic. The Fey man faintly smiled and said, "This fellow called Lin Ming has gone into closed-door seclusion on the 2nd floor. He's quite the smart one." The Goliath High Lord thought for a moment and smiled. He said, "When he goes through closed-door seclusion, he will inevitably meet a bottleneck if he doesn't experience true combat. It's impossible for him to stay there for too long. After he leaves, I will find someone to deal with him." To the High Lords of Skysplit Tower, gaining another High Lord was not good news, but it wasn't something terrifying either. What they most wanted was to take these outstanding young elites and have them under their command in order to further consolidate their power within Skysplit Tower. The giant demon hesitated for a moment. Then, he took out a sound-transmitting talisman from his spatial ring. With a flick of his hand, a flame ignited. In the dark hall, it seemed especially bright. Oh! On the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, within a completely enclosed metal chamber, there was a sturdy-looking black-clothed youth shadowboxing. Every punch he made was fast and made a sound like a thunderclap, endlessly repeating. As the sturdy youth was practicing, a black-clothed woman suddenly broke into the chamber and said, "Boss, let us deal with Lin Ming." The sturdy youth slowed down. Lin Ming, the Lin Ming that killed Xianxia? Yes. The sturdy youth didn't speak. He continued punching again. Every punch he made against the metal wall loudly reverberated in the room. The specially constructed profound gold room was completely sunken in by the sturdy youth's punches. "What do you think?" the black-clothed woman asked. The sturdy youth stopped. He rubbed his hands and said, "Xianxia underestimated his opponent. But that's just the nature of things. Anybody who calls themselves the king of the second floor would underestimate their opponent if the one they fought was a child. I've already looked over a phantom copy of Lin Ming and Xianxia's battle. I estimate that the strength that Lin Ming displayed at the time should already be nearing his limits. This strength is decent on the third floor. With Lin Ming's current age, that strength qualifies him as an unusually monstrous talent. But, compared to us high-ranking heavenly demon 7 stars, he's just nothing at all." The sturdy youth suddenly kicked out. With a loud popping noise, the entire profound gold wall completely warped, with even the bottom lifting up from the force. It was like a door was opening under it. The black-clothed woman saw this scene and shook her head. She would have to find a metal alchemist to repair the wall again. Lin Ming is currently cultivating on the second floor. Once he comes to the third floor, according to the rules of Sky Split Tower, it's impossible for him to face a top powerhouse in his first few rounds. That is, he has a great deal of growing he can do before he actually reaches us heavenly demon 7 stars. So yes, good luck to you. The sturdy youth rubbed his nose, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He laughed as he said aloud, "I only fear that he can't grow and it would just be boring." In his practice room, Lin Ming naturally didn't know about all these events happening around him. With the support of the ethereal martial intent state, he had completely entered into an inspired state, without even a shred of consciousness left. The true essence in his body was moving entirely on its own instincts. In this condition, Lin Ming's cultivation speed was extremely terrifying. Practice went on without a sense of time. In a flash of an eye, 3 months of closed-door seclusion passed. During this entire period, he only went out one time, and that was to put up Xianxia's items that he didn't need, as well as bring back the massive amount of high-grade blood demon crystals from the Fat Fei vendor. Even with the 5% consignment fee, Lin Ming had already brought back over 1,000 high-grade blood demon crystals from the Fat Fei vendor. The resources required to practice the chaotic virtues combat meridians were simply too great. Even if Lin Ming used a high-grade blood demon crystal, it wasn't too long after he placed it in his hands that it would lose its luster and crack open, completely turning into a useless rock. Lin Ming would often use several pieces of high-grade blood demon crystals together. This caused his usage rate of high-grade blood demon crystals to be even higher. In 3 months, Lin Ming used up 1,200 some high-grade blood demon crystals. This was equal to tens of thousands of medium-grade blood demon crystals. In this process, the Fat Fei vendor could have been said to have made a great contribution. From the very start, a great number of high-grade blood demon crystals were exchanged. But afterwards, as Lin Ming traded more and more, the amount of high-grade blood demon crystals became less and less even as the price crept up. They simply became very difficult to exchange for. Without the Fat Fei vendor, exchanging all these crystals would have been a massive headache for Lin Ming. In the 3 months of seclusion, Lin Ming had given the 100,000 plus medium-grade blood demon crystals in Xianxia's spatial ring to the Fat Fei vendor. This was equal to over 1,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. Even Lin Ming found this a bit hard to handle. But what surprised Lin Ming was the Fat Fei vendor's ability. As the high-grade blood demon crystals on the second floor grew scarcer, he attempted to contact others on the third floor in order to exchange for high-grade blood demon crystals. There were a great deal of high-grade blood demon crystals on the third floor. There, martial artists mostly used high-grade blood demon crystals. Medium-grade blood demon crystals were almost only used for daily expenses. This also caused high-grade blood demon crystals on the third floor to be more expensive. The conversion price there was 125:1. Lin Ming didn't care much about this. It was fine as long as he could trade for them. So like this, another 2 months passed. Lin Ming had been in closed-door seclusion for a full 5 months. During these 5 months, Lin Ming consumed high-grade blood demon crystals while completely disregarding the cost. In addition, He also had the top-grade practice room with its rich infernal energy, as well as the support of the ethereal martial intent. Lin Ming's practice speed could be described as astronomical. In the body transformation aspect, Lin Ming's talent wasn't originally considered too bad. After he fused with a drop of blood from a true dragon, his physique greatly improved. In addition to the repeated tempering that he underwent, his foundation was very solid. On this day, as Lin Ming was meditating on his stone bed, he opened his eyes. 5 months. With the ethereal martial intent I cultivated for 5 months. This was all in order to lay down the foundation for opening the 8 inner hidden gates, but even so, I'm still far off from the starting point. Moreover, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Lin Ming's recent cultivation in the last month had become increasingly slow. Presumably, he wasn't too far from reaching a bottleneck. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, there was a very long path. One had to cultivate the first half of the chaotic virtues combat meridians to the state of perfection. It was impossible to complete overnight. And even if everything was ready, he still needed top-quality materials and medicines in order to open the 8 inner hidden gates. The level of difficulty far surpassed that of tempering marrow. To look for this sort of heavenly material in the sky spill continent, one needed a massive lucky chance. Thus, the road of body transformation that Lin Ming walked could be said to be filled with endless hurdles. Lin Ming hesitated for a long time. Then he whispered an incantation and a fist-sized golden orb shot out from his dantian. This golden orb spun in the air several times, and a moment later it turned into a small golden stove. This was the cosmic melting furnace. Open. Lin Ming turned his right hand and the lid flew off. A blue-colored pill flew out from the cosmic melting furnace and into his hand. Initially, when Abbot Whitebrow from Great Zen Temple had tried to forcefully open the cosmic melting furnace with the bright Buddha palm seal, there were red and blue lights that appeared. The red light was a glob of blood from the ancient giant demons. It was already swallowed by the magic cube. As for the blue light, it was the nameless divine pill now in Lin Ming's hand. This nameless divine pill was the size of a longan, and its entire body was covered in a layer of chilling cold. As Lin Ming took it in his hand, he could clearly feel the cold air passing into his meridians, icy to the point where it felt like it could freeze his soul. This ancient cold pressure seemed to contain the flowing time of tens of thousands of years. It was almost entirely similar to the Nirvana dragon root. Lin Ming was sure that this nameless divine pill was refined with a Nirvana dragon root. A Nirvana dragon root could itself help him complete 100% tempering marrow. Then what effect would a pill refined with a Nirvana dragon root have? Lin Ming carefully examined this pill all over, but he didn't yet dare to swallow it. He could feel the highly compressed, bone-chilling energy within, which gave him an apprehensive feeling. Normally, a pill was much more overbearing than the materials used to make it. If one recklessly swallowed one, it was possible that their entire body would burst apart. Unfortunately, that old 3-headed dog suffered a soul injury in the space storm and fell into a deep slumber. Otherwise, if he was here, he would be able to give me some advice. Lin Ming slightly frowned. Now that he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, he would have to go out and experience the 3rd floor. But although Lin Ming was confident, he wasn't confident to the point where he looked down on the all-heroic young elites. With his strength, if he rashly went to the 3rd floor, then he might experience some dangers there. Lin Ming hesitated and then said to himself, when I absorbed the Nirvana dragon root, I used the method of refining it with clear spring water. I infused the water with the medicinal efficacy and then immersed myself in the water, absorbing all of the essence into my body. That old dog Demonshine said that using this method was much better than swallowing the Nirvana dragon root. This nameless divine pill was refined from a Nirvana dragon root, so it shouldn't be wrong to use the same method to take it. The advantage of using water as the refinement method was that it could disperse the rich and potent medicine efficacy. This would cause the medicinal efficacy to be much more moderate and easier to absorb. Since Lin Ming made his decision, he no longer hesitated. Looking at it differently, even if this method was incorrect and he ended up wasting a massive amount of the blue pill's medicinal efficacy, he wouldn't feel too bad. His future path was still endlessly long. There would always be more opportunities awaiting him. At this moment, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and was also beset with dangers all around. This was the best time to use this blue-colored pill. If he didn't use it now for fear of wasting it, then all he would be doing is wasting time instead. To Lin Ming, time was the most precious of resources. All other resources could be found again. Only time could not be recovered. Lin Ming took out some solar origin spring water from his spatial ring. The solar origin spring water originated from the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm's general-level smelting trial. The spring water itself contained a very rich and very pure heaven and earth origin energy without any hint of toxins or impurities. It was extremely precious. When Lin Ming was in the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, he drank this sort of water daily. After he left, he carried off a great amount. After years of constantly consuming this water, all he had left over were 2 large barrels. The alchemical device he would use was naturally the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming opened the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. With a wave of his hand, a stream of solar origin spring water flew out from the barrel like a shining rainbow falling into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming flicked his finger, and the nameless divine pill turned into a blue light that followed the stream of water into the cosmic melting furnace. Lin Ming stood at the edge of the cosmic melting furnace, looking in from above. As the nameless divine pill fell into the solar origin spring water, the water suddenly began to freeze over at a fast speed. In just several blinks, it formed into one large lump of ice. It's turned to ice? Lin Ming was stunned. This was strange. Would he have to use the fallen star flame to heat it now? Using water as a refining medium for alchemical medicine was normal. For instance, one would use a flame to boil medicine. It was just that this nameless divine pill clearly had a chilling attribute. Would heating it with fire be appropriate? Lin Ming hesitated. But at this time, the ice lump within the cosmic melting furnace began to melt. That nameless divine pill seemed to spread slight blue permeations within the solar origin water. Wherever this light blue went, the iced-up solar origin water would begin to rapidly melt. However, after the ice melted, the cold energy didn't decrease. Rather, it became even more terrifying. Lin Ming only needed to glance at the cold spring water within the cosmic melting furnace to feel as if his entire body was freezing over. The melting ice should be because that faint blue trace is fusing into the water, making it even colder. If this continues, Lin Ming's mind suddenly stirred. He moved his hand to take the nameless divine pill, using his soul force to move it. But in the short time that his soul force came into contact with the pill, it felt as if his soul were freezing. Looking at the nameless divine pill, the size of it had already decreased. Lin Ming didn't dare to allow the solar origin water to absorb the medicinal efficacy anymore. If it did, he wasn't sure that he would be able to withstand it. It had to be known that a normal pill was crafted using several types of main medicinal ingredients. The Nirvana dragon root was only a single material used in creating this pill, and there were other ingredients that Lin Ming wasn't too sure of. Who knew how scary the medicinal efficacy of this nameless divine pill could be? Lin Ming flicked his finger, wrapping an arc of electricity around the nameless divine pill, quickly enveloping it in a cocoon. As his fingers linked together, he also put out seals in order to prevent the nameless divine pill's medicinal efficacy from escaping. Then, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and carefully placed the nameless divine pill within. Seeing the cold blue spring water, Lin Ming could clearly feel a deathly chilling cold emanating from it. All of the muscles on his body began to involuntarily tremble. I'm only close to it, but my muscles are already trembling. If I jump in, won't my body freeze solid? Lin Ming's expression was solemn. He didn't know what sort of supreme elder had refined this nameless divine pill. What sort of other medicines did they combine with the Nirvana dragon root in order for this pill to be so ice-cold? With high-level medicines, there were moderate medicines and overbearing medicines. The Nirvana dragon root was relatively temperate, but this nameless divine pill was extraordinarily overbearing. Lin Ming fiercely grit his teeth and jumped into the cosmic melting furnace. The cosmic melting furnace itself contained other dimensional spaces. Although the first layer looked very small from the outside, it was large enough to contain Lin Ming within. After approaching this chilling blue water, Lin Ming felt all of the hairs crawl on his body. He closed his eyes and adjusted himself to this best condition. Then, after circulating his protective true essence to the limit, he jumped into the cold waters. With true essence protecting his body, Lin Ming felt a bone-biting cold that was manageable. However, having this protective true essence around him was the same as completely isolating himself from the medicine around him. If he truly wanted to absorb the medicinal efficacy, then he would have to remove his bodily true essence and allow the medicine to seep in through his pores. Lin Ming took a deep breath. First, he removed the protective true essence around his right hand. Like this, Lin Ming's right hand and the chilling blue water came into contact. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if thousands of needles were digging deep into his right hand, causing a web of ache to spread within him. CSISI. Lin Ming could only watch on as the skin on his right hand instantly turned a deep cold white, and then began to tear open. His blood didn't even have time to leak out before it was frozen. The cold energy savagely rushed through Lin Ming's pores, freezing and cracking even his meridians. This hand of Lin Ming's was nearly frozen to death in an instant. This is pretty scary. Lin Ming's forehead dripped with sweat, and his face began to twist a bit with pain. But he still decisively unraveled the protective true essence on his left hand. CSISI. Without any suspense, his left hand also suffered the same fate. Lin Ming silently watched, and then began to revolve the azure true essence in his body. After his left and right hands were frozen, they began to lose their vitality. The endless azure true essence was used to make up for it. These past years, Lin Ming had already accumulated an incomparably powerful blood vitality. With the addition of the reverse scale blood and the blood of the ancient phoenix, what Lin Ming was most confident in was not his powerful defensive ability, but rather the vast life force that existed within his body, his incomparable regenerative ability. As long as he had enough true essence, Lin Ming's meridians and body could unendingly repair themselves. This nameless divine pill should be refined for a life destruction or divine sea supreme elder. Not only is the medicinal efficacy oppressive, but with my strength I'll barely be able to absorb it. I can only allow the medicinal efficacy to destroy my body and then allow my vast life force and self-regenerative ability to save myself. I'll have to see whether my body is destroyed faster or whether I can regenerate faster. Lin Ming sat cross-legged within the chilling blue waters. He only felt as if two barbed steel brushes were rubbing within his hands and his frozen muscles nearly tearing apart. This extreme pain was enough for one to wish for death. A normal martial artist would faint from this pain, never wishing to wake up, rather dying than suffering this endless agony. Under this excruciating pain, Lin Ming forcefully entered into the ethereal martial intent state, firmly defending his consciousness. He was well aware that if he fainted, he would be in a very, very dangerous situation. It was similar to a mortal fainting in the snow. After waking, if they were lucky, then their hands and feet would be lightly frozen. If they were unlucky, then the cold would seep into their meridians, freezing their body before rupturing their meridians and icing all of their organs, eventually dying. Lin Ming began to meditate the true primal chaos formula cultivation method within his heart. Lin Ming slowly dragged the energy from the nameless divine pill into his body, gradually running it throughout his body. Wherever this tyrannically chilling energy went, it brutally destroyed. This sort of pain was enough to collapse the spiritual sea of a weak-willed martial artist, having them suffer endlessly as they slowly faded away. Even Lin Ming's face distorted from the agony, sweat tumbling down his body. After tempering marrow, a martial artist's skeleton became incomparably tenacious. And this time, the strength that was locked within a martial artist's body turned into their flesh. The function of the 8 inner hidden gates was to rebuild the body. A martial artist that cultivated the essence gathering system had true essence circulate through their meridians and dantian. It was a system separate from the mortal body, linking the body's 360 acupoints with heaven and earth origin energy. But when body transformation reached the realm of the 8 inner hidden gates, it used heaven and earth origin energy to temper the human body. This heaven and earth origin energy exactly entered the body through these 8 channels. These 8 channels were named the Gate of Healing, Gate of Life, Gate of Pain, Gate of Limit, Gate of View, Gate of Death, Gate of Wonder, and Gate of Opening. The first door that Lin Ming wanted to open was the Gate of Healing. This gate was located in the center of the 2 clavicles. The power of blood vitality would gather here before converging into the brain. It was the central junction point for one's blood vitality. After opening this door, not only would his power greatly rise, but his restorative ability and physical strength would greatly increase. However, if he wanted to completely open it, that was a tremendously difficult task. Lin Ming revolved true essence according to the true primal chaos formula. He gathered the nameless divine pill's energy into the heart of his clavicles. The ice-cold energy stabbed into here an inch at a time. It was like a steel needle was being freshly inserted. A normal martial artist in this state would already be half-fainted with pain, let alone having the willpower to consciously guide the energy to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Bit by bit, without a sense of time, Lin Ming became numb to the pain. But at this moment, he felt all of the blood within his marrow rise up, as if it wanted to condense into a bead of blood. Lin Ming suddenly awakened from his ethereal state. He wanted to carefully sense this force, but it disappeared as quickly as it came. In regards to the gate of healing in his clavicles, he found that a light hazy blue mist had appeared near it. Besides that, there hadn't been any other changes. Opening his eyes, Lin Ming looked at the solar origin spring water and sucked in a cold breath. The water had originally contained a light blue energy, but now it had been almost cleanly absorbed by him. All that was left over was some water that didn't have too much spiritual energy in it. Already absorbed, Lin Ming shook his head. He glanced over at the hourglass. Surprisingly, 32 hours had passed. Over a day. I used over a day to absorb a portion of the nameless divine pill's medicinal efficacy, but I'm still far from opening the gate of healing. Now, I can be considered as just having crossed the threshold for the 8 inner hidden gates. Lin Ming jumped out from the cosmic melting furnace. As he glanced at his hands, he bitterly smiled. His 2 hands were already completely without feeling. If he were immortal, then his hands would have been considered useless. But to Lin Ming, this naturally wasn't a problem. He just needed 7 or 8 days of training to recover. Without control of his hands, Lin Ming examined his dantian. He was surprised to find that the true essence cyclone within his dantian had faintly grown. His middle Xiantian realm had consolidated even further. This nameless divine pill is truly a wonderfully strange medicine. Not only did it help me open the 8 inner hidden gates, but it also helped me temper my essence-gathering cultivation. This time, I clearly feel that my strength has grown. Lin Ming hadn't expected to open the gate of healing from the start. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, there was a massive leap. Everything was difficult at the start. How could it be so easily opened like that? It had to be mentioned that Lin Ming had spent a vast amount of time and effort in order to fully complete tempering marrow. Lin Ming's mind stirred. Suddenly, his imposing aura erupted. Heretical God Force, open. Highly compressed true essence flushed out. Even the spells in the practice area shook. Divine Demon Thunder Soul, go. With a thought, the coiling dragon steel needle shot out from his body, directly shooting towards a wall. With a massive explosion, the metal wall supported by an array formation began to fiercely shake, a huge dent appearing in it. Again, Lin Ming commanded the coiling dragon steel needle to attack again. Bang! 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 With this bombardment, the metal wall array formation fiercely trembled precariously. This top-grade practice area had already factored in that a martial artist would send out attacks, so the array formation laid down was extremely strong. But now, because of Lin Ming, it was on the verge of bursting apart. Lin Ming was silently counting the time in his heart. From the time he opened the heretical God Force to the time he exhausted his compressed true essence, around an incense stick of time had passed. An incense stick of time. My heretical God Force can actually persist for an incense stick of time. Lin Ming was overjoyed. Lin Ming hadn't opened the gate of healing. It was just that there was a faint hazy blue mist near it. This was the way it was. Every time Lin Ming attacked, he could clearly feel the heaven and earth origin energy pass through this mist and into his clavicles, converging into his meridians and dispersing through his body. It was like an invisible origin energy vortex had appeared near the gate of healing. With a constant supply of origin energy, Lin Ming's long-term combat efficiency had greatly increased. This was also the reason that the heretical God Force could now last for an incense stick of time. From the point that Lin Ming began to rise, the heretical God Force had helped him countless times to reverse the flow of battle. However, the heretical god force had a fatal flaw, and that was that it couldn't last for an extended period. After he used it, it would consume a great deal of his energy. This was the reason that Lin Ming didn't dare to easily open the heretical god force in a fight, instead saving it as his final move. When Lin Ming first entered Sky Split Tower, his heretical god force could only last for several dozen breaths of time. Not just that, but once he opened it, he couldn't close it. After entering Sky Split Tower and practicing here for a long time, the heretical god force had taken another step further. Lin Ming could now momentarily open and close the heretical god force. After touching upon the threshold for the gate of healing, the duration of the heretical god force had also lengthened to an incense stick of time. It could be said that the practical usability of the heretical god force had been greatly enhanced. After putting away the cosmic melting furnace, with his whole body exhausted and aching, Lin Ming fell into a wonderful sleep. It had been a long time since he was able to relax and sleep. During his stay so far in this top-grade practice area, he had even spent his sleep time cultivating. With this comfortable feeling, Lin Ming slept well, resting for an entire day and night. After waking up, he took a bath and switched into a new set of clothes and then made a detour to the city square in order to pick up any new blood demon crystals that were traded in. It was time to go to the third floor. Without knowing, Lin Ming had already stayed on the second floor for over half a year of time. It had been nearly a year since he arrived at the Holy Demon Continent. 1 year. How were Miss Mu and Xianxia doing? Was Divine Phoenix Island able to defend itself? How were his parents? How was his little sister? Lin Ming was filled with worries. Oh! This is the opening token for the transmission array to the third floor. Please take it. Nearby the second floor's transmission array, a guard responsible for handling challengers said to Lin Ming as he respectfully handed the token to him. Thank you. Lin Ming received the token and placed it into the transmission array. A white light flashed around him. In the next instant, Lin Ming arrived at the third floor. This was also the final floor for Sky Split Tower's challengers. Sky Split Tower was shaped like a cone. The further up it went, the smaller it was. The third floor was barely half the size of the second floor. As Lin Ming stepped forth from the transmission array, a young Fey girl was already waiting there. Young hero Lin? My name is Lin. I have been waiting here for you for a long time. Starting from the second floor, every new arriving challenger would have a reception with a servant. This person could introduce them to the practice areas or show them to the martial arena location in order to avoid trouble. That's me. Lin Ming cupped his fists together. The young girl named Lin was surprised and then quickly covered her mouth as she chuckled. Martial artists that came to the third floor were normally around 26 or 27 years of age. Not just that, but they were always extremely prideful and arrogant in their behavior, mostly disdaining to talk to such a low-level character like her. It was surprising to meet such a well-mannered and polite young man like Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, I can serve you for these next few days. Practice place, arena, city square, entertainment area. Where would you like to go? Practice place. Lin Ming replied without hesitation. After his conversation with Mukgu, Lin Ming was interested in the practice areas on the third floor. He especially wanted to know what resources were here that would cause so many outstanding young elites to rush to the third floor like a pack of ducks. Please follow me. The third floor was much lonelier than the second floor. Walking through the roads here, it was rare to see a martial artist. Most of them were in closed-door seclusion. On Sky Split Tower's third floor, the pressure was great. The martial artists that made it here were not common within their generation. Every single person that practiced here was like a boat going against the current of the ocean. If they couldn't move forwards, then they would fall behind, and once they did, they would inevitably fall into the abyss without any chance of redemption. This great pressure spurred on every martial here. If they couldn't become an emperor, then they would become a ghost. The third floor's practice area and city square bordered each other. When Lin brought Lin Ming close to the third floor's city square, he finally began to see more martial artists in his surroundings. It was similar to the second floor. There were many martial artists that had set up a stall here. Lin Ming glanced over. Most of the martial artists' cultivation were at the early Xiantian realm, and there were even some at the Hotian realm. Lin Ming was a bit surprised. These people are... Oh, they are employees of the challengers here. They are specifically responsible for setting up stalls and making sales. The challengers of the third floor just don't have time to idle around for business. The city square and practice area on the third floor prohibit fighting, so vendors here can do business without danger even if their cultivation is low. Lin Ming nodded. Truly, the third floor was different from the second floor. Here, every second counted. One had to seize every chance possible. Hiring someone to work for them and handle their affairs was the most reasonable approach. Lin Ming swept over several of the items on sale here and noticed that everything was much more expensive than on the second floor. But Lin Ming was already used to seeing such rare and valuable treasures, so he wasn't too interested in them. As he was about to exit the city square, Lin Ming suddenly felt someone's attention lock onto him. Lin Ming stopped his footsteps and turned around. Behind him, several dozen feet away, there was an imp sitting at a square table. He was swinging a folding fan in his hand, slyly smiling. Although his smiling expression appeared very amiable, Lin Ming actually had a feeling that he was being stared at by a viper. This person is strong. Lin Ming took a deep breath, his expression solemn. This person had completely restrained their aura within their body, giving off an unfathomably deep feeling. Sky Split Tower's third floor was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Masters were simply everywhere here. Feeling potential hostility in this person's smiling expression, Lin Ming decided that he didn't want to cause unnecessary complications. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a true essence sound transmission sounded in his ears. "Stop right there." This order carried an imperious tone to it. Lin Ming frowned. As he turned again, he saw that the imp had closed his folding fan. The imp said, "Come, let's have a chat." The imp nodded at a stool across from him. He wanted Lin Ming to walk over and sit there. "What?" Lin Ming asked. Anybody who was commanded to walk over by someone they didn't know wouldn't be feeling too good about it. But at this moment, as Lin saw this imp, her expression changed. She hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "So it's the heavenly demon 7 stars, Sir Kai Yang. This young girl greets Sir Kai Yang. Heavenly demon 7 stars?" Lin Ming had already heard this title before. It seemed that the heavenly demon 7 stars were famous on the third floor. So this imp was apparently one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. No wonder he had been so arrogant. That was because he had the strength to back it up. Lin Ming was silent for a moment. But at this time, Lin's panicked true essence sound transmission reached his ears. "Young hero Lin, don't look at Sir Kai Yang's friendly expression. In truth, he is a cruel and bloodthirsty individual. He uses extremely wicked and sadistic means. Young hero Lin, you should quickly go over. If you anger him, he will keep a grudge in his heart. It will be dangerous to you in the future." As Lin saw Lin Ming not responding, she became a bit impatient. She feared that he would somehow offend Kai Yang. She had a very good impression of Lin Ming, so she didn't want him to suffer a loss in the future because of this. Sure enough, as Kai Yang saw Lin Ming's indifferent look, he glowered. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, Kai Yang's amiable smile returned and he took initiative to stand up instead. "If you don't want to come over, it's fine that I come over instead." Kai Yang slowly walked over to Lin Ming as he swung his fan. Lin was afraid. She had heard that Kai Yang was subject to wildly swinging moods. If he smiled, it was likely that he wanted to kill someone. She subconsciously stepped back. Then again, this was the city square. Fighting was prohibited here. No matter how great Kai Yang's courage was, he would not randomly kill someone here. This thought calmed her down somewhat. But she couldn't be blamed for shrinking back. On the third floor, it was normal for a challenger to kill a servant because they were displeased by something. Lin Ming's mind went on alert, though he remained calm and collected on the surface. He knew that when he arrived here, it was likely that he would meet someone who was aiming at him. When Kai Yang approached, Lin Ming cupped his fists together and said, "Can I help you?" This question that was neither humble nor arrogant caused the imp to smile. When he smiled, the wrinkly folds on his face bunched up even further, causing him to look even more disgusting. "Lin Ming, I am Lin Ming. I heard that you killed Xianxia? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Yes. Are you thinking of taking revenge for him? Revenge? I don't have that much time to waste. But when you killed Xianxia, you should have obtained his spatial ring. Lin Ming's mind went cold. This imp had come here for this? He nodded. It was impossible to hide something like this. Haha. The imp chuckled twice. Then, he switched to a true essence sound transmission and said, in Xianxia's spatial ring, if I'm not wrong, there should be a black, glass-like bead, around the size of a pigeon egg. It's covered in impurities and is cool to the touch. Right? Lin Ming remained silent. There really was this sort of bead within Xianxia's spatial ring. It had been cleverly hidden within a normal-looking pill bottle by a spell. If he hadn't carefully looked through Xianxia's ring, then he would have really missed it. Although Lin Ming didn't completely understand the function of this bead, he could tell from how Xianxia had carefully treated it, in addition to a faint intuitive feeling he had, that this bead was something extraordinary. Seeing Lin Ming's silence, the imp smiled. In truth, he didn't need Lin Ming to reply. He could approximately guess that this bead had fallen into Lin Ming's hands. 1,000 blood demon crystals. I'll buy that from you. The imp tossed out a price tag. These 1,000 blood demon crystals were naturally high-grade blood demon crystals. It was equal to more than 100,000 medium-grade blood demon crystals. I'm sorry, but it's not for sale. Lin Ming flatly refused. He could earn blood demon crystals again, but this bead was most likely something that couldn't be bought. Naturally, Lin Ming wasn't do something so stupid as selling it. Kai Yang frowned. He didn't become angry but instead coldly said, then how much do you want? Name a price. Lin Ming said, I just said that I will not sell this bead. Kai Yang glowered. So you would rather do things the hard way, huh? Although Sky Split Tower took strength as the basis for all, the fact was that it was a place firmly established in rules. In particular, areas that banned fighting. Even a High Lord would not rashly violate these rules, because they needed to maintain the reputation of Sky Split Tower. Since the city square forbid fighting, nobody dared to start doing so here. Lin Ming wasn't much impressed with Kai Yang's threat. 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. This is my final offer. You may be king on the second floor, but now that you've come to the third floor you are nothing at all. I have plenty of methods to make you suffer here. Lin Ming smiled, how about this? I'll give you blood demon crystals and you tell me just what this black glass bead is, okay? Good. Very good. Kai Yang glared at Lin Ming and snapped his fan together with a pa. You think that you can use it? How utterly naive. Even Xianxia was unable to use it, otherwise why do you think he would keep something like that in his spatial ring? Lin Ming subtly looked at Kai Yang. I am not Xianxia. I have to thank you, you've reminded me again just how valuable this black bead is. Hee. Kai Yang maliciously smiled. Since this is how it is, there is nothing left to say. I will make you regret your decision. One day, you will obediently deliver that bead into my hands. Kai Yang finished speaking and strode away. After Kai Yang left, Lin looked at Lin Ming with fear in her eyes. Sir Lin, you. It's fine. Bring me to the practice area. Lin Ming was expressionless. He decided to unravel the mystery behind this black bead as soon as possible. As a human, it was very normal for others to attempt to push him around. In a place like this, as long others didn't try to bully or provoke him, he didn't want to cause trouble. The young Fey girl hesitated for a moment before she told Lin Ming. Sir Lin, Sir Kai Yang is someone under High Lord Heian. High Lord Heian. He is one of the 12 High Lords. His background is the imp race. On the third floor, there are a great number of people who take refuge under certain High Lords. Working under them has a great number of advantages. The young Fey girl spoke to hear before she was silent. In fact, speaking about something like this would easily bring about a great calamity on her head if it were discovered. The only reason she told Lin Ming this was because of the very favorable impression she had of him. Lin Ming heard the implication in these words. So this Kai Yang had a High Lord supporting him. No wonder he had mentioned that he had methods that would make life difficult for him. Thank you, now please bring me to the practice area. That's right, this is for you. Lin Ming took out a bag of medium-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. There were around 60 to 70 inside. As Lin Lin saw these blood demon crystals, she was dazed. Take it. It's not much to me. Lin Ming directly pressed the bag of blood demon crystals into Lin Lin's hand. Oh. This is the third floor's practice area? Lin Ming glanced at a black stone building in front of him. Relatively speaking, this building was very ordinary. It was several dozen feet high, but it wasn't too large. This is the registration office. The practice areas of the third floor have different prices depending on their rank. Lin Ming nodded and pushed in the door, entering. Within building, there were two middle-aged men playing chess. What surprised Lin Ming, however, was that one of these two men was a human. Within the Deacons of Sky Split Tower, it was rare to see pure humans. Come to choose a practice area? The middle-aged man looked up from his chess game. Yes. Do you want to practice cultivation methods? Or practice concepts and laws? Lin Ming was stunned. There are practice areas that I can especially practice concepts and laws in? Sky Split Tower's practice areas are of a far greater variety than you can imagine and far more precious. It's just that your authority is too low and you have no right to know of anything else. Here, look at this jade slip. The middle-aged man threw a jade slip at Lin Ming. As Lin Ming sank his consciousness within, he saw the information of the various practice places presented in front of him. The more he looked, the more he was startled. Putting aside those areas that he didn't have the qualifications to know of, just these were enough to shock him. The cultivation method practice area was a room several thousand feet deep into the source of infernal energy. There, the infernal energy was rich to a degree that normal martial artists could not resist it. Not just that, but there were several areas for practice in actual combat. Sky Split Tower had several killing arrays where one could face all sorts of energy form opponents. But these two were not the rarest. The rarest were the concept practice areas. Within Sky Split Tower, there were several strange lands where one could hone their sense of concepts by touching upon the source of that concept. For instance, if one entered a practice place for the concept of fire, they could touch upon the source of fire there. It was an incomparably mystical experience. I really wonder who it was that built Sky Split Tower that it can even hold so many wonderful and odd places. Just what is listed on this jade slip is extremely precious, much less all the other practice resources that I don't have the qualifications to know of. I can see why so many outstanding heroic youths would risk their lives to stay on Sky Split Tower's third floor. The resources here are simply too impressive. Every 2 months I have to participate in a match. In a match here, it's often that someone will die. Not just that, but there are no weak opponents here. Under the pressure of living between life and death, it is easiest for a martial artist to make breakthroughs in boundaries. Much less this place also has unique ways to cultivate. With all these factors added together, the geniuses that come to the third floor to gain experience can easily break through their limits. Here, an amazing talent can become a saint-level talent, and a saint-level talent can become an emperor-level talent. Lin Ming sighed. Sky Split Tower was truly heaven for outstanding elites. But at the same time, it was also a grave for those same outstanding elites. Those that could survive here could break through their cocoons and be reborn into butterflies. But those that fail to break through their limits would fall beyond redemption. This was really 1 foot in heaven and 1 foot in hell. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, the chess-playing middle-aged man put away the jade slip and lazily said, "Have you chosen?" "I have." Lin Ming looked the middle-aged man, finding it a bit strange. There were very few humans within Sky Split Tower. It was rare to find even 1 or 2 deacons like this. It stood to reason that this alone should give birth to some warm feelings, but this middle-aged man obviously appeared impatient. He was even very cold when telling him about the different practice areas. "What have you chosen?" The middle-aged man took out a blank jade slip, preparing to register. "I choose a concept practice area. I want one with the concept of space or the concept of time." As Lin Ming mentioned the concept of space and the concept of time, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming with surprise. The concepts of space and time were elusive and beyond difficult to reach. Normally, a human would not have the chance to come into contact with these concepts. Did this boy actually comprehend the concepts of space and time? "Those don't exist." The middle-aged man refused. The concepts of space and time were not called elusive for nothing. It wasn't easy to show the mysteries of space and time. Even Skysplit Tower didn't have the resources to do this. Otherwise, even though the concepts of space and time wouldn't have spread throughout the entire third floor, those extremely talented Fey elites would have already grasped these concepts. What do you have? We have concepts for the 5 main elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. We have the concept of wind, the concept of thunder, and we also have some derivative concepts such as the concept of landscape, concept of ice clouds, concept of mist, and so on. The concept of landscape, concept of ice clouds, concept of mist, in the end, these concepts were simply variations of the 5 main elemental concepts. Although they could improve one's strength, their potential for growth was limited. Those concepts that could truly reach the peak were the most basic concepts that served as the foundation for all. This included the more advanced concepts, such as the concepts of space and time, concept of annihilation, concept of immortality. But as for these more mystical concepts, Skysplit Tower did not have them. Is my authority not enough? Xianxia's concept of annihilation should have been learnt within Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming thought. Have you chosen? The middle-aged man impatiently asked. I have. I choose the concept of thunder. Lin Ming did not choose the concept of fire, nor did he choose the concept of wind. Instead, he chose the concept of thunder. Prior to this, when Lin Ming entered into the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had already gained many understandings into the concept of fire. There was no need to mention the concept of wind. Lin Ming had studied that from the very start. It was only the concept of thunder that Lin Ming hadn't touched upon yet. In terms of comprehending the concept of thunder, Lin Ming could be said to have a major advantage. If he didn't go for this chance now, then that was simply wasting these great conditions. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals every 10 days. This is your token. The middle-aged man threw a token at Lin Ming as well as a jade slip marking the location of the practice area. Lin Ming swept through it. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals was truly a high cost. On the 3rd floor, earning slaughter points was much more difficult than on the 2nd. This was because the martial artists here were also stronger. For a concept practice area, he had to use up a slaughter point every 10 days. If a martial artist only fought in a match every 2 months, then it was impossible to earn enough constant slaughter points. Lin Ming took the jade slip and left the registration office. After passing through a minor transmission array, Lin Ming arrived at his destination, the practice area for the concept of thunder. Lin Ming originally thought that the practice area for the concept of thunder would be similar to a hidden chamber. But as he entered, he was completely surprised. It was as if he had arrived at another world. This was an incomparably vast space. In the sky, there were massive floating boulders as well as small ones. These boulders also had vegetation growing on them. From afar, it seemed a bit ashen and gloomy. In the great sky, there were great curtains of light that extended past the horizon. These curtains were dozens of miles long or even hundreds of miles long. They were unpredictable, mysterious, and like curving blue rivers in the sky, immensely gorgeous. As Lin Ming approached, he discovered that these blue rivers of light in the air were impressively condensed from thunder origin energy. This thunder origin energy condensed into blue rivers of light. Rather than turning into thunder, it evolved into thousands of rivers of light that contained countless deep and profound meanings. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. Is this really Skysplit Tower? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this question. From the size of Skysplit Tower, it was absolutely impossible for such a great space to exist within it. Thus, he had either entered into an array, or he had been sent outside of Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming was proficient in the realm of the gods' array formations. If this vast space was an illusory magic array, then although he might not be able to break it, he should still be able to discern whether it was real or not. But now as he looked around, he couldn't see any sign that this was truly an illusory magic array. This is a real space. Maybe I left Skysplit Tower, or perhaps there is another possibility, and that is that this is a miniature world. It could have been sealed away by someone with vast supernatural powers and compressed within Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming gasped as he suddenly became aware of this possibility. When he passed through the transmission array, he hadn't felt any dizziness at all. This was enough proof that the transmission array from a moment ago only went a short distance. So it was likely that he was still in Skysplit Tower. There was a miniature world sealed within Skysplit Tower. Although his spatial ring could also be considered another sort of miniature world, that sort of world was extremely unstable. Could only last for a few 100,000 years, and not just that, but it couldn't contain living beings either. It was a completely different concept from this stable space in front of him. For there to be such a stable space sealed within Skysplit Tower that also contained the principles of laws and concepts, what sort of immense force was this? Lin Ming discovered that Skysplit Tower was filled with more and more mysteries, as if there were some earth-shaking secret behind it. Of course, this was not something he could even touch at his level. Thus he could only sigh at the thought. Now, comprehending the power of laws was the most important. As he slowly floated towards these blue rivers of light, he sank his sense within. Lin Ming could clearly feel the deep inherent fundamentals of thunder contained within. The blue river of light was completely made of thunder origin energy, but there was not a single arc of electricity. It could be said that this was the most original source of thunder in its most primitive state. The concept was a rule. In this world, nothing could be separated from these rules. From the passing of years, the changes of stars, from when a seed grew to a tree, from a mortal's life and death, everything, every change was inseparable from these governing rules. A drop of water, a grain of sand. Everything contained the power of laws. Something that seemed simple was not always simple. As long as one unraveled the basis of these simplicities, all complexities could be reduced. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the side of the river of blue lights, entering into meditation. His consciousness was completely integrated into the river and into the power of thunder. The heretical god seed began to tremble, and the countless threads of thunder origin energy began to flow into Lin Ming's body from his acupoints. Slowly, Lin Ming's body was completely immersed in the river of blue light. He came into direct contact with the thunder origin energy, letting the vast energy inundate him. Lin Ming completely opened wide his body, opening his meridians and acupoints. He even opened up the gate of healing that he had traced as far as possible, letting the thunder origin energy savagely flow through his limbs and bones. With the existence of the heretical god seed, the violent thunder origin energy did not hurt Lin Ming at all. There was not a martial artist that would dare to do this. Not even a martial artist that had reached an 8th grade or even 9th grade thunder fusion compatibility could do this. Thunder origin energy was infamous for its savage and brutal nature. If one wished to enter this river of blue light, they would have to protect their body with true essence, otherwise their fragile organs and meridians wouldn't be able to withstand the baptism of thunder energy. As for releasing their protective true essence and coming into direct contact with the thunder origin energy, just who could do this in order to feel the mysteries within? Only Lin Ming could totally throw himself into the sea of thunder origin energy and use this method to comprehend the concept of thunder. Like this, Lin Ming floated in the river of blue lights, time passing without mind. Not knowing morning or night, or how many days had passed, Lin Ming stayed like this for dozens of days, letting everything around him fall away. It was like he had become a wisp of thunder origin energy, soaring between the heavens and earth, fusing into the vast ocean of origin energy. This is yin yang. Lin Ming silently spoke these words. Originally, thunder origin energy was divided into yin and yang, negative and positive. Yin and yang both restrained and supported each other. When negative thunder origin energy collided with positive thunder origin energy, it would create a bolt of lightning. The so-called electric current was nothing more than yin and yang thunder origin energy flowing along each other. Lin Ming could feel the heretical god seed within his body vibrate. As he opened his eyes, his pupils flashed with the light of thunder like a bolt of lightning in the pitch-dark sky. The power of yin and yang. That is the source of the power of thunder. Lin Ming took out the purple comet spear. As the violet electricity spirit bamboo came out, the surrounding thunder origin began to stir, forming a faint purple vortex. The 10,000-year violet electricity spirit bamboo was originally a spiritual plant bred within an environment of thunder origin energy. Here, it was no different than a flood dragon in the sea. The entire shaft of the purple comet spear began to issue out keening cries of excitement. Lin Ming's heart bloomed with fighting spirit. Energy flooded his body. He needed to release it. Go! Lin Ming suddenly thrust his spear out. But at this time, the energy that wrapped around the purple comet spear was no longer blood-drinking seals, but the radiant light of thunder. The concept of thunder had perfectly fused into the spear strike. Slaughter! With all of his will and potential concentrated on the purple comet spear, the heretical god seed within Lin Ming's body began to howl in glory. The divine demon thunder soul shot out, blending into the purple comet spear. At that moment, it was like Lin Ming had become the embodiment of thunder itself. Human and spear had gathered as one. The speed of the strike instantly reached a terrifying level. The air whistled. All was pierced to nothingness. Whoosh! In that moment, a purple electric light cut through the endless sky. 100 miles away, a light flashed, and the sky seemed to be split asunder by this thunder. Lin Ming and the purple comet spear had become the incarnation of lightning, stirring up all the thunder origin energy in the world. The power and speed of the strike was beyond amazing. This move? Lin Ming suddenly stopped, his eyes shining with excitement. With the heretical god seed as the foundation, by utilizing all the true essence and power of thunder within his body, completely concentrating his will and potential, integrating the divine demon thunder soul within the spear point, and all the while galvanizing the thunder origin energy of the world. With this, his speed and energy had erupted to the limit. This was his self-created move. Only a martial arts grandmaster could create their own legacy. This was the first self-created style of Lin Ming's. Of course, this move that he created had reverted to the slaughter techniques of the great desolate halberd art, as well as using the abnormal heretical god force arcane ability as the support. With Lin Ming's cultivation, the power of this self-created move shouldn't have been too great. But with the two abilities above as a basis, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. This was an ability created through a stroke of luck and inspiration. In a sense, this ability could not be copied. It was a move that belonged to Lin Ming and Lin Ming alone. It was impossible for others to learn this move, unless they also had the heretical god seed and divine demon thunder soul. This is my first self-created ability. Although I referenced other styles which martial arts grandmaster has not referred to other rare cultivation methods in order to create their own technique, this is a very good starting point. Once a martial artist created their own technique, no matter how powerful the moves of others were, they was still others. This sort of legacy was naturally created by the founder according to their individual situations. This ability would most suit that founder, and in their hand it would display the greatest might. If others were to use it, the power would inevitably decrease. But a self-created move was different. The person who created it could bring out 100% of its power. The spear contains an inherent concept, causing the striking power to rise another level. This is nearly all because of the heretical god seed. This heretical god force is truly a top supernatural ability in the world. To think I was sitting on such a treasure and never knew how to use it before. That was such a waste. Lin Ming mocked himself. But in truth, Lin Ming couldn't really be blamed. This heretical god force was a divine supernatural ability that existed outside of the existing cultivation system. Trying to perceive it through meditation without any help or reference was not easy. Initially, when that supreme elder from the realm of the gods had found the heretical god force within an ancient site, he didn't have enough time to meditate on it, and in the end, he had perished in the siege of the Verdant Feather Holy Land. This is my first self-created ability. With the purple comet spear as the medium and the divine demon thunder as the vanguard, I can change my body into lightning, blending human and spear into one. This move I will name Chasing Thunder. After creating an ability, one had to create a name for it. Using Chasing Thunder was appropriate. The speed of this technique approached a bolt of lightning. Fusing the concept of thunder into my slaughter path, I have created my Chasing Thunder. But what about other spear moves? Thinking this, Lin Ming's eyes shined brightly. Oh! As Lin Ming was comprehending the concept of thunder, an imp man was dining within a restaurant on the 3rd floor. He played with the folding fan in his hands, an apathetic smile on his face. The match declaration has been put down. Do you know who your opponent is? This imp was Kai Yang, one of the heavenly demon's 7 stars. The large giant demon fellow in front of Kai Yang was Hong Zhong. As Hong Zhong heard Kai Yang's question, his eyes brightened. Does Sir Kaiyang know who my opponent is? The rules of Skysplit Tower stipulated that a martial artist of the third floor had to participate in a match every 2 months. One could find their own opponent, or they could allow Skysplit Tower to arrange an opponent for them depending on the arrangement of strength. The majority of martial artists in Skysplit Tower were busy with their own cultivation, so the matches were mostly arranged by Skysplit Tower. Because of this, a martial artist might not know who their opponent was until the day of the match. This also prevented both sides from finding out about the other. If one knew who their match was against, they could prepare ahead of time. Of course, this was the best. Hee. I naturally know. Kaiyang smiled. Kaiyang had pledged himself to High Lord Heian. In Skysplit Tower, that was the same as having access to the highest sources. Investigating the identity of an opponent was an easy matter. Hong Zhong's opponent was exactly Lin Ming. Well, it would be more precise to say that Kaiyang first investigated Lin Ming, and then found out that his match was this large giant demon fellow. Kaiyang drank some wine and languidly said, "Not only do I know, but I've also brought a battle array disc of his fight as well as details on him." The large giant demon fellow was stunned and then burst out in happiness. But as he thought of something, his happiness turned to bitterness. He said, "Does Sir Kaiyang have a liking for something of mine? Why would you provide me with information? I am merely a poor man." "Ha ha." Kaiyang laughed as he patted Hong Zhong's shoulder. "No need to cry about being poor. For better or worse, you are still a top 50 ranked master of Skysplit Tower's third floor. Not just that, but I also know you're hiding your strength. The truth is that with your ability, you can easily be in the top 30. Skysplit Tower's third floor had 300 to 400 martial artists. A martial artist in the top 30 was absolutely in the upper echelons. Within Skysplit Tower, there was naturally a set of rules that governed the arrangement of a match. The difference in strength and ranking couldn't be too great, otherwise it would plainly be sending people to their death. No one wanted this. Thus, when arranging a fight for a newcomer, it was naturally impossible to match them against someone at such a high rank like the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Otherwise, it would be difficult to convince the public that this was a legitimate system. On the third floor, Xianxia originally had a ranking at around 150. He could be considered to be in the middle to upper rankings. Since Lin Ming defeated Xianxia, his strength was ranked around 120 to 130. But Lin Ming had cultivated for 8 months on the second floor before coming to the third floor. The Skysplit Tower's management was absolutely happy to overestimate his strength. After the 8 months of practice, they directly determined that his strength was in the top 50 rankings. This did not matter at all. Skysplit Tower especially looked for someone to fight Lin Ming who was in the top 50 rankings and had hidden his strength. This was Hong Zhong. For Lin Ming to have such a match arranged against him for his first match, the person who did this naturally didn't have good intentions. As the giant demon fellow heard Kaiyang say that he was hiding his strength, his smile stiffened. He forced a laugh and said, "How can I be hiding my strength? Even if I'm hiding a move or two, it shouldn't enter into Sir Kaiyang's eyes. Then again, who here isn't hiding something? I would have to say I'm the worst of the bunch." Kaiyang chuckled and then immediately became a bit more serious. He said, "Fine, I won't play with you. Long story short, I don't want you to pay anything. As long as you kill your opponent and give me his spatial ring, then I will be satisfied." "What thing?" The large giant demon fellow's eyes widened. If this was something that could make Kaiyang move to action, then it was absolutely something extraordinary. If his opponent was weaker than him to begin with and he just had to exert a bit of strength to defeat him, then wouldn't giving Kaiyang such a precious object mean that he was being taken as a fool? Thus, Hong Zhong was naturally cautious. The imps were famous for their deceitful tricks and sinister methods. He didn't want to serve as someone's tool. "Ha ha. Oh, Hong Zhong, you think that I'm going to trick you? I'll make things clear with you. This person, according to common sense, should be weaker than you. But he's someone that often surpasses that common sense." So, as Kaiyang spoke here, he trailed off, keeping Hong Zhong in anticipation. "Who is it?" Hong Zhong asked. "I might as well tell you. This person is Lin Ming." "Him? He is a newcomer to the third floor. His first match is against me." Hong Zhong was surprised. He had also heard about Lin Ming. Apparently he was the human that had defeated Xianxia. His strength should be ranked somewhere around 100th on the 3rd floor. Of course, Lin Ming had practiced for over half a year, but the martial artists on the 3rd floor hadn't been sitting around doing nothing either. Who didn't practice well under pressure? Lin Ming could have improved some, but it shouldn't have been too much. This Lin Ming has offended someone? His first match is me. Doesn't that mean he's being sent to death? Well, no matter. That just means that this father has benefited. Hong Zhong thought in his heart. Now, his mood was good. This could be called an easy victory. If he could end Lin Ming's winning streak, then he could also earn another 5 or 6 slaughter points. This was a great deal for him. Kaiyang correctly guessed Hong Zhong's thoughts. He smirked and said, "Do you think you've won?" On the 2nd floor, Xueman and Xingtian also believed that. But they both died. Hong Zhong thought otherwise in his heart. Lin Ming truly hadn't lost a single match on his way to the 3rd floor, but who on the 3rd floor wasn't the same? A win streak didn't mean anything. Hong Zhong realized what was happening. Since he didn't want to be taken advantage of, he braced himself and slowly said, "Sir Kaiyang, I am not Xingtian. It seems like you don't believe me." In Lin Ming's spatial ring is an object called a soul bead. It's not too useful for you because it's mainly used to nourish one's soul force. You should be aware that my imp race is naturally talented in the soul force aspect. But as for you giant demons, you're considered quite weak. How about this? I'll give you 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. After you win, I'll buy that soul bead from you. How about it? 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals? Hong Zhong was shocked. Even to someone on the 3rd floor, that was a great amount of wealth. Before now, he had heard somewhere that Lin Ming was also skilled in the use of soul force, so it naturally made sense that he would have something like this soul bead. But he couldn't believe Kaiyang, who knew whether or not this soul bead had other uses. If this was a treasure that even a High Lord lusted over, then 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals were nothing. Besides these 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals, I can also lend you some demonic gold insects. If you can really easily defeat Lin Ming, then you can put out a price for the soul bead and we'll discuss it later. On the other hand, if you find this battle incomparably difficult and you have to depend on the demonic gold insects to win, then you will give me that soul bead for 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. Kaiyang's words could be considered sincere enough. Hong Zhong was also surprised. The rumored moody and violent Kaiyang was actually speaking to him with such a pleasant tone. These demonic gold insects were raised by Kaiyang with great care and cost. They were one of his final master moves. Yet he was willing to lend them to him. Although Hong Zhong didn't think that he would need to use these demonic gold insects to fight against Lin Ming, he could at least take this opportunity to find and understand the weaknesses of these demonic gold insects. It would be of great help in the future if he had to deal with Kaiyang. Hong Zhong had his own ambitions. He wanted to become one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. As for Kaiyang, he was considered one of the low-ranked heavenly demon 7 stars. If he could replace him, raise his rankings, and also form some relations with a High Lord, then he would be able to enjoy all the cultivation resources of the 3rd floor. After thinking it over and over, Hong Zhong couldn't find out where he would have a loss. So he finally agreed. Good. Since Brother Kaiyang is so willing, then I gladly accept. Kaiyang smiled. Hong Zhong really didn't know what that black glass bead's origin was. If he knew that the bead had belonged to Xingtian, then his web of lies would come crumbling down. Xingtian was also a giant demon, so how could he keep a bead that nourished his soul force by his side? Kaiyang patted the spirit insect bag on his waist, and with a buzzing sound, a group of dark gold-colored insects flew out like smoke, surrounding the two. These were the demonic gold insects. The demonic gold insects had sharp teeth and looked fiercely vicious. They were the size of beans, and their bodies were covered all over with a dark golden carapace. This carapace was extremely hard and nearly invulnerable. This sort of insect had eaten a variety of rare metals growing up. The cost to raise them was extremely high. Normally, a martial artist could lose everything they had and not afford to cultivate them. Only a top martial artist like Kaiyang was able to raise such a small bag of them. Even then, there were only a few hundred in total. As Hong Zhong saw these demonic gold insects, his eyes brightened. If he could take such wonderfully strange insects for himself, then it would be great. In a battle where two sides were equally matched, releasing these insects would surely have fantastic effects. These are a battle array discs of Lin Ming's fights. There is a complete set here. You had better take this match seriously. Your opponent is not simple. Make sure that you don't overturn your boat in your confidence. Kai Yang tossed out a spatial ring. Inside was a complete battle array disc set of all of Lin Ming's battles ever since he entered Skysplit Tower. Don't worry. I will definitely help Brother Kai Yang take this soul bead. Hong Zhong laughed and took the spatial ring in his hand. Ugh. Time passed quickly. Already 2 months had passed since Lin Ming first entered the 3rd floor. During this time period, Lin Ming had constantly been meditating and perceiving laws. He was becoming increasingly proficient in the power of his concepts. 2 months. According to Skysplit Tower's rules, every martial artist on the 3rd floor had to participate in a match every 2 months if they wished to stay on the 3rd floor. One could also apply to delay this. There were many martial artists that would go into closed-door seclusion for a long period of time. After coming out, they would need to complete all the matches that they owed. But a normal martial artist wouldn't generally do this. For instance, if someone practiced for a year before coming out, then that meant they would need to fight 6 subsequent matches. To finish 6 matches in one day, that would take an enormous amount of energy. On Skysplit Tower's 1st and 2nd floors, fighting 3 or 4 matches in a row was not too great of a problem. But on the 3rd floor, no one was weak. Fighting 6 matches in a row was simply suicide. Within the martial arena, a black-clothed servant handed a jade slip to Lin Ming. Young hero Lin, this is your arranged match for today. It also has materials on your opponent. Hong Zhong. Lin Ming found this a bit suspicious. The so-called material was a truly pitiful amount. It only listed Hong Zhong's strength ranking in the 3rd floor at around rank 50, and mentioned that his heavenly demon tattoo was a late 6-winged heavenly demon. As for what cultivation method he used, what abilities he had, what his techniques were, or any information on battle array discs of his past fights, there was no mention at all. However, Lin Ming didn't care about this much. After he defeated Xianxia, he had cultivated diligently for 10 whole months. With the concept of thunder, his self-created move, as well as the most basic opening of the 8 inner hidden gates, he was confident in his own strength. Lin Wu wins. He has killed his opponent and thus obtained a 10-win streak and a slaughter point. For ending his opponent's 42-win winning streak, he obtains 4 slaughter points. This is 5 slaughter points altogether. A black-clothed old man loudly announced on the martial arena stage. Several staff went on stage to lift away Lin Wu's opponent. The arena stage that was stained with blood was a reminder of the cruel and tragic battle that had just occurred. As the victor, Lin Wu was covered in blood from head to toe. His energy consumption was great and he was barely supporting himself with his last bit of energy. He quickly swallowed down some pills and started to adjust his breathing. Because killing an opponent granted a 10-win winning streak and just defeating an opponent granted a single winning streak, the fights between the martial artists of the 3rd floor were usually filled with blood and chaos. These battles were nearly always competitions of life and death. Such a fight was an enormous pressure on a martial artist. Even a veteran martial artist who had experienced many similar battles found it hard to remain calm. As Lin Wu left the stage, a new martial artist jumped on stage. Every month on this day was when the 3rd floor's martial arena was at its liveliest. There would be several dozen competitions carried out today. Lin Ming was just estimating the strength of the martial artists that just went on stage and comparing it to himself, when at this time, a loud and hoarse laugh sounded out from around him. He turned around to see a giant demon fellow. This person's body had used some unknown ink and their body was painted with seals. This giant demon fellow was looking at Lin Ming as he menacingly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. Lin Ming frowned. He suddenly realized something and said, "Are you Hong Zhong? Smart. You are my opponent today. We will be fighting in the next round." "Oh? I'm glad I don't have to wait." "Haha, you're quite confident in yourself. I don't know who you've offended for me to be your first match." "Rest assured, I am not in the habit of torturing my opponents to death. I will give you a happy and simple death." To Hong Zhong, the current Lin Ming in front of him was nothing more than a pile of 1,500 high-grade blood demon crystals. Not just that, but Kai Yang had made a pledge. Once Hong Zhong was able to successfully obtain Lin Ming's spatial ring, he would introduce Hong Zhong to become a direct vassal under High Lord Heian. This condition by itself was able to greatly move Hong Zhong's ambitious heart. Once he climbed up into the High Lord's graces, then he could obtain a 20% discount, 30% discount, or even completely free use of practice resources. To Hong Zhong, although this soul bead probably had a great value, it was still an unknown object. How could it compare to visible benefits right in front of him? Thus at this moment he was impatient to fight Lin Ming. Have I offended this fellow? Lin Ming turned his head. He didn't know what this Hong Zhong was being so antsy about. Inadvertently, Lin Ming saw Kai Yang in the arena, faintly smiling at him. Kai Yang. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. These past days, he basically hadn't left his practice area, so Kai Yang didn't have a chance to do anything to him. But now that he had to enter the martial stage for a match, Kai Yang probably wouldn't let go of this chance to deal with him. Make your move. I'll follow along. Lin Ming didn't give a single care. Even if Kai Yang himself came, he wouldn't feel pressed at all. The battle on stage was evenly matched. Lin Ming was calmly watching this fight. When at this moment, a true essence sound transmission resounded in Lin Ming's ear. Brother Lin. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Ming turned to see that the one speaking to him was Mook Gu. Brother Mook. Brother Lin, today is your first match. I just found out your match 4 hours ago, so I've helped you gather some information. As Mook Gu spoke, he handed Lin Ming a jade slip. I was in a hurry, so there's a limited amount of information. Hurry and look at it. Thank you. Lin Ming felt a bit of warmth in his heart. Although he was well aware that the reason Mook Gu became friends with him was because he was looking forward to Lin Ming's promising future. No matter what the reason was, it was still a very gratifying and thankful matter to have a friend on the 3rd floor. Lin Ming immersed his perception in the jade slip. Lin Ming didn't have the time to see much before the battle on stage was finally decided. It was a rare outcome. The strength of the two challengers was very close, so while both were mutually wounded, no one had died. If this was the 1st floor, then this match would probably lead to an outburst of boos and shouts. But on the 3rd floor, the audience seemed to maintain a unanimous silence, an oppressive atmosphere filling the entire martial arena. This match is AOU's victory. The referee looked over the two challengers and made a decision on who had won. He then glanced at the audience and said, "Next match, Hong Zhong against Lin Ming." As Lin Ming's name was called out, a number of people in the stands paid closer attention to the stage. But this was only paying some attention. On the 2nd floor, Lin Ming was king, as lofty as the sun, but on the 3rd floor he was a relatively common existence. In the eyes of these martial artists, Lin Ming was indeed a top genius, but he was just too tender. If I remember correctly, this should be Lin Ming's first match. I didn't think he would have to fight against someone like Hong Zhong. Hong Zhong can be considered a hardened veteran of the 3rd floor. His publicly listed strength is in the top 50, but no one knows how much strength he is hiding. It seems that Skysplit Tower's judges believe that Lin Ming's strength is also ranked in the top 50 on the 3rd floor. I really have no idea what sort of measurements they are using for their evaluation. He's just a babyish newcomer from the 2nd floor, and yet he's been arranged an opponent in the top 50 rankings. This Lin Ming simply has bad luck. A martial artist said, taking pleasure in Lin Ming's misfortune. The martial artists of Skysplit Tower certainly didn't want to see new talent grow. If they were unlucky, they might become these people's stepping stones. I think that Lin Ming has probably offended someone. But it's too early to say that Lin Ming's the one with bad luck. Let's take a look at the results first. Lin Ming tapped his toes and lightly floated on stage. On the opposite side, Hong Zhong grasped an overlord spear. He had already been waiting on stage. Spear to spear. But Lin Ming's purple comet spear was smaller than Hong Zhong's massive python-like overlord spear. Begin. Without any hype-building talk, the referee immediately started the match. Boy. You can consider meeting me your bad luck. Now I'll take your life. Hong Zhong began to step forwards. With every step, his aura rose, and loud Rumbling noises filled the air like the drumbeat of a heart. Step by step, every step grew increasingly fearful. Even Lin Ming felt his own heart being faintly affected. What an amazing potential gathering step! Above the stage, Mook Gu's heart chilled. The martial artists of Skysplit Tower's third floor were not nobodies of their generation. Although this step seemed simple, it was in fact filled with layers upon layers of profound mysteries. If it were him and not Lin Ming on stage, then in the face of Hong Zhong, his own imposing aura would be completely suppressed. If his momentum was already suppressed before the fight truly began, then how could he even fight? Within the arena, many of the other martial artists present secretly praised Hong Zhong's steps in their heart. Even the normally arrogant and aloof Kai Yang revealed a toothy smile. However, Lin Ming only stood there on stage, seemingly not caring at all. This boy, just what is he doing? Hong Zhong frowned. Without a pause in his steps, his aura soon reached the limit. The Overlord spear in his hands had gathered its maximum potential. It was poised for action. But at this moment, Hong Zhong suddenly felt as if his steps slowed down. He obviously should be going faster, but for some unknown reason, his movements couldn't catch up to his mind. His originally perfect rhythm, because of these slowed steps, had suddenly become disrupted. Thus, the aura that he had been gathering with every step had been destroyed. What's going on? Hong Zhong was greatly shocked. In that instant, he felt as if he had become incomparably slow. Although he hadn't been harmed in any way, his spear potential had broken apart. All of the surrounding martial artists were greatly shocked. As challengers of the third floor, those that were able to arrive here were geniuses of their generation. They naturally saw the mystery of what had happened just now. The concept of time. Yes, that monstrous freak Lin Ming has actually comprehended the laws of space and time. A martial artist suddenly remembered. They too had seen information on Lin Ming. Humph. It's only a superficial touch. Beside the martial artist, an outstanding Fey elite glowered. In terms of concepts, the Fey were naturally superior. But as a young Fey elite himself, he still hadn't been able to comprehend the concepts of space and time. Yet, this human had been able to do so. Of course he wasn't happy about this at all. However, the martial artist beside him hadn't understood the meaning behind the Fey youth's words. He continued to say, it truly is just a tiny bit, but even this isn't easy. Not just that, but this simple superficial application of the concept of time was able to ruin Hong Zhong's rhythm. This method of use is simply clever to the extreme. The more excited this martial artist became, the uglier the Fey youth's expression became. What a good boy, it seems I had underestimated you. But so what if you can break my spear potential? I do not need to rely on that to suppress you. I can do that with absolute strength alone. Take my spear. Hong Zhong gave a loud shot, and the Overlord spear in his hands suddenly dropped from above. A great pressure following it. Billowing demon essence filled the air like a massive dark cloud. In that instant, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light. The purple comet spear in his hands thrust forth like a bolt of lightning. Concept of thunder. This spear had no killing move accompanying it. There was only a purple electric light blazing above the shaft of the spear. Under the concept of thunder, the power of this electric light was incomparable with the past. Chila. The purple comet spear and Overlord spear struck each other with their shafts. The Overlord spear suddenly stopped. A violent and raging power of thunder had sunk into Hong Zhong's body. Hong Zhong paused. It felt as his entire body was being paralyzed by this thunder. However, Hong Zhong truly was a high-ranking master of the third floor. As he saw the purple comet spear thrusting towards his throat like a viper, he bit down on his tongue, forcefully sobering his body. Get out! A spear thrust towards Lin Ming's front. Lin Ming took this chance to flip upside over. As he was in the air, his hands moved. Primeval spear strike. A spear thrust out. Blood-drinking seals danced in the air. After coming to Skysplit Tower, not only had the number of blood-drinking seals greatly increased, but with the death of powerhouses like Xueman and Xingtian to condense the blood-drinking seals, their might had sharply risen too. With the spear, blood-drinking seals shot out, twisting around like a spinning steel needle. Hong Zhong's pupils shrank, inexplicably shocked. Lin Ming's strength had far surpassed his wildest imaginations. Bang! Demon essence completely erupted. Massive waves of demon essence appeared around Hong Zhong. The runes on his body began to radiate a dazzling light. He had gone all out, releasing his most core cultivation method. Lin Ming sneered. Heretical God Force, open. CA. A spear shot out. Hong Zhong blocked the purple comet spear, but the spinning vortex of blood-drinking seals had cut apart the waves of demon essence, shooting straight towards him. With the Overlord spear extended out, Hong Zhong was completely unable to resist this attack with his spear. Break for me, Hong Zhong shouted. He punched out a fist. Flesh and blood against blood-drinking seals. Kacha! Dozens of blood-drinking seals were amazingly sent flying away with Hong Zhong's punch. As for Hong Zhong's fist, only the skin had been broken. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. What a solidly strong fist! But as Lin Ming was shocked, Hong Zhong was more so shocked. That punch seemed normal, but in truth it had consumed a great deal of strength. He had used highly compressed demon essence hidden in his body to resist that attack. That was his sec's top defensive cultivation method, Great Bell Shield. But in that punch a moment ago, that Great Bell Shield had nearly broken apart. This boy, if he lives, he will absolutely be a disaster. Hong Zhong licked the blood off his fist, his eyes flashing with thick killing intent. I didn't think I would be forced to this step. Since that's the case, I'll have you take my full and complete attack. This is the first time I've used this attack in Sky Split Tower. Kai Yang had already said that Hong Zhong was hiding his strength. If he displayed his full strength, then Hong Zhong could at least rank in the 30s. He could even challenge the top 30. Hong Zhong's entire body began to issue crackling noises. His face became increasingly forced. His forehead became more prominent, and his fangs seemed to lengthen. All of the blue veins on his body began to twist like worms. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He could clearly feel the intense oppressive feeling that was being transmitting by the erupting aura within Hong Zhong's body. Sky Split Tower's third floor is truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere rank 40 to 50 Hong Zhong can actually have this strength. If it is the top 10 or one of the heavenly demons 7 stars, just how formidable would they become in this situation? Lin Ming's heart burned with fighting spirit. He decided to completely free the power of the heretical god force. Lin Ming's heretical god force had touched upon the second layer. The heretical god seed's ability to compress true essence had been enhanced, and the increase in strength and true essence had risen to another level. Added to Lin Ming's attempt to open the 8 inner hidden gates, his endurance and tenacity far exceeded what it used to be. Now, with just the heretical god force, Lin Ming's combat prowess was already extremely terrifying. As for his other abilities, Lin Ming didn't use them. He still had a long road to walk on the third floor. After compressed true essence erupted, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear. The divine demon thunder soul completely fused into it, and a legion of blood-drinking seals drifted in the air. Billowing waves of true essence filled the air like an overwhelming tsunami. In front of Lin Ming, Hong Zhong's form suddenly appeared. He had spurred his demon essence to the limit. Heavenly shrine suppression. With his entire body wrapped in a cloak of black light, Hong Zhong was like the embodiment of a meteor as he came crashing down. This strike contained the noble concept of Earth. The giant demon race's talent did not lie in their comprehension of concepts. However, under such a top practice environment like Sky Split Tower's third floor, they could equally comprehend a concept that belonged to them. Outside of this concept, Hong Zhong's terrifying physical strength was even more outstanding, as well as his incomparably thick demon essence. With these 3 aspects as one, as soon as Hong Zhong used his strongest attack, the entire arena was covered with black clouds. It was like being pressed down by a massive mountain. What a magnificent move! The advantage of an Overlord spear lies in its potential and ability to roll over all before it. This attack of Hong Zhong's exemplifies this truth. Hong Zhong was really hiding his strength well. From just this strike alone, his ranking could be in the top 30. How will Lin Ming defend against this? The martial artists in the arena patiently waited. In a fight between top masters, victory and defeat were often decided in an instant. The clash before was merely a probing attack. At the edge of the arena, Mukgu was also feeling anxious. This strike of Hong Zhong's was truly earth-shattering. Would Lin Ming really be able to defend against it? Facing this strike that contained the strength of the deep earth, Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit. Without any master ability, Lin Ming only relied upon the eminently great increase in strength given to him by the second layer of the heretical god force. Slaughter. His will and potential poured into this attack, Lin Ming was able to grasp the greatest strength of the great desolate halberd art. 100 blood-drinking seals completely fused into the purple comet spear. Lin Ming also wanted to see just what degree of power the great desolate blood halberd would reach after fusing the blood essence of so many masters of Sky-Split Tower. Kacha. Hong Zhong's overwhelming momentum and billowing demon essence met Lin Ming's spear strike. Both attacks were in intense opposition, neither side backing down. Hong Zhong never thought that this strike, infused with all of his strength, would actually be blocked by Lin Ming. Break! Hong Zhong roared, and all of the demon essence within his body began to revolve past its bearing ability. He wanted to defeat Lin Ming's spear in a single move, but at this moment, several dazzlingly bright crimson blood-drinking seals cut towards him like flying knives. The blood-drinking seals tore through the cloud of demon essence, piercing straight towards Hong Zhong's chest. These blood-drinking seals were condensed from the sacrifice of Shui Man and Xing Tian. They were incomparably sharp. What? Hong Zhong was horrified. At this critical moment, his eyes turned blood-red. He overdrew all of his demon essence in order to forcefully open the Great Bell Shield. Chila. The blood-drinking seal pierced through the top of Hong Zhong's shield, directly cutting it open. In his haste, this quickly conjured shield of Hong Zhong's was much more fragile than before. Hong Zhong gave a miserable cough as he was sent flying away. On his chest, a 2-foot-deep wound had been opened. His lungs had been cut, blood spurting everywhere. The entire audience was in a stupor. Lin Ming had not only blocked Hong Zhong's strike, but he had also counterattacked and wounded Hong Zhong. This 2-foot-deep wound was manageable to a giant demon. It wouldn't affect their combat ability too much. But if his lungs were cut this time, then what about the next time? Would his heart be cut open next? This fight, Hong Zhong was on the verge of defeat. Lin Ming withdrew the heretical god force, saving away the remaining true essence. The blood-drinking seals that danced in the air also melted back into Lin Ming's body without a trace. To Lin Ming, the great desolate halberd art wasn't just a technique used to kill, but also a cultivation method used to enhance his cultivation. Within the blood slaughter steps, using the great desolate halberd art to increase his cultivation was naturally much faster than using the vermilion bird forbidden divine chronicle. Hong Zhong crawled up from the ground. Because of his burning rage, the seals tattooed on his face turned bright red. As he glared at Lin Ming, the brilliant shine in his eyes was that of a wounded vicious beast on the edge of craziness. Well done. You forced my hand to this point. I didn't want to use this move, but now I'll make sure not even your skeleton is left over. Oh? Didn't you just say a moment ago that that was your final hidden ability? Lin Ming mocked. A moment ago, when Hong Zhong was forced by Lin Ming to use the final hidden card he had spat out some ruthless words. He wanted to kill Lin Ming with that strike, but now that he had used his ability, Lin Ming was unharmed whilst he himself was seriously wounded. Now, whatever vicious words he said would just be a joke. It would be nothing more than the words of a coward putting up a front. I don't think Hong Zhong has much hope to win. His aura is much weaker than before, he's consumed too much demon essence. Even if he had another final move to use, it would just be a joke. I didn't think Lin Ming would win this. His strength is enough to advance into the top 30. This newcomer is too scary. As the audience around the stage were talking at this time, no one present believed Hong Zhong would win. But just as they started discussing the fight, all of them suddenly stopped. They saw that Hong Zhong had fished out an insect pouch from his waist. Spirit insects? When did Hong Zhong raise something like that? Buzz. As Hong Zhong opened the spirit insect bag, a group of dark golden insects flew out, looking like cloud of dark gold. Every spirit insect was the size of a bean, and they looked incomparably vicious. Seeing these, all of the surrounding martial artists were shocked. Demonic gold insects. Weren't these the spirit insects that the heavenly demon 7 stars Kai Yang cultivated? How did they end up in Hong Zhong's hands? The cost of raising these demonic gold insects was extremely high. Every time they was used, there would always be some loss. Losing dozens of them at a time was a normal occurrence. How could these be lent out to others? Much less this was the third floor of Skysplit Tower, where everyone was always killing everyone else, who would take their final last resort or hidden skill and let others study it. Wasn't that just a joke? Is Hong Zhong actually raising demonic gold insects? A martial artists found this hard to believe. A demonic gold insect was a wonderful and strange spirit insect. How could someone raise them just because they wanted to? Something's wrong. I'm certain that those are Kai Yang's demonic gold insects. Another martial artist said. He had seen many of Kai Yang's matches where the imp had let loose these demonic gold insects. His memory of these bugs was especially deep. However, no matter what the situation was, something was true without a doubt. Lin Ming was in danger. If that's true, then how did Kai Yang's demonic gold insects end up in Hong Zhong's hands? In the audience, Muku was worried. He glanced over at Kai Yang. Kai Yang was watching the match without the least bit of surprise on his face. If so, then that meant those demonic gold insects were really lent to Hong Zhong by Kai Yang. Their friendship shouldn't reach this degree. Why would this be happening? Muku couldn't understand why. But at this time on the arena stage, the demonic gold insects had already enveloped an area of dozens of feet around Lin Ming. The demonic gold insects ate all sorts of rare and precious metals as they grew, fusing the essence of these metals into their own carapaces. From top to bottom, their entire body was a weapon, especially with so many of them. If a cloud of these demonic gold insects rushed at someone, perhaps not even their skeleton would be left. Lin Ming, go die! Hong Zhong chortled. The demonic gold insects buzzed as they rushed forwards, blocking every escape route. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Blood seal twisting murder. Blood-drinking seals shot out, forming a vortex in the air as sharp as a saber. With a clanging noise, a massive number of these demonic gold insects were sent flying back. However, although they were sent crashing dozens of feet away, some even breaking the ground in their fall, none of them were actually injured. In just several breaths of time, all of these demonic gold insects took to the air again. There were too many of these winged insects. The blood-drinking seals simply weren't able to strike all of them down. Dozens of these flying insects had come out unscathed. They gathered into a group, flying towards Lin Ming. Concept of space. Lin Ming's feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, instantly vanishing from where he was. In a situation with nearly no gaps, he had escaped the encirclement of these insects. The demonic gold insects struck the metal ground. In that instant, the metal floor that was supported by an array formation seemed to be melted away, as if concentrated acid was poured atop it. A big hole appeared in the ground. If this sort of attack hit a person, there would absolutely be nothing left of them. Too fierce. Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge the strength of these insects. Not only were these demonic gold insects invulnerable to weapons, but their attack power was terrifying. This method of use could shake one's heart. Hee. Let's see where else you can hide. Hong Zhong shouted, carried away with the success of forcing Lin Ming away. Lin Ming looked at Hong Zhong, his eyes as sharp as swords. What? You want to attack my body instead? You are far too naive. Hong Zhong coldly snorted. The demonic gold insects formed a dark gold fog in front of him. If he commanded the demonic gold insects and left himself open to a fatal attack, then he would have been far too stupid. Defensive form. As Hong Zhong issued an order, the spirit insects in front of him began to change as their carapaces stretched out. The bean-sized spirit insects, after stretching out their carapaces, were now the size of pigeon eggs. With these insects stacked together, they formed a shield in front of Hong Zhong. Attack form. Hong Zhong issued out another order. Some of the demonic gold insects still buzzing in front of Lin Ming also changed. Their bodies changed, and suddenly a sharp drill horn appeared on them. Not just that, but this horn was also trembling, contained the power of a single law. The law of vibration. Lin Ming wasn't a stranger to the power of vibration. His flow like silk was the perfect manifestation of the power of vibration. Absolute defense and absolute attack. These demonic gold insects were originally spirit insects that could be used offensively and defensively. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. This method of fighting simply had no weaknesses. How could one break through this? The surrounding audience widened their eyes in rapt attention lest they miss a single detail. These tiny spirit insects actually hold so many mysteries. Those high-speed vibrating horns can probably easily pierce through a martial artist's protective true essence. If someone were to be drilled through by these insects, then the consequences would be fatal. Lin Ming grimaced. He had his own self-created move, the blood of the ancient phoenix and the 8 inner hidden gates. He hadn't planned on using these 3 killer moves, but now he had no choice. Facing Hong Zhong and these demonic gold insects, Lin Ming could no longer hide these abilities. The purple comet spear in his hands lay horizontally flat. Thunder sparkled on the shaft. The electric light seemed to be able to pierce through space itself. The dark demonic gold insects howled forwards, their vibrating horns tearing the air. This imposing aura was shocking to all. Lin Ming glanced over at Hong Zhong. His features were maliciously twisted, anticipation in his eyes as the demonic gold insects had formed a shield behind him. Lin Ming sneered. The bodies of the demonic gold insects were certainly hard and unyielding, but the shield formed by them certainly wasn't the same. Taking a step backwards, the thunder on the purple comet spear suddenly converged upon itself. The 3-colored lightning formed a spear of thunder, perfectly fusing together with the purple comet spear. With the support of the violet electricity spirit bamboo, the potency of this attack had reached the limit. Concept of thunder, chasing thunder. Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. Spear and man became one, turning into a blazing bolt of lightning, arcing forwards. The demonic gold insect's attack naturally failed. In that moment, sound itself seemed to be swallowed up. Lin Ming had become a peerless master spear. He had become the spear had become him. Cha! Lin Ming turned into an electric light that stabbed into the shield of demonic gold insects. The speed of this attack was simply too quick. Even many of the martial artists present couldn't see what had happened. All they saw was a dazzling flash of lightning and the sound of something shattering. Dozens of dark demonic gold insects were shot backwards. Hong Zhong was beyond shocked. With a loud shout of surprise, his eyes widened. He grasped the Overlord's spear, bringing it forwards. However, it was too late. Puff! With a light sound, all of the potential Hong Zhong had gathered was shattered. He stood there, motionless like statue, but Lin Ming had already instantly appeared hundreds of feet past him, as if he had teleported there. ZZ! Electric light still sparkled on Lin Ming's body. The dazzling radiance of the purple comet spear was difficult to look directly at, because the speed of the attack was too fast. A several hundred-foot-long fissure had appeared in the ground behind Lin Ming. As for Hong Zhong, his eyes had dulled over and his body was stiff. He still maintained his posture of wielding his spear, the Overlord's spear in his hands halfway up. In front of him, a hole the size of a large egg had appeared in the shield of demonic gold insects. There, several demonic gold insects had vanished. This hole, if one looked, extended straight through to Hong Zhong's throat. In the center of Hong Zhong's throat was a similar hole. It passed completely through his head, exiting through the back. All of the flesh and skin around this area had been scorched black. The bones of his throat had shattered, broken with a single strike. Lin Ming hadn't pierced the demonic gold insects directly, instead aiming for where they attached to each other. Once he destroyed this connection, they naturally were shunted away by the attack. Although the demonic gold insects had a hard body, the areas which they connected were not as strong. The defensive ability of the demonic gold insects lay in their ability to separate a portion of themselves to form a shield around the martial artist, using this shield to defend against attacks. But if an attack exceeded the response time of these demonic gold insects, then there simply wasn't anything they could do about it. After piercing through the shield of demonic gold insects, Lin Ming's spear had stabbed through Hong Zhong's throat. There was no chance for him to resist. This was too fast. Chasing thunder fused the concept of thunder as well as the great desolate halberd art. This was an attack that Lin Ming poured his complete will and bodily potential into. In the entirety of Lin Ming's repertoire, this was the fastest attack. In the power of laws, the speed of thunder was even quicker than the wind. Lin Ming hadn't wanted to reveal this card in his hand, but compared to burning the blood of the ancient phoenix or using the 8 inner hidden gates, chasing thunder was the most suitable skill. The surrounding martial artists didn't have time to react. In fact, most of them hadn't even seen what had happened. They only saw the flash of thunder and Lin Ming seeming as if he teleported hundreds of feet away. As for Hong Zhong, a hole had suddenly appeared in his throat. Hong Zhong, he died? Hong Zhong had been winning just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, without time to take a single breath, the flow of battle had completely changed. It was faster than one could react. When Lin Ming had defended against Hong Zhong's heavenly shrine suppression, people had already expected that Lin Ming would win. But no one thought he would win so quickly, with a surprising move that took less than a second. What an amazingly fast attack! The speed approaches a terrifying boundary. If I fight Lin Ming in the future, I must be careful of this move. In the moment of that attack, it seemed to tear through the void itself. A surprise attack could achieve the highest effect. If others were prepared, then it naturally wouldn't be the same. In the arena, Mukgu let out a sigh of relief. He ruefully smiled and shook his head. His worry had been for nothing. Perhaps this isn't Lin Ming's limit. Lin Ming is someone who knows what he is doing. When he was on the second floor, he hadn't grasped this attack yet. But after going into closed-door seclusion for 8 months and then spending another 2 months on the third floor, he was able to. This was an entire 10 months. If Lin Ming hadn't made enormous progress, then why would he leave? Hong Zhong's corpse slumped down where it stood. But as for those demonic gold insects, they continued to buzz in the air. Without Hong Zhong's conscious control, they floated without purpose. Lin Ming's mind stirred. He reached out a hand and took off the spirit insect bag on Hong Zhong's waist. Come in. It was originally impossible for Lin Ming to control these demonic gold insects. But now, since they had lost all order and purpose, he could easily seize them all. With a wave of his hand, dozens of demonic gold insects flew into the spirit insect bag. You are looking to die. In the arena, Kai Yang exploded with utter rage. Whoosh! His figure flashed onto the arena stage. A sharp sword left its sheath, thrusting straight towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes shined with a cold light. He stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, instantly disappearing. Bang! The metal ground fiercely trembled. Kai Yang had torn a hole in it. Lin Ming fluttered down several dozens of feet away. He drew the purple comet spear, the spear point directed straight towards Kai Yang. Stop! A black-clothed referee coldly humphed, appearing in the center of the martial stage. During a match, no one may interrupt. Otherwise, you will be in violation of Sky Split Tower's rules. Kai Yang took a deep breath. Sky Split Tower had ironclad rules that could not be violated. Even the High Lords were no exception. He suppressed the thick killing intent in his heart and coldly shouted, Boy! Hand over that spirit insect bag. Hilarious! The corners of Lin Ming's lips panned up in a sneer. If I kill someone, then all of their possessions belong to me. Besides their city entrance token, everything is mine. These are the rules of Sky Split Tower. Tell me exactly what I have done wrong? Why should I give you anything? You wanted to use someone to kill me, but now that they died, I have to give this back to you? Is there really something so good? You! Kai Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Good. You are very good. With a wave of his sleeve, Kai Yang's robe rolled up. With a faint buzzing sound, the remaining demonic gold insects in the air completely flew towards Kai Yang's side. However, because the demonic gold insects in Lin Ming's spirit insect bag were separated into a different space, they weren't able to receive Kai Yang's orders, so it was naturally impossible for them to return to him. Lin Ming wasn't able to prevent this. He didn't have the ability to control the demonic gold insects. Lin Ming looked at the referee, coldly saying, Mr. Referee, according to the rules of Sky Split Tower, aren't all of these things my spoils of battle? The referee's expression was difficult. He hesitated for a moment but remained silent. Lin Ming, you are far greedier than a snake. You even want these too? Dream on. Kai Yang's heart was filled with a burning anger. Lin Ming coldly looked at Kai Yang, not speaking. At this time, exchanging words was useless and fighting was also forbidden. In that case, he might as well not speak. Everyone could see the truth. In the future, everything would be settled within the arena. Lin Ming, you'd better not step out of the fighting forbidden zones even half a step. Otherwise, I will have you suffer to death. Kai Yang ruthlessly spat out. He was no longer willing to stay in the martial arena any longer. He quickly exited. After Kai Yang left the martial arena, everyone was silent, not daring to make a noise. The atmosphere was chilling. But there were actually some people whispering. The one who lent the demonic gold insects to Hong Zhong was Kai Yang. Now that Hong Zhong is dead, it's completely reasonable for Lin Ming to take them. He wanted to lend a knife to someone to kill someone else, but after being defeated, he still wants his knife back. Is there such a truth in this world? Kai Yang is far too presumptuous. What can be done about it? Lin Ming is only a newcomer, but Kai Yang is a subordinate of a high lord. If he can endure, then he has to. Not to mention that Lin Ming has also obtained several dozen demonic gold insects. But if he wants to raise them, it won't be a simple matter. Lin Ming ignored the discussion in the audience. He removed Hong Zhong's spatial ring as well as flicking his finger, sending the blood-extinguishing demon thunder into Hong Zhong's body to attract his blood essence, condensing it into a blood-drinking seal. At this time, Hong Zhong's infernal energy also broke into Lin Ming's body. This was the infernal energy of a late six-winged heavenly demon. The density of this energy was extremely high. After it rushed into Lin Ming's body, the heavenly demon tattoo on his arm slowly became clearer and clearer. The first 3 pairs of wings were already condensed, but the fourth would be much more difficult. After absorbing the massive amount of infernal energy from Hong Zhong, Lin Ming's 4th pair of wings was less than half condensed. This was the same as a middle 6-winged heavenly demon. When the 4th pair of wings was complete, that would be an 8-winged heavenly demon. After becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon, his speed at practicing demonic path cultivation methods would rise to yet another level. Several staff came on stage and lifted Hong Zhong's corpse away. The referee embarrassingly smiled at Lin Ming and said, "Congratulations on your victory. Hong Zhong originally had a 95-win winning streak. After killing him, you should obtain a 10-win winning streak. But because the disparity of your win streak and Hong Zhong's is too great, your win streak is directly taken from his -30. Now, your total win streak is 65. At the same time, you also obtain 9 slaughter points from ending his winning streak, as well as another slaughter point for reaching a 60-win winning streak. This is a total of 10 slaughter points. Lin Ming's win streak was originally at 52. After obtaining a 10-win winning streak from Hong Zhong, he reached 62. Since his win streak was less than 65, it rose to that amount. After this match, you can cultivate for 2 months. If you do not come out during your closed-door seclusion, then you will need to make up for the matches you've missed within 1 day. I respectfully congratulate young hero Lin and wish you a bright future," the referee said with a smile. "I understand," Lin Ming lightly replied. He turned around and left, walking towards the practice area. Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor had new martial artists entering every month, as well as martial artists disappearing every month. These people might have died or they might have left. Whether they left or not was a choice they could make at any time. But there was actually a massive number of martial artists that were willing to risk their lives to stay within Skysplit Tower. This was for the pressure and cultivation resources that Skysplit Tower offered. This practice environment was one that was unique to Skysplit Tower. This time, Lin Ming went to another practice area. This was for the concept of fire. The 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, practice area. This time, the practice area that Lin Ming arrived at was the concept of fire. The practice area for the concept of fire also cost a slaughter point every 10 days. Currently, Lin Ming had a great deal of slaughter points, so he could stay here as he wished. Entering in, there was a vast expanse of space. In front of Lin Ming, the land was full of dark red rocks that extended to the horizon. Between these rocks, there were unknown plants growing. These plants, without exception, all exuded a very strong and pure fire origin energy. Not too far away, there was a turbid crimson stream surging through. From afar, it resembled lava, but as one closed in, they would notice that it was actually comprised of fire origin energy. A scalding hot wind blew off it. This heat itself was much hotter than normal lava. It was enough to directly scorch one's skin to a crisp. This place is a bit similar to the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm. When Lin Ming had first entered the Divine Phoenix Mystic Realm, he had also perceived the concept of fire through meditation. Now he would repeat that experience again. This river of fire origin energy seemed simple, but in truth, every wave, every ebb, contained laws of fire. Lin Ming sat on a burning rock floating on the river, entering into the ethereal martial intent state. He completely invested his concentration into comprehending the concept of fire. Slowly, Lin Ming submerged deep into this river of fire origin energy. A vast fire energy continuously flowed into Lin Ming's body from his acupoints. It made a random path through his meridians before discharging through his pores. A faint trace of essence and comprehension stayed within Lin Ming's body. As Lin Ming entered into the river of fire origin energy, he lost all sense of time. Burning heat. This is actually the movement of fire origin energy. The faster this energy goes, the more it impacts, the higher the temperature is. If I can stimulate this same situation with true essence, then the power of fire will also increase. This was a part of the truth that Lin Ming had become aware of before. But now, sitting through meditation, his understanding of this truth became even deeper. Lin Ming didn't know how long he sat in meditation for. The purple comet spear seemed to come out of the spatial ring, as if it had a mind of its own. Fire origin energy was stirred up by the sacred flame parasol tree, brilliantly burning. A spear shot out again and again. Fire origin energy rushed in all directions from Lin Ming's body, fusing into the purple comet spear. With the support of the sacred flame parasol tree, the might grew to another level. After touching upon the threshold for the gate of healing, Lin Ming's endurance had increased by a great amount. He nearly didn't feel fatigue. He didn't know how long he danced with his spear, but slowly, over time, understanding and comprehension seeped into his heart. If I can combine the concept of fire with the great desolate halberd art, what would that be like? If I can fuse the concept of fire and the concept of thunder together, and then pour that into the great desolate halberd art, what would that be like too? As Lin Ming thought of this, his heart was stirred. He was impatient in wanting to test this out. Combining any of the 5-element concepts together was impossibly difficult. This was because, normally speaking, a martial artist would only have a single sort of physique. Dual attribute martial artists had nearly all vanished. Even if they did have a dual attribute body, it wasn't easy if they wished to fuse concepts together. But Lin Ming had the heretical god seed within him, and his inborn fusion compatibility with thunder and fire reached a terrifying degree. Because of this impossibility could become a possibility. If he solely fused the concept of fire into his spear, then he would be able to create a move on the same level as chasing thunder. But if he fused the power of thunder and fire together, then he naturally would be able to create an even stronger ability. One just had to recall Thunderfire Annihilation to know this. But Thunderfire Annihilation was merely the most barbaric and primitive application of Thunderfire. Every time Lin Ming used it, it would consume a massive amount of true essence. In fact, when Thunderfire Annihilation exploded, most of its energy was wasted. This energy turned into shock waves that shot out in all directions. But the amount that actually struck the enemy was only a small portion of the total strength. Using Thunderfire Annihilation just a single time would take at least 40 to 50% of Lin Ming's true essence reserves. This was also the reason that Lin Ming did not dare to rashly use Thunderfire Annihilation. He could only wait until a battle reached its crescendo before using it as a final ending ability. Otherwise, if this attack failed, he would fall into an extremely dangerous and passive position. But if he could fuse the concepts of thunder and fire into his spear, then none of that would be a problem. This was a much higher level application of Thunderfire. It was a much more clever and exquisite use than the primitive Thunderfire Annihilation. If he was able to use this ability, he might even be able to get rid of Thunderfire Annihilation in the future. Lin Ming looked at the purple comet spear in his hands. This purple comet spear was made from the union of violet electricity spirit bamboo and sacred flame parasol tree, both of them being peak, high-grade, earthstep treasures. He had obtained this spear a long time ago, but because of the limits in his cultivation, he hadn't been able to use it to its greatest effect and allow it to shine. But now was the time. With the spear, he would be able to simultaneously increase the power of thunder and fire, fusing them together. It was as if the heavens themselves were helping him to fuse fire and thunder. The Great Desolate Halberd art is a style that was created by the Demon Emperor, and it suits him the most. If I use it, then it will be greatly weakened from its true strength. Even so, I have comprehended many truths from the Great Desolate Halberd art. I've understood the power of twisting, the power of traction, the concept of space, the concept of time, and in addition, because I cultivated the Great Desolate Halberd art, my own cultivation has greatly increased. But others' techniques are still their own. They won't completely suit me. I will take the Great Desolate Halberd art as my foundation and combine it with the heretical god force, creating a style that belongs to my own road of martial arts. When Lin Ming made this decision, he hadn't realized that he had already unconsciously stepped onto the path of being a true martial arts master. In the realm of the gods, since ancient times, those martial artists that could truly approach the peak of martial arts had all carved their own path, creating their own martial arts road. For instance, the supreme elder that had first created golden rock shattering the void had done so by watching the savage battle between a golden-winged rock and a true dragon. Then, using 60 years of closed-door seclusion, he had finally created the elementary form of golden rock shattering the void. However, since golden rock shattering the void fell into Lin Ming's hands, the speed of it was greatly reduced from its full potential. This was due to Lin Ming's limited comprehension of concepts, as well as this movement technique not being entirely suitable for him. Emulating others always meant one reached the end of that river. The martial artists of Sky Spill Continent had already defended their legacies and inheritances that their ancestors left behind, regarding them as the most precious and valuable treasures. But without evolution, these legacies would slowly decline, fading away and degenerating into something inferior. This was also the reason that the legacies of Sky Spill Continent's holy lands usually last 10,000 to 20,000 years. But within the realm of the gods, the true holy lands had inheritances that lasted 1,000,000 years or even several million years. This was because they all had peerless talents of their generation. These were haughty, arrogant, lofty existences that could carve out their own path of martial arts, establishing an even more brilliant future through the foundation laid by their predecessors. Through this, the legacy of these holy lands could soar to yet another level. However, one couldn't blame the martial artists of Sky Spill Continent for being short-sighted. To establish one's own martial arts was simply far, far too difficult. Even if one did, creating something on the level of the divine acacia power or some other inferior cultivation method, it still would never compare to the resources that the young heroic elites of the realm of the gods had, and their unique, advantageous environment. Originally, with Lin Ming's cultivation and environment of growth, it was nonsense to say he could create his own set of martial arts. But Lin Ming had the magic cube, and the magic cube had an endless supply of soul fragment memories that contained countless cultivation methods, secret skills, and martial skills. Using this as the basis and mastering these abilities through his own study, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Lin Ming's conditions were far better than those of any genius from the realm of the gods. If the former Lin Ming was compared to other outstanding young elites of his time, then his only advantage would be in the thickness of his true essence. In terms of strength, cultivation methods, or martial skills, he would be far surpassed by others. By the current Lin Ming was far ahead of any other young talent of his age. Not just that, but it was the difference between the heavens and earth. The current Lin Ming hadn't thought that far. What he wanted to do now was to fuse the concepts of thunder and fire into his spear, as well as fusing in the two top cultivation methods, the heretical god force and Great Desolate Halberd art. Such a fusion, even if he was only able to attempt it a bit, would provide endless benefits to the current Lin Ming. Show. In the empty space, spear light burned with boundless flames as dazzling as the noon sun. The spear shadows all wove together in the same place, forming a gorgeous net of light without a single gap. In an instant, the flames disappeared. The energy on the spear suddenly changed into the power of thunder. Thick arcs of electricity crawled on the spear like purple snakes, wildly, crazily dancing. Fire. Thunder. These two types of energies swapped back and forth again and again, faster and faster. The fierce savagery of fire and the extreme speed of thunder. If both of these forces could be fused together, then one could obtain the ultimate striking force and speed. The destructive force of this attack could be imagined. Lin Ming lost count of the days he practiced for and the numerous times he had exhausted his true essence, putting himself in danger. Even so, Lin Ming didn't say anything further. He would only take out 100 high-grade blood demon crystals and revolved the great desolate halberd art, wantonly absorbing the rich energy and blood vitality within. In less than an hour, his true essence would be supplemented, but a great deal of the energy within the blood demon crystals would be wasted. But Lin Ming didn't care. The reason he used so many blood demon crystals in such a disposable manner was all in order to save a few more minutes returning to his peak state, maintaining that faint hint of enlightenment. This could be said to be the cost of practicing this way. After all, Lin Ming had obtained a great deal of blood demon crystals after killing Hong Zhong. But these periods of insight were fleeting. If he missed it once, then who knew when the next time would be? Like this crazy practice lasted for several months. Lin Ming's spear strikes contained an inherent concept of thunder and fire that became increasingly primed. The ground under his feet had already torn apart. The billowing river of fire origin energy had already doubled in width. Whoosh! A brilliant light cut across the sky like a rising sun. Lin Ming's form disappeared, fully integrating into the spear, becoming a complete, organic whole. He was like a meteor impacting forwards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles passed beneath him. Lin Ming crashed into a mountain peak. Sci-Fi. Rock melted. A hole dozens of feet wide appeared in the mountain peak, completely passing through the mountain that was several miles thick. Through this massive hole, one could see crushed stones and dripping hot lava following all the way through. By fusing the concept of fire into the spear strike and pouring all of his will and blood vitality into the strike, he was able to achieve effects on a similar level to Chasing Thunder. Lin Ming decided to name this move Chasing Sun. What Lin Ming had used a moment ago was not just Chasing Sun, but a strike that also contained a hint of the concept of thunder. Although it hadn't fully fused together, it had begun to take shape. If he continued to improve this, completely integrating the concepts of thunder and fire together, then this would become Lin Ming's mightiest killing move, one that surpassed Thunderfire Annihilation. Not just that, but it wouldn't consume too much true essence, and even rarer, its speed was extremely fast. It was basically impossible to defend against. Lin Ming put away the purple comet spear. As he looked to his own Dantian, he mumbled to himself, "I didn't notice, but my cultivation has already reached the peak of the middle Xiantian realm. I'm only missing a single step before I can enter the late Xiantian realm. In these last months of practice, my benefits have been too great." On Skysplit Tower's 4th floor, in a luxuriously decorated hall, 3 robed men stood there. They were watching a battle array disc set in front of them. Above the array disc was repeating the entire fight of Lin Ming and Hong Zhong. These 3 people were Skysplit Tower's High Lords. In the last battle, Lin Ming had shown Chasing Thunder, using this skill to instantly kill Hong Zhong. Seeing this scene, even these worldly High Lords sucked in a cold breath. Hong Zhong also died. His strength can be ranked in Skysplit Tower's top 30. According to this, Lin Ming's strength must be ranked at least in the mid-20s. However, I still feel that he is hiding a part of his strength. If this is true, then his strength must rank in the top 20. This young man is simply too terrifying. For him to have this cultivation and strength at this age, he is absolutely an upper-ranking emperor-level talent. Among the 3 10-winged High Lords, High Lord Shingong was the one speaking. He was the one who had arranged Hong Zhong's battle against Lin Ming. He had thought that Hong Zhong would be enough to handle him, but he didn't imagine this would be the result instead. "We've already made our effort. We can't stop him rising anymore. According to Skysplit Tower's own rules, it's impossible for us to arrange someone in the top 10 as his opponent. If so, then we can only wait until Lin Ming develops to the level of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars and then lay down our cards with him. He can either submit to us or he can leave Skysplit Tower. He should be smart enough to know what choice to make." Skysplit Tower did not stop martial artists if they wanted to leave. In fact, the High Lords very much wanted to see these unstoppable heroes leave. They wanted those young, outstanding, heroic elites to scurry away as soon as possible. If they stayed in Sky-Split Tower, then the High Lords would have trouble sleeping in peace. Humph, why would a human pledge themselves to us? His heart and race are completely different from us. This Lin Ming can either leave Sky-Split Tower or die. The one speaking was an imp High Lord. He was Kai Yang's boss, High Lord Heian. Heian, you better not have some dark thoughts. It's fine if you kill on the arena stage, but if you dare to assassinate him, then you will be in violation of our bottom line. You must know that there are several old monsters that already became 12-winged heavenly demons in Sky-Split Tower before leaving. After leaving, they even became peerless emperors. These people can ignore the strange curse of the blood slaughter steps and re-enter this land. Among them is the Eightfall War Emperor. He is a human. Initially, when he crossed the 8th stage of life destruction and reached the Divine Sea, he was also someone who comprehended the laws of space and time. Because of this, his combat strength far surpasses a supreme elder on his level. This is why he is titled the Eightfall War Emperor. If he decides to return to the blood slaughter steps, then let alone us, even Polar Sky-Split Tower's Tower Master is nothing in front of him. In fact, even the Step Master of the 12 Sky-Split Towers is most likely not his match. In the blood slaughter steps, because of a mysterious curse that permeated this land, a martial artist whose strength reached a top-level demon king or perhaps 1 or 2 stages of life destruction would not dare to step foot in the blood slaughter steps. This was because they feared dying to this curse. There was no need to mention demon emperors or divine sea masters. If they came to the blood slaughter steps, then they would perish without a doubt. But there was a single exception. This was a martial artist that became a 12-winged heavenly demon within the blood slaughter steps. These individuals seem to have obtained the recognition of the mystical strength hidden within the blood slaughter steps, and thus would have the qualifications to re-enter the blood slaughter steps. These past years, Sky-Split Tower had been working hard to stop talents from developing. Once a martial artist became an 8-winged heavenly demon, they would start paying attention to them. They could either choose to submit or choose to leave. There was no third choice. If they chose to submit, then there was a small hope they could become a 10-winged heavenly demon. For them, 10 wings were already the limit. To think of gaining 12 wings was nothing but the nonsensical talk of a moron. Of course, Sky-Split Tower also had its bottom line. Off of the stage, they would not secretly assassinate martial artists. They would also not arrange a fatal battle for martial artists. This was because they feared offending the most ancient large sects and holy lands. To these great powers, the machinations of Sky-Split Tower were no secret. For these many years, there were few holy lands that would make things difficult for Sky-Split Tower. They would send their young disciples to Sky-Split Tower in order to gain experience, and once they became an 8-winged heavenly demon, or even a 10-winged heavenly demon, then these holy lands would summon their disciples to depart. This way, everyone knew their role and coexisted in relative harmony. As for their disciples, if they died in the normal process of adventuring, then they could only be considered as too mediocre. These holy lands would not do something as boring or troublesome as taking revenge upon Sky-Split Tower or their killers. After all, Sky-Split Tower was a battlefield. Life and death here all depended on one's own abilities. Since they came to the blood slaughter steps, then they naturally must be mentally prepared for their death. As the Eightfall War Emperor was mentioned, High Lord Heian's complexion changed. He was just a mere 10-winged heavenly demon. In front of the illustrious Eightfall War Emperor, he was nothing more than an ant. What are you trying to say, Xingong? Do you think that this boy is related to the Eightfall War Emperor? I didn't say that, but he and the Eightfall War Emperor are both upper emperor level talents, and they both comprehended the laws of space and time. This made me think they might be associated with each other. Not just that, but don't you think that the final move he used to kill Hong Zhong was extremely ingenious? It seemed like it was created just for Lin Ming. This sort of ability is impossible for Lin Ming to self-create. If so, then he must have an emperor-level powerhouse working behind the scenes for him. I simply cannot believe that there would be such a genius in this world. High Lord Xingong languidly said. Normally, only a self-created style or tailored skill was able to display the strongest power. Xingong didn't think that Lin Ming was able to create his own techniques. This move was definitely tailored for him by someone else. High Lord Heian quietened. At this time, High Lord Shigong said again, when Lin Ming was on the second floor, I investigated and discovered that he rented the 8 Fall War Emperor's battle array disc. If Lin Ming was really a disciple of the 8th Fall War Emperor, then it stood to reason that he didn't need to see the 8th Fall War Emperor's battle array disc. There was one possibility, and that was that Lin Ming wanted to see his master's past glorious exploits. However, this still didn't explain anything. I understand. High Lord Heian was silent for a moment before he slowly said, that being the case, then I shall let him grow. But, when he becomes an 8-winged heavenly demon, he must leave. Otherwise, I will use the rules of Skysplit Tower to kill him. This too wouldn't be difficult. This way, even if he's related to the 8-Fall War Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to say anything. Oh. Practice passed without sense of time. In the practice area of the concept of fire, time passed a day at a time. Without knowing it, Lin Ming's 19th birthday had passed. His cultivation was approaching the breaking point for the late Xianxia realm more and more. As for fusing the concept of fire and the concept of thunder, that also continued to constantly improve. I wonder how long I've stayed in the concept of fire's practice area for. My comprehension of the concept of fire is profound enough, but now, I feel that my comprehension of the concept of thunder is lacking, which is causing a problem with fusing these two concepts. I should go back to the concept of thunder practice area and take a look. Perhaps I might be able to make a breakthrough there. As Lin Ming thought this, he left the concept of fire practice area and arrived at the practice area registration office. In the practice area registration office, the middle-aged man glanced at Lin Ming and leisurely said, Lin Ming, you've already stayed at the concept of fire practice area for 95 days. Currently, you owe a match. If you continue to go to the practice area, then if you stay in for another 25 days or so, then you will accumulate another match you have to finish. At that time, you'll have to complete 2 matches in a row. Think about this carefully. I understand. I choose to continue practicing. Hee, you've got guts, boy. The middle-aged man took out a token to enter the concept of thunder practice area and passed it to Lin Ming. 1 slaughter point and 20 high-grade blood demon crystals every 10 days. You still have 15 slaughter points. You can practice for another 3 months, but afterwards you must come out. Lin Ming was secretly dumbfounded. When he was on the second floor, he had obtained 40 slaughter points, and after killing Hong Zhong, he gained another 10 for a total of 50 slaughter points. These 50 slaughter points, when he had cultivated on the 3rd floor for half a year, he had spent some of them. After reaching the 3rd floor and practicing for over 5 months in the concept practice areas, he had spent more and more. Currently, he only had 15 left over. He had earned a great deal of slaughter points but still felt stretched. If so, then the situation of others could be imagined. If others drifted along in Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor and only fought matches with friends without killing each other, then there was simply no point in staying at Skysplit Tower. This was because if one were defeated just once, then their winning streak would be ruined and they would also lose a great portion of their heavenly demon tattoo. If this was so, then it would just be better to leave the blood slaughter steps and go adventuring outside. If one didn't have slaughter points within Skysplit Tower, then the resources available were useless. This was also a reason why Muku was not willing to sacrifice any slaughter points. Lin Ming took out 100 high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring and pushed them towards the middle-aged man. This was enough to schedule a practice area for 50 days. After killing others and taking their wealth, Lin Ming did not lack blood demon crystals. After an incense stick of time, Lin Ming arrived at the concept of thunder practice area yet again. This was a purple dreamlike space. Compared to the practice area for the concept of fire, the scenery here was much softer and more beautiful. Countless large and small mountains floated in the air. Different sorts of spiritual plants bloomed through. Underneath the endless vault of the sky, the whimsical blue river of lights seemed incomparably dazzling. However, behind this beauty was violent and brutal thunder origin energy. That peaceful river of blue lights was actually purely composed of thunder origin energy. Lin Ming did not take out his spear, nor did he attempt to fuse concepts. Instead, with his heart still and his arms opened wide, he hung in the air. His true essence as lead, he stirred the crazy thunder origin energy between the heavens and earth. This energy fell onto Lin Ming's body in torrents without any breaks. Because he hadn't cut his hair for the last year and a half, Lin Ming's hair hung down to his waist, recklessly dancing in the air under this savage thunderstorm, taking on a bluish-purple color. At this moment, Lin Ming put aside all distractions. In his heart, he realized the power of thunder. This was his attempt to finally fuse the concepts of thunder and fire. But now, within Lin Ming's dantian, the true essence cyclone there also constantly shrank. After a dreamless passage of days, he was finally making that last step past the middle Xiantian realm, striding into the late Xiantian realm. In many cases, when one went into closed-door seclusion to break through to the next realm, they would often encounter bottlenecks. But unconsciously, through their meditations and all the experiences that they accumulated through time and all the battles they fought, this would allow them to inadvertently break through their shackles and step into the next stage of their cultivation. This was the reason why so many martial artists went out to adventure, fight, and seek their own lucky chances. The true essence cyclone compressed. After reaching the late Xiantian realm, his fusion of the concepts of thunder and fire had also reached the large success stage. During this time that Lin Ming went into closed-door seclusion, his strength had risen greatly. 1 month later, it had been a total of half a year since Lin Ming entered the 3rd floor of Sky Split Tower. Within the open space of the concept of thunder practice area, a young man stood there. His upper chest was naked and his long hair hung down to his waist. A faint imposing aura emanated from between his eyebrows, but as he opened his eyes, a burst of light flashed within them like a bolt of thunder. Between his eyebrows was a faint fire mark. It seemed like a scar, but as one stared at it, it made one feel apprehensive, as if some mysterious force was gripping them. As soon as the middle-aged man in charge of the registration office saw Lin Ming come in, his heart inexplicably jumped. "My practice has ended. Please register it," Lin Ming said. "Oh, okay, good," the middle-aged man responded as he quickly took out a jade slip. He verified the registration and then refunded Lin Ming's deposit. As one of the deacons of Sky Split Tower, this middle-aged man's cultivation was at the late Hotian realm. But as he came into contact with Lin Ming, he strangely felt a great pressure envelop him. "This is a return of 40 high-grade blood demon crystals." Lin Ming glanced over and received them. "Well, there's also another matter about your recent match schedule." The middle-aged man took out another jade slip and carefully handed it to Lin Ming. Lin Ming sunk his sense inside. Inside this jade slip was material on his opponents. One was arranged 2 months ago, and another was more recent. Of the 2 people, one's strength was ranked 17, and another was ranked 12. Yanhu, peak 6-winged heavenly demon, 122 when winning streak. Ming Sun, peak 6-winged heavenly demon, 133 winning streak. Lin Ming thought about these two. According to the rules of Sky Split Tower, he would have to accept these 2 matches continuously. Both of them were martial artists that had managed to accumulate a win streak over 100. Of course, in Sky Split Tower, when one killed another person they gained at least a 10-win winning streak, otherwise it would be impossible to win 100 victories on the field. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ming and said in a low voice, "Lord Lin, if you can kill a martial artist with a 100-win winning streak, you will obtain the termination emblem." Because of the change in Lin Ming's temperament and aura, this middle-aged man had unconsciously become respectful of Lin Ming. Compared to the first time he had seen Lin Ming, it was as if he were a completely different person. "Oh, is this how one earns the termination emblem?" When Lin Ming was on the 1st floor, he had already heard about the termination emblem. Among the possible emblems one could obtain, it gave one of the higher rewards. Lin Ming's heart stirred. At this time, he really did need slaughter points. "How many slaughter points will I receive for the termination emblem?" 50 slaughter points. In addition, after obtaining the termination emblem, you will receive a higher authority, allowing you to access more practice areas within Sky Split Tower. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. "What other practice areas are there in Sky Split Tower?" When Lord Lin obtains the termination emblem, then you will be made known. As for now, it's inconvenient for me to tell you, so I'll have to excuse myself. I understand. Lin Ming nodded. As for obtaining this termination emblem, he never doubted himself. "What time are my matches?" Tomorrow, they will both be in the same area. I wish Lord Lin good luck. Oh. From the first floor to the third, every floor became increasingly lonely and deserted the further up one went. On the first floor, the arena that could hold tens of thousands of people was nearly full every day. There were cheers, endless clamoring, shouts, cries, and people acting crazy everywhere. As long as one paid a medium-grade blood demon crystal, then they would be able to enter the first floor. Many of these individuals were not challengers or even young elites. They had gathered there purely because they loved to see these killing games. Thus, it could be said that the martial arena of the first floor was a never-ending slaughterfest. As for the second floor's martial arena, it could only hold around 8,000 people. The audience was nearly all challengers, and they were much more restrained than those people on the first floor. Often they would peacefully watch the match. They wouldn't be crazily shouting. As for the third floor, it was even lonelier. The martial arena could only hold a mere few thousand people. The audience every day amounted to several dozen individuals. In a single day, there would often only be a few matches, so most of the time the martial arena of the third floor was unoccupied. Today, however, the martial arena of the third floor had a rare surprise breakout of just over 100 people. It had to be known that the third floor only had around 300 to 400 challengers. This meant that nearly a third of the martial artists of the third floor had arrived at the martial arena. There were many among them that had even ended their closed-door cultivation early in order to hurry here. Normally, only someone as famous as the heavenly demon 7 stars or an equally renowned figure would arouse such interest in a match. But the one who walked on stage today was only a single human, Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was a remarkably outstanding talent, he was still a newcomer. There weren't many people that cared much for him. But during his first match, he had reversed everyone's expectations and killed Hong Zhong, someone who was ranked around 30th to 40th on the third floor. The talent he revealed had startled and frightened everyone present. For a newcomer to achieve this degree of success was truly abnormal. Thus, Lin Ming had naturally come into everyone's attention, especially today. He would continuously fight in 2 matches without a break. But Lin Ming's 2 opponents, Yan Hu and Ming Sun, were not average challengers. They were both ranked in the top 20 of Skysplit Tower's third floor. Today, there were even many top 10 masters of the third floor that had come. Without doubt, Lin Ming would inevitably become a powerful rival of theirs. They naturally had to be cautious and observe him. Mukgu was also among the group. The humans on the third floor did not surpass 2 digits in number. Mukgu seemed very ordinary and plain as he mixed in the crowd. As Mukgu saw Lin Ming calmly appear on the edge of the arena stage, he didn't know why, but he felt his mind jump. He felt that he understood Lin Ming less and less. Looking back to the first time that he met Lin Ming on the outer borders of the blood slaughter steps and had even threatened him somewhat, he felt that his actions were simply laughable. But at that time, Lin Ming absolutely hadn't been as strong as he was right now. The speed of his progress was terrifying. Mukgu could not help but marvel at this fact. First match, Lin Ming against Yan Hu. The referee loudly announced on the arena stage. Yan Hu was a Goliath. He was even a head higher than Xueman. To everyone, he was simply like a giant iron tower. His weapon was a great sledgehammer. Its weight was almost 100,000 genes. With a loud roar, Yan Hu leapt onto the arena stage. The entire floor shook from the impact. Yan Hu did not have even the slightest bit of contempt for Lin Ming. Such a roar seemed like the rude behavior of a barbarian, but it was in fact a type of Goliath war roar martial skill. It was used to enhance one's own aura and combat strength. Yan Hu is completely serious. He has taken Lin Ming as a great enemy. This is normal. Lin Ming displayed a strength equal to that of a top 30 ranked challenger, but who knows how much strength he's still hiding. Perhaps Yan Hu will lose, a challenger said, very sure of himself. Of the challengers on the third floor, none of them dared to look down on Lin Ming anymore. Lin Ming was probably in his early 20s, and yet he already had this degree of strength. In a few more decades, he would be even more terrifying. Don't underestimate Yan Hu either. Yan Hu isn't too bad. His strength can probably be ranked 17th or 18th. Those martial artists that can enter the third floor of Skysplit Tower and reach the top 20 are not ordinary geniuses of their generation. Not just that, but Yen who excels most at understanding the esoteric strength of the earth. His strong points lay in his defensive ability. Lin Ming's final move is probably that chasing thunder. It's an attack with a speed and striking force that reach the limit. Here, it will be the sharpest lance against the hardest shield. It's still too early to judge just who will win. This will be a fierce match between two equal opponents. Oh! Lin Ming held his spear, the tip pointed towards where Yen Hu stood. Even though he merely stood there, the aura he gave off was like that of a peerless treasure spear. This spear could pierce through all, unstoppable and invincible. As Lin Ming reached this degree, his imposing aura was no longer a field of pressure. Instead, it could manifest into essence. Lin Ming's aura was like that of a spear piercing through your chest, incomparably sharp. As for Yen Hu's aura, it was like a heavy and solemn mountain. As their auras clashed, one could clearly hear the sound of Yen Hu's aura nearly being pierced through. An invisible pressure pushed down on Yen Hu's body. His face was grim and dignified. He had come into a fatal situation. I will admit that you are very strong. But these years, the number of powerhouses of the third floor that have died by my hands has reached the double digits. Let me show you my ultimate combat strength. As Yen Hu spoke here, he exploded in a roar. All of the muscles on his body began to suddenly rise, his veins twisting like blue worms. Just like the Fae had their Fae King battle body, the Goliaths could also draw strength from their bloodline and use this to their advantage, a unique form of fighting that only they had. As Yen Hu entered into his battle form, his aura soared into the sky, directly pushing back Lin Ming's sharp and imposing aura. The meaning of Earth: absolute defense. Earth attribute demon essence gathered around Yen Hu, turning into thick waves of soil, constantly rolling and sliding, giving off an oppressive sense. In terms of strength, I can only be ranked 17th or 18th on the third floor. But in terms of defensive power, I am confident I will not lose to anyone. While you spent your time closed up comprehending your concepts, I did not idle around. I too spent an entire 3 months perceiving the concept of Earth and spent a total of 9 slaughter points. With this price, my comprehension of the concept of Earth went up yet another step, and my defensive abilities have absolutely reached the stage of large success. With my speed and response time, I know that it's impossible for me to dodge that move of yours. But if I can't, then I'll just block it. How hard could that be? Yen Hu already knew of Lin Ming's killer move, Chasing Thunder. With that advantage, he had planned from the very start to not attack. Instead, he would spend everything on his defense. In terms of defensive ability, the concept of Earth was the absolute mightiest amongst the 5 elements. This so-called absolute defense seems to be, in the arena, a top 10 rankings. Martial artist's eyes brightened. Yen Hu's defense was not merely an accumulation of Earth origin energy, but rather it contained very calm and steady fluctuations. This was definitely the application of the law of Earth. If he wasn't wrong, then these fluctuations had the ability to mollify attacks. It seems that Yen Hu has really been working hard on the concept of Earth these past months to prepare. He is quite smart. He knows well enough that his speed cannot compare with Lin Ming's, so he isn't even thinking of dodging. Instead, with his several month-long practice, he plans to use his absolute defensive ability to meet Lin Ming in a head-on attack. Yen Hu's defensive ability can't be disregarded. I don't know whether or not Lin Ming's Chasing Thunder can break apart this defense. But if he can't, then he'll be in a dangerous situation. It's true that Lin Ming's Chasing Thunder is powerful, but this sort of mighty killing move has to consume a great deal of strength. On the other hand, Han Yu's absolute defense doesn't use much at all. If Lin Ming continuously uses Chasing Thunder but can't break open this defense, then he will fall into a passive position because of his overconsumption of true essence. Finally, Yen Hu will be the one to counterattack. The martial artists in the arena were able to quickly guess just what Yen Hu's plan was. This tactic was indeed intelligent. Most people hadn't thought Yen Hu would win, but they also didn't think he would make such a significant breakthrough in his absolute defense. Now, it seemed as if it would be hard to judge just who would win this fight. On the martial arena, facing these roiling brown waves of Earth in the air, Lin Ming shook his hand, the purple comet spear's point trembling. You want to use your defense to block my attack? How interesting. You seem to have confidence in your defensive ability. Is it known as the absolute defense? Humph. Why don't you test whether or not it is an absolute defense? Stop trying to play mind tricks and take my move, beast trapping cage. Yen Hu pounded down the sledgehammer in his hands. A wave of earth attribute true essence rose up in all directions, trapping Lin Ming within and limiting his ability to dodge. Say hi to my hammer. Yen Hu was like a massive bear as he jumped up. With both his hands gripped on his sledgehammer, he smashed down with all his might. Yen Hu did not excel at speed. Thus he trapped Lin Ming into this beast trapping cage in order to use his strongest strike. This move also contained the concept of earth. Combined with Yen Hu's terrifying strength and the massive weight of the hammer, even a mountain would be smashed apart by him. The concept of earth that's so rarely seen. Normally, the Goliaths and giant demons' demon essence did not have this attribute. But Yen Hu was unexpectedly skilled in the concept of earth. This was indeed rare. Lin Ming flourished the purple comet spear and opened 60% of the heretical god force. Above the purple comet spear, thick arcs of electricity violently turned like a dance of purple snakes. Chasing thunder. Whoosh! Lin Ming's figure instantly vanished. After making significant progress in the concept of thunder, Lin Ming's chasing thunder was far different from the time that he had used it to kill Hong Zhong. With a kacha, the beast trapping cage instantly exploded from within. Lin Ming's attack continued unabated. The spear was like a bolt of lightning as it pierced towards Yen Hu. This speed was far too extreme. Yen Hu's sledgehammer was only midway in the air. To use his weapon to block Lin Ming's attack was naturally impossible. Yen Hu's pupils shrank. Absolute defense. Brown waves of energy fiercely swept into the air, forming a thick barrier in front of Yen Hu. Kacha! Chasing thunder's dazzling radiance pierced through the barrier. The sharp spear light passed through layers and layers of Earth origin energy, weakening along the way until only a tiny wisp of it pricked Yen Hu's body. With an explosive sound, the barrier of Earth origin energy shattered in half. Yen Hu was like a massive rubber ball that was kicked backwards. Bang! Yen Hu fell onto the ground. His organs were injured, and the blood in his body tumbled, his face flushing red. It was just a tiny wisp of spear light, yet it's powerful to this extent? Yen Hu jumped up from the ground, his heart shaken. After this wisp of spear light entered his body, it began to ruthlessly destroy his meridians and organs. Not just that, but it had an endlessly growing property to it. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to suppress it. However, he had finally been able to block that strike. Yen Hu breathed heavily. He reinforced the absolute defense around his body and looked at Lin Ming. If he could defend against chasing thunder, then that meant he had the ability to win this battle. If Lin Ming could not break his defense, he was in an invulnerable position. Yen Hu's defense is truly fierce. Lin Ming's strike was even more potent than when he fought against Hong Zhong. But it was still blocked by Yen Hu. The Earth attribute demon essence fluctuations in that shield are ingeniously done. It used multiple layers in order to weaken Lin Ming's attack. The audience all had extraordinary eyesight. They had seen the mystery behind what just happened. Yen Hu's utilization of the concept of Earth is excellent. In defense, it really does need the concept of Earth. If it were any other concept, then they would have been defeated by that strike. I don't know if Lin Ming can use chasing thunder multiple times or whether he has other master moves. A technique like chasing thunder seems like it is bound to cause a great burden on one's body and true essence reserves. If Lin Ming uses that skill 2 or 3 times but still can't break through Yen Hu's defense, then he will be in danger. Above the martial stage, Yen Hu had already stood up. Waves upon waves of yellow earth covered him as he confronted Lin Ming from a distance. If you have any other moves, then use them. I know that you are still hiding some finishing moves in your hand, and I will follow every one of them. If you keep hiding them, then you won't have a chance to use any of them. Yen Hu suddenly yelled at Lin Ming, saying that he could defend against any of Lin Ming's hidden killer moves. The truth was that he wasn't too sure, but as long as he could block all of these attacks, then victory was his. If he couldn't block them, then nothing but death awaited him. Other moves. Lin Ming faintly smiled. I don't need to. Dealing with you. Just this move is enough. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Lin Ming's heretical god force opened to 80%. Chasing thunder. Before Yan Hu had a chance to respond, Lin Ming became one with his spear, turning into a dazzling beam of light. A purple flash of light pierced through space. It was like a god throwing down a purple spear. Gotcha! This strike was even more violent than the one before it. The absolute defense of Earth was shattered by this lightning, causing all of the origin energy fluctuations to collapse and be destroyed. Yan Hu gave a pitiful cry as he flew backwards. More spear lights rushed into his body, causing him to shake and spit out a mouthful of blood. Whilst Yan Hu's body was still high in the air, Lin Ming had instantly appeared on the other end of the martial arena stage. This sudden change caused everyone present to widen their eyes. However, they too didn't have enough time to respond. Lin Ming spun his spear and swiveled around. Heretical God Force, 100%. Chasing Thunder. With this third Chasing Thunder, Lin Ming turned into a bright ray of light again. Spear light spread through the entire martial arena. Bang! The absolute defense around Yan Hu broke apart like a disintegrating rock, completely ruptured. Blood rained in the air, and Yan Hu fell onto the ground with a loud plop like bag of rotten meat. The third spear light had completely penetrated his body. All of Yan Hu's organs were twisted and destroyed by the power of thunder. He died on the spot. Coming to Sky Split Tower's third floor, it was necessary for everyone to be mindful of their own death. People here constantly killed each other. Everyone had chosen the path of death. Over. Lin Ming stood in the center of the arena stage. He recovered all of the leftover compressed true essence back into the heretical god seed and completely restrained his aura. After the violent battle a moment ago, he was now calm. It didn't seem as if he had consumed too much energy. All of the martial artists that were discussing the match were stunned silent. They looked at Lin Ming, dumbfounded, without a single word to say. He had used a total of 3 consecutive Chasing Thunders. Every strike was stronger than the last, especially the last 2. They had chained together without end. The first pierce and then the second, all of that happened in less than the blink of an eye. How can it be like this? That's so unreasonable. This move reaches the extreme in speed, and yet he can use it whenever he wants. Does it not use true essence? A martial artist muttered. In his view, the stronger a move was, the faster a strike was, the more energy it should consume. Accelerating to the limit of speed should definitely place a great burden on one's muscles and skeletons, as well as requiring a massive amount of true essence. But Lin Ming seemed as if he could use this move as many times as he wanted to. After he used it, he still remained so calm, as if that fight hadn't even happened. The force is so great, yet the energy it requires is so little. He can actually use it continuously. This Chasing Thunder is too terrifying. You're wrong. It isn't that this move doesn't require much energy, but instead that Lin Ming's bodily strength is high and is able to withstand such an extreme speed. At the same time, his endurance and total true essence quantity is alarming. All of these factors together are why he can use this attack like this. If it were you or me instead of him, then after using that move several times our body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It wasn't known who spoke this, but the atmosphere of the arena fell silent yet again. Strength, speed, striking power, all of these were abnormal. Not just that, but his defensive power was also freakish. Combined with his endurance and ability to recover, this person simply didn't have a weakness. His strength is close to, or perhaps it can even enter the top 10 ranks on the 3rd floor. Yan Hu wasn't even able to force out his full strength. On the 3rd floor, after reaching the top 10, the strength of the challengers rose yet another level. Especially the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Their strength went even further. Each and every one of them was a top master that was looked up at and admired by others. If this continues, then Lin Ming will easily become one of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. A martial artist said with envy. On Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor, a Heavenly Demon 7 star was the symbol of not only strength but also wealth. When one reached the level of a Heavenly Demon 7 star, they would no longer need to worry about having to fight in a match every 2 months. Not just that, but they received a fixed amount of slaughter points every month. If they subordinated themselves to a High Lord, not only would they be able to receive more slaughter points, but they could use practice areas at high discounts. Naturally, many martial artists were envious of these benefits, but the standards for being chosen were too high. In order to be chosen, one had to have either high strength or amazing talent. Otherwise, it was too difficult to find a High Lord's favor. Lin Ming, victorious. Congratulations, Lord Lin, you have obtained the termination emblem. The black-clothed referee said to Lin Ming in an increasingly respectful tone. For ending his winning streak, you have obtained 12 slaughter points. From a 65 win streak, you have risen to 92, and the reward for that is another 3 slaughter points. The termination emblem's reward is 50 slaughter points, for a total of 65 slaughter points. Gaining 65 slaughter points through a single match could be called suddenly becoming wealthy overnight. Of course, this was mainly because of the termination emblem's contribution. The slaughter points for this emblem could only be rewarded a single time. Next time, there wouldn't be any. I understand. Lin Ming nodded, and then took off Yan Hu's spatial ring. He casually put out a hand and the blood-extinguishing demon thunder flew into Yan Hu's corpse, taking a random route before bursting out in a fog of blood, where a blood-drinking seal slowly condensed. With Lin Ming's current level, he no longer needed to use the Great Desolate Halberd art. To Lin Ming, the Great Desolate Halberd art was now a cultivation method. Of course, he referenced the style of this cultivation method in order to achieve a greater mastery of different skills through it. Lin Ming looked at the blood-drinking seal in front of him and pondered for a moment. If I can use the fusion of the concepts of thunder and fire as a basis and then combine it with the blood-drinking seals and further fuse that into my spear, just what would that be like? This idea instantly crossed Lin Ming's mind. But in his current state, it was far too difficult to do this. Lin Ming was already barely able to fuse the concepts of thunder and fire. At this moment, a massive amount of infernal energy from Yan Hu's body rushed into Lin Ming. After passing through multiple baptisms of infernal energy, Lin Ming had already completely adapted, and no longer needed to revolve the samsara martial intent to resist it. Instead, he could rely solely on his stubborn consciousness. Hisses. On Lin Ming's arm, the heavenly demon tattoo seemed to come to life. The vicious-looking demon's expression became increasingly clear as the fourth pair of wings slowly formed. Lin Ming began to approach the level of an 8-winged heavenly demon more and more. He was now a late 6-winged heavenly demon close to the peak. If this continued, then he would only need to complete 2 or 3 more matches before becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. And 8-winged heavenly demons were all top 10 strengths on the 3rd floor. Then onto the second match. Lin Ming against Ming Sun. As the referee loudly announced this, everyone's eyes shifted towards Ming Sun. Ming Sun was a Fey and also a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. His winning streak was at 133. His strength was ranked 12th on the entire 3rd floor. Suddenly, Ming Sun's expression turned ugly. Fighting Lin Ming was a declaration handed down by Sky Split Tower. There was no way to refuse. Lin Ming had to face continuous matches, so Ming Sun was the second to go out. He thought that he had hit the jackpot and he would be able to easily defeat Lin Ming, but now it seemed as if he had run out of luck. If Lin Ming only had that single chasing thunder, then Ming Sun was confident he could deal with it. But with Lin Ming's current combat state, it seemed that chasing thunder was only a minor ability of his. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used it as soon as he came on stage. He could even do so 3 times without losing his breath. Ming Sun had deep suspicions that when Lin Ming had fought Yan Hu, he hadn't even used half of his strength. If that were so, then his chance of winning this fight was at most 10 to 20%. Lord Ming Sun, please enter the stage, the referee called out as he saw Ming Sun morosely sitting in the stands without response. The other martial artists in the stands were all looking at Ming Sun. Some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and there were even some that thought Ming Sun would defeat Lin Ming. I understand. Ming Sun's voice was gloomy as he slowly trod onto the arena stage. If you're ready, then start, the referee said as he stepped off of the stage. Lin Ming held the purple comet spear, his entire body revolving with true essence. At this moment, Ming Sun's true essence sound transmission sounded out in his ears. Lin Ming, I do not want to fight you. I'll admit defeat. Lin Ming was surprised. This fellow surrendered before the battle began? On Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor, losing meant having your hard-earned winning streak reset. Also, over half of the heavenly demon tattoo would dissipate. If one wanted to recondense it, it would be extremely difficult. This was because martial artists' rankings were already determined ahead of time. If one had to continuously fight opponents on the same level, then continuously winning would be far too difficult. Ming Sun continued his true essence sound transmission, saying, "I admit that my chances of defeating you aren't more than 10 to 20%. I don't want to die here, so I admit defeat in this match. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you the following conditions for letting me go. I'll propose a gamble with you and bet 10 slaughter points. 10 slaughter points is all I have left." In Skysplit Tower, making a bet was another method of obtaining slaughter points. As long as both parties agreed, then one could start a gambling match. On the second floor, when Lan Xing fought Huyan Luo, they had also made gambling bet for 2 slaughter points. Finally, Lan Xing was the victor. "You mean you want to gift me 10 slaughter points?" Lin Ming was surprised. On the third floor, slaughter points were everything. Without slaughter points, it was impossible to make use of the vast resources available. "Yes. If you kill me, then you can accumulate up to a 100 win streak. But if you don't kill me, then you'll have to wait until your next match to reach a 100 win streak. These 10 slaughter points are compensation for that. After I'm defeated this time, I no longer want to stay in Skysplit Tower. Wanting to make a fresh start and gather infernal energy and a winning streak is next to impossible. Since I'm leaving Skysplit Tower, these slaughter points are useless. I'll give them to you." Ming Sun sighed as he spoke with self-deprecation. He had already given birth to this thought half a year ago. But he knew that if he left like this, he would never become a Fey Emperor in the future. Thus, he had stuck it out until today when he could do so no longer. Facing Lin Ming, his chance of winning was simply too small. Becoming a Fey Emperor was without a doubt an enticing dream, but it wasn't worth it to trade his life for something like that. Then he would rather take this opportunity to leave Skysplit Tower. Although he ultimately failed to achieve anything, at least he was able to leave alive. Compared to all those that perished here and had their ashes sprinkled off the cliffs, this was a much happier and gratifying result. Sure, Lin Ming was not a bloodthirsty individual, much less this condition was also very good for him. He readily agreed. Oh. From the start of the gambling match to the admission of defeat, Lin Ming and Ming Sun's match was an unexpected surprise. As Ming Sun left the stage, no one in the audience mocked him nor did anyone jeer. There was only a hint of sadness and cynicism. Ming Sun's talent was situated somewhere between the Saint level and Emperor level. This was all thanks to being lifted up by Skysplit Tower. Originally, Ming Sun had been nothing but an ordinary Saint-level talent. If he left, then that was equal to giving up his path to becoming an emperor. In a way, perhaps this was also a relief. However, not every martial artist could calmly leave in the same manner, especially those haughty and arrogant young elites of Skysplit Tower. The temptation of becoming an emperor was far too great. From a king to an emperor, one's lifespan would increase tenfold. Not to mention their own increase in power, but they could also establish their own holy land and set down a legacy that would last 10,000 years. Their name would last for hundreds of generations. However, only out of the ashes of millions was a true emperor born. No one knew just how many heroic youths had died in battle, their ashes scattered over the cliffs, their lives becoming the stones that paved the road for other martial artists. Even if one was an emperor-level talent, this was also true. To be like Ming Sun and be able to calmly leave Skysplit Tower, there weren't many able to do so. This match thus ended in a surprising manner. At the end, Lin Ming obtained a total of 12 slaughter points from ending Ming Sun's winning streak as well as another 10 from the gambling match. This was a total of 22 as well as the 65 from before. In a single fell swoop, Lin Ming had gained a total of 87 slaughter points. This was enough to use for a very, very long time. Not only that, but after Ming Sun's defeat, a great portion of the infernal energy on his body merged into Lin Ming. This caused Lin Ming to instantly climb to the peak of a 6-winged heavenly demon. He wasn't too far away from becoming an 8-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming's rise is unstoppable. In the next match, he'll probably have to face the top 10 rankers of the third floor. That is simply another world altogether. The martial artists in the top 10 enjoy completely different resources. They are far stronger than the martial artists below them. On the third floor, the higher a martial artist was ranked, the more resources they could enjoy and the higher authority they would have. There was simply too great a gap between every rank. When one reached the level of a heavenly demon 7-star, then they could even go to more mysterious places such as the legendary Road of Emperor. If one reached the end of the Road of Emperor, they would become an Emperor-level powerhouse. A practice area like this was beyond anyone's imagination. The very thought of what could happen if one could practice for a year or so in the Road of Emperor was terrifying beyond belief. Young hero Lin Ming, please stay. As Lin Ming was about to exit the martial arena, he heard a deep bass voice sound in his ears. As he turned around to look, he saw that the one who called out to him was a giant demon martial artist. He was a tad over 10 feet tall, and he carried a large greatsword on his back. Beside the giant demon was a little girl whose height just reached his midsection. She had delicate and tiny features, and her long ears and scales at the corners of her eyes showed she was a fae. The height difference between the two standing together was great, but it inexplicably gave off a very matching feeling. Do you have business with me? Lin Ming looked at the two. They seemed ordinary, no different from commoners. But the truth was that their aura was restrained deeply within them. This was a similar realm to returning to one's own origin, manifested to the pinnacle. Trying to estimate their strength made one feel they were unfathomable. I am Dagu. Perhaps you would like to go to a tea house for a chat, the giant demon said with a cheerful smile. Lin Ming was startled. So this person was Dagu. Dagu was one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Lin Ming had already heard his name as early as when he was still at Sunflood City. He was known as an existence that could shake Skysplit Tower. Originally, Lin Ming thought that Dagu was a bloodthirsty beast of his generation. But seeing this Dagu in front of him, while he did have a faint murderous aura, this Dagu carried no hostility towards him at all. It had to be known that within Skysplit Tower, the giant demons had absolutely zero goodwill towards humans. From the very time that Guyu had tried to kill Lin Ming, this applied to Xingtian and Hong Zhong afterwards. This was also reasonable. Humanity and the giant demons had competed for resources on the Holy Demon Continent for far too long. The two races would often wage war and start extended campaigns against each other. Whether it was giant demons or humans, rivers of blood would flow. It was common for entire cities or even countries to be exterminated. I respectfully accept. Lin Ming calmly agreed. Since this fellow was well-mannered and treating him with respect, there was no need to harshly refuse him. Lin Ming's eyes fell onto the girl beside Dagu. He said, if I'm not wrong, then this Miss Sun Ji. Within the heavenly demon 7 stars, Sun Ji was the only woman. She was the weakest, but also the youngest. She was no older than Lin Ming. In other words, within the heavenly demon 7 stars, she was the one with the best talent. That's me. It's nice to meet you. Perhaps we might even fight later, ha ha. Sun Ji's laugh was like the tinkling of silver bells. She was very interested in Lin Ming. In her eyes, Lin Ming was the only individual within Skysplit Tower whose talent could stand on par with her. Only when there was competition would there be progress. Oh. Bluestone Tea House was a very famous tea house on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor. The interior of the tea house was entirely decorated in blue stones. The chairs and tables were crafted from stone, and they were simple and elegant. There was humble feel to this store. When combined with a pot of tea and carefully tasted, one could sense the pleasant mood within. Within the 2nd floor of Bluestone Tea House, 3 people were sitting around a luxurious table. May I ask why Brother Dagu is looking for me? Lin Ming calmly asked between sips after a young maid respectfully handed a cup of tea to him. I only want to make friends with Brother Lin. Dagu smiled. I feel that young hero Lin's temperament is to my liking, so I would like to give young hero Lin some advice. Oh? Please speak, Brother Dagu. Lin Ming's interest was piqued. Towards Skysplit Tower, he really didn't know much. Mook Gu's strength was limited and his position in the 3rd floor was only at the very edge, so he didn't know much. To Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming had always been confused by its layers of mysteries. Brother Lin, what I would first like to talk about are the heavenly demon 7 stars. Their strength is probably much more formidable than Brother Lin is imagining. My combat prowess can at most rank 3rd or 4th among the heavenly demon 7 stars. But those 2 or 3 people, I must admit that I am far inferior to them. especially the second-ranked Xianxia and the first-ranked Fengshen. Fengshen? That's quite the proud name. Fengshen also meant the divine seal. When Lin Ming first came to Skysplit Tower, he had spent the majority of his time in closed-door cultivation. He didn't know many of the heavenly demon 7 stars' names. He only knew Degu, Sunji, and Maha. Fengshen is a fae. His perception as well as his talent in laws could be called terrifying. As for the 3rd floor of Skysplit Tower, there are some practice areas where, if one's perception is good enough, they can cultivate to a horrifying boundary. Oh? What sort of practice places? Lin Ming asked. In Skysplit Tower, there had already been rumors circulated around that were related to all sorts of practice areas on the 4th floor or even 5th floor. However, very few individuals actually knew what was there. About these practice areas, I don't have much knowledge because for the majority of them, I simply don't have the right to enter. Degu said somewhat helplessly. Even you don't have the authority to enter? Is your strength lacking? Do only the 3rd floor's 1st and 2nd rankers have a chance of entering? Lin Ming said, surprised. It's not that. Degu shook his head. To enter these places, you need to fulfill specific requirements. You need to be one of the heavenly demon 7 stars as well as pledging yourself to Skysplit Tower. Both of these are absolutes. I wasn't willing to work for them, so I don't have the qualifications to access these areas. Pledging myself to Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming frowned. He already had a feeling that something like this was the case. On the 2nd floor, Xingtian and Xueman seemed to be working for some high-level figure in Skysplit Tower. Without any doubt, they were most likely the subordinates of some High Lord. Otherwise, with Xingtian's trivial status as the king of the 2nd floor, how would he have the ability to comprehend something as elusive as the concept of annihilation? And to also have a black glass bead that Kaiyang would be moved to action for. If Lin Ming wasn't wrong, then Xingtian had been favored greatly by a High Lord. Thus he had been granted this bead. Degu continued. Besides me and Sunji, all 5 other heavenly demon stars have taken a soul oath to obey Skysplit Tower. This oath, in fact, only lasts 50 years. During these 50 years, they serve Skysplit Tower, but the reward for this is that they can use the resources of Skysplit Tower however they wish. They even gain the right to enter the Road of Emperor. This temptation is simply too great. Even though proud and lofty geniuses are enticed to swear an oath of fealty. After all, it's only 50 years, and moreover they don't even need to complete the full 50. If a martial artist becomes a high-level demon king or reaches the 2nd stage of life destruction, then they must leave the blood slaughter steps. Otherwise, it would be easy for them to be killed by the mystical curse. Lin Ming nodded. For these top talents, it wasn't difficult to reach the 2nd stage of life destruction by the time they were in their 40s. If they entered Skysplit Tower in their 20s, then they would only need to serve for 20-some years. Even so, it was impossible for Lin Ming to take a sole oath of obedience towards Skysplit Tower. He could not accept this, much less that he had already promised Mu Qianyu he would return within 10 years. No matter what, he desired to return to the South Horizon region. The South Sea Demon region was simply too powerful. He always worried in the back of his mind about whether or not Divine Phoenix Island would have some sort of accident. Degu also said, Xianxia and Fengshen already pledged their loyalty to Skysplit Tower a year ago. At that time, their strength wasn't much better than mine, but after this year passed and they went into the Road of Emperor several times, that, combined with all of their experiences in other practice areas, has now made their strength difficult to measure. Sunji and I have no desire or intention of pledging ourselves to Skysplit Tower. Now, we've already used all the resources we can, and as for those we can't, we'll never be able to. Perhaps in another month or 2 we will also leave. Skysplit Tower will not allow those that do not obey them to become 10-winged heavenly demons. This is because after becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon, they would also become a High Lord, and thus they would also be able to divide the benefits that the High Lords receive. Not just that, but once one reaches 12 wings, not only could they receive the heavenly demon martial intent, but they will not be killed by the blood slaughter steps mystical curse. The blood slaughter steps have existed for such a long time. Naturally, they've gained a great deal of interest due to all of the resources that exist here. The reason that this land can still exist through so many years without being encroached by countless superpowers is through the power of that strange curse that covers this land. Once an emperor-level powerhouse begins to emerge within the blood slaughter steppes that is unaffected by this curse, the high-level figures of Skysplit Tower will naturally not stand for it. After Dagu spoke, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. So that was why. The blood slaughter steppes was truly a piece of fat meat. The 12 Skysplit Towers involved a large amount of circulating blood demon crystals. In addition to all of these practice resources that even include those for the concepts of the 5 elements and the Road of Emperor, what sect wouldn't be frothing over this? Lin Ming said, "Thank you, Brother Dagu, for the advice. I would also like to know, why is Brother Dagu telling me these things?" Dagu faintly smiled. "I said it's just fate. I feel like Brother Lin is the same type of person as me." "Oh? How do you know?" "Just my intuition. Also, I've been paying attention to you from the very start. I've investigated your experiences from the first floor to the third. I also know that when you were on the first floor, you saved a common Fey girl. I think that the reason you're here is the same as me, purely for gaining experience." "Thank you, Brother Dagu. I also have something I would like to ask." Lin Ming hesitated for a moment before he asked. "No need to be strangers. Please speak." Lin Ming turned and laid down a small illusory magic array and a sound-insulating enchantment. Then he took out the small black glass bead from his spatial ring. "Does Brother Dagu recognize this object?" Sometimes, through just a short conversion, one could gain a sense of trust towards others. Lin Ming's visceral feeling was that everything Dagu said should be 80 to 90% true. Not just that, but he seemed to be a very proud and aloof character. Such a person was much more trustworthy and reliable than others. Not to mention that Lin Ming very much wanted to know just what this black glass bead was. So he could only ask Dagu. "This?" Dagu was shocked. He looked at Lin Ming, a stunned expression on his face. "I didn't expect you to have something like this. If I'm not wrong, this is a demon god bone that's gathered from the eternal demon abyss." "Eternal demon abyss, demon god bone," Lin Ming mumbled as he paused in thought. He had also seen these 2 words in Xueman's jade slip. Xueman held much fear and respect towards these 2 things. "This little bead is a demon god bone? What is that?" As Dagu spoke of the eternal demon abyss, he spoke with emotion and fascination. The eternal demon abyss is, in fact, just underneath our feet. The 12 Skysplit Towers of the blood slaughter steppes are called the source of all infernal energy. But these 12 Skysplit Towers actually share the same single true source of infernal energy, and that place is called the Eternal Demon Abyss. Lin Ming was astonished at Dagu's words. The Eternal Demon Abyss was actually under their feet. And it was also the end source of infernal energy for all 12 Skysplit Towers? What sort of place is the Eternal Demon Abyss? Is the reason that the 12 Skysplit Towers release infernal energy because of the Eternal Demon Abyss underneath us? Dagu nodded and said, "Most likely. The Eternal Demon Abyss is the burial place of all sorts of demonic and mystical spirits. Actually, no one knows just how long it has existed. There are simply too many legends concerning the Eternal Demon Abyss. This is the Holy Demon Continent's true death trap. Within the Holy Demon Continent, there are many places known as death traps. But the truth is that they are merely exaggerated rumors. As long as you are strong enough, then you can enter these areas and have a high chance of returning alive. You can even obtain lucky chances during your exploration. But it is only the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Eternal Demon Abyss alone in which one will die after entering, with no exceptions." Lin Ming's eyelids jumped up. He looked at the demon god bone in his hand and asked, "If everyone who enters the Eternal Demon Abyss dies, then who found this?" "That is only a very ordinary demon god bone picked up at the edges of the Eternal Demon Abyss. As for the true Eternal Demon Abyss, even if one approaches from a great distance, it is truly a zone that forbids all life. For these past tens of thousands of years, there have been many peerless masters of their generation who have tried to approach or enter the Eternal Demon Abyss. However, not a single one of them returned alive. There was even a 12-winged heavenly demon once who was titled the Six-Fingered Sin Fei. This person became an emperor-level powerhouse and cultivated for thousands of years, wholeheartedly gaining achievements until his strength reached unfathomable levels. At that time, he could even be called the #1 powerhouse of the entire Holy Demon Continent. But when he was 6,000 years old, he experienced a brutal bottleneck in his cultivation. For 1,000 years, he was unable to make a breakthrough, thus he entered the eternal demon abyss to seek his own lucky chances. But even so, he still perished there. As Lin Ming heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Anyone who could enter the higher levels of Skysplit Tower and access the eternal demon abyss were peerless figures of their generation. Of these, those that were 12-winged heavenly demons were geniuses among geniuses. This sort of proud and peerless master had also become an emperor-level powerhouse, their strength reaching the limit. Yet they still died in the eternal demon abyss all the same. Lin Ming calmed his mood and asked, "Just what is in the eternal demon abyss?" "I'm not too sure about the specifics. When these legends first began, the blood slaughter steps were only a place where infernal energy gushed out. The curse that killed emperor-level powerhouses hadn't yet begun. Many demonic path martial artists came to this land to practice. Long ago, the blood slaughter steppes were once known as the Holy Demon Continent's Cultivation Holy Land. But tens of thousands of years ago, there was a 6th-grade Holy Land that wished to conquer the entire Holy Demon Continent. At that time, this Holy Land's hallowed lord wished to take the entire blood slaughter steppes as his own. He assembled 12 emperor-level powerhouses in order to lay down a heaven-locking array and completely collect all of the 12 sources of infernal energy as his own, thus establishing a destiny for his holy land that would last 100,000 years. Finally, when this great array was halfway completed, it suddenly collapsed. From the eternal demon abyss, a horrifying existence emerged. The 12 emperor-level powerhouses were instantly killed, including the Holy Land's hallowed lord. There were no survivors. What? Lin Ming was bewildered. This had already exceeded the limits of his understanding. A land like the Holy Demon Continent actually had an existence of this level? What was this thing that instantly killed over a dozen emperor-level masters? Dagu's face was filled with reverence and awe as he sighed. He slowly said, "It was said that it was a massive claw that was covered in scales. It might have been the claw of a dragon, or perhaps the claw of some other ancient god-beast. In short, from that point on, the once almighty 6th-grade Holy Land disintegrated. There were many of their disciples that were cursed by that mystical strength and died in various miserable ways. After that, the blood slaughter steppes became a king-restricted land. Only someone that has become a 12-winged heavenly demon in Skysplit Tower can enter as an emperor-level powerhouse. Otherwise, nothing awaits them but absolute death." "The claw of a god-beast?" Lin Ming was silent. A god-beast was an incomparably rare existence even within the realm of the gods. Just what was in the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming suppressed this question in his heart and asked, "Brother Dagu, what is a demon godbone?" "Demon godbone. I have heard some specifics about this. The eternal demon abyss is a burial land of demonic spirits. There are too many unknown existences that reside within. After a powerhouse dies, their energy stays behind, lingering on for tens of thousands of years. When this is combined with the infernal energy of the eternal demon abyss that is thick to the degree of substantializing, after several tens of thousands of years pass, this energy crystallizes into various sorts of divine relics. These crystallized relics are collectively called demon godbones." "So that's what it is." Lin Ming knew that animals and plants from billions of years could be buried deep underground, and after a long, countless period of time, they would harden into some black substance. If one dug these out, these substances could be burned to warm up food and other things. Otherwise, if plants or animals were exposed in the wild, they would slowly decay over time before finally disappearing. The difference was, the energy of the latter would dissipate, but the energy of the former would be sealed deep in the earth along with its heaven and earth origin energy, thus forming these black minerals over time. Similarly, these peerless powerhouses that died also had bodies that contained a massive amount of energy and worldly origin energy. Their energies were billions and trillions of times over that of plants and animals. After these martial artists died, these energies were locked within the eternal demon abyss. In this sort of special environment, after 100,000 years passed, or even several 100,000 years passed, this energy would condense into extraordinary objects. This black glass bead was one of these extraordinary objects. Dagu said, "Brother Lin, This black glass bead is only a demon god bone found at the farthest edges of the eternal demon abyss. Every 10 years, Skysplit Tower will convene its greatest manpower to explore the outside zone of the eternal demon abyss. The resources they find are sometimes rewarded to the subordinates of the High Lords. Brother Lin's demon god bone should have come about from such a way. What a pity! Within the eternal demon abyss are things that we cannot begin to imagine. There are mystical monsters and ghosts beyond our reckoning, and treasures that emperor-level powerhouses would go crazy over. However, none of these things are what we can hope to obtain. When the six-fingered Fey Emperor went to the eternal demon abyss, it was to obtain these sorts of treasures. In the end, he didn't return, instead becoming the nourishment within the eternal demon abyss that bred the demon god bones. As Dagu spoke here, he sighed. The path of martial artists was a struggle against the high heavens. Thus, when a martial artist came across something that they could not hope to obtain no matter how strong they became, they would inevitably feel weak and frustrated. Even the top powerhouse of the holy demon continent had perished within the eternal demon abyss. Just imagining that massive claw that blocked out the sun itself caused one's heart to race. The atmosphere fell into a temporary silence, no one speaking for a while. As for Sun Ji, who was sitting beside Dagu, she hadn't spoken from the very beginning. Instead, she only drank her tea, occasionally stirring her cup. This silent atmosphere continued for half an hour. Then, Lin Ming stood up and cupped his fists, saying, "I must bid you all farewell. Brother Dagu, thank you today for your advice. Otherwise, I would still be confused about Skysplit Tower's mysteries. However, I'm pressed for time right and should return to my practice area." Practice area, haha. Dagu smiled. Brother Lin really seizes every second possible. Lin Ming said, "Time doesn't wait for anyone." Martial artists had the most potential when they were young, and this was also the most important time in their cultivation. If they didn't seize every second possible, then once they exhausted their potential in the future, it would be very difficult to advance any further. On the other hand, if they could rush up to the Divine Sea Realm in a single go, then their lifespan would increase by at least 10,000 years. At this time, even if they were 1,000 years old, that would still be considered young, and they could also maintain their youthful appearance. The sooner one entered the Divine Sea, the more potential they had remaining in their lives and the greater their future advantages would be. Moreover, Lin Ming had a 10-year appointment with Mu Qianyu. This frequently caused him to feel a deep urgency. Practice area. Brother Lin should have the termination emblem. With this emblem, there are some new practice areas you might be able to access now. Oh? What practice areas? Dagu faintly smiled. The King's Cage. Oh. In a dark hidden chamber on the 4th floor, a 6-foot-tall imp wearing an embroidered robe was leaning back in a luxurious chair. In front of him was a man that had fallen to his knees in prostration. "Sir High Lord, I've investigated. Lin Ming shouldn't be related to the Eightfall War Emperor in any way." "Oh, this is determined to be true?" The imp's expression changed a bit as he sat up. This person was one Skysplit Tower's 12 High Lords, High Lord Heian. "Yes. From the news we have coming from the Eightfall War Emperor's Holy Land, the Eightfall War Emperor has not accepted any disciples for the last 300 years, and he has been in secret closed-door seclusion for the last few hundred years. No one knows where he went." "I see, Humph, so that boy didn't have any background to begin with. To think I was worried in vain for a while," High Lord Heian muttered with disdain. For someone as talented as Lin Ming, it was impossible for him to have emerged out of nowhere. Even if he was unrelated to the Eightfall War Emperor, he still must have some formidable background. Still, it wasn't anything to fear. Beside the Eightfall War Emperor, it was impossible for other Emperor-level powerhouses to take a step into the blood slaughter steps. Black Shadow, go and have a chat with him. See if he is willing to take a soul oath and swear 50 years of fealty to us. Otherwise, have him roll out of Skysplit Tower as soon as possible. If he doesn't choose, then, Humph. High Lord Heian spoke to hear and didn't speak again. That cold cough had already contained a very obvious killing intent. Lin Ming finally chose to walk with Dagu and Sun Ji. This was because Sun Ji was heading to a practice area, but this practice area wasn't the King's Cage. As they arrived at a special practice area in the southwest corner of the third floor, they pushed open the gate and entered. After stepping in, Lin Ming was stunned. This practice area was outrageously large. It was a square room at least 1,000 feet wide and long, and the dome of the area was dozens of feet high. However, even though this place was very large, the furnishings inside were surprisingly simple. There was only a 20-foot square table in the center with a few strange-looking potted plants on it. In front of the stone table, a lone silhouette greeted Lin Ming's group of 3. This person carried a long sword across their shoulder and wore a loose pale blue robe. His long hair hung down to his waist, and his hands were crossed behind his back. From seeing this proud and aloof figure, Lin Ming could see that their heights were similar. He didn't know why, but this person gave off a strange feeling, as if he were staring at an unreachable mountain peak. This person is... Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. This was absolutely an extreme master. Brother Lin, he is Fengshen, Dagu lightly said in a true essence sound transmission. I see. Lin Ming's heart chilled. This sort of special practice area was basically only open to those martial artists on the third floor that were ranked in the top 10. It wasn't strange to meet a master of the heavenly demon 7 stars here. Fengshen truly lives up to his reputation. Lin Ming thought to himself. As if he felt something, Fengshen turned around. He glanced over everyone, his eyes falling upon Lin Ming just a second longer, before he turned back, indifferent to it all. His eyes did not contain any haughty arrogance, but they naturally revealed an imposing aura as if he were looking down on the world, disregarding everyone there. This was the vision that only a peerless powerhouse would have. Dagu looked at Fengshen and sighed. He said to Lin Ming in a true essence sound transmission, I fear Fengshen's strength might be no less than a High Lord's. No weaker than a High Lord? Lin Ming was startled. Sky Split Tower's High Lords were somewhat ambiguous to Lin Ming. As to what degree of strength they reached, Lin Ming had no idea. Lin Ming couldn't help but ask, what is a High Lord's cultivation? Dagu shook his head. In Sky Split Tower, cultivation doesn't have much significance. If one judges someone's strength merely by their cultivation, then they will have made a grave error. In fact, after having stayed in Sky Split Tower for so long, I've already forgotten the standard criteria for strength outside of the blood slaughter steps. This is because everyone here is an outstanding individual among their peers. They are all able to jump ranks to fight, so it is difficult to compare. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, the blood slaughter steps gathered all the heroic elites from all killings paths within the Holy Demon Continent. This was the highest concentration of extraordinary youths on the entire mainland. It was hard to imagine just how many were there. Just Emperor-level talents were here in the double digits. There were even more Saint-level talents. Even someone as talented as Mu Qianyu, if she came to the third floor, would only be in the middle lower ranks. When martial skills, concepts, and cultivation methods became the most important factors in determining strength, the influence of one's cultivation was greatly weakened. For instance, even though Lin Ming had reached this degree of strength, his cultivation had only increased a small boundary within the Xiantian realm. His strength increase from this wasn't too much, but his total comprehensive combat prowess was already at the early revolving core realm. No matter how thick one's true essence was, a small boundary increase in the Xiantian realm was far inferior to a small increase in the revolving core realm in terms of increases in strength. The fusion of concepts, the 8 inner hidden gates, these were Lin Ming's killing moves. Lin Ming and Dagu were speaking to each other with true essence sound transmissions, when a slightly hoarse and low voice sounded out from behind them. Hehe. Isn't that Dagu and Sun Ji? I haven't seen you in 2 months, Dagu, but your cultivation seems to be getting more and more trash. As Dagu heard this voice, he suddenly frowned. He turned around to see that the one speaking was an imp martial artist. This imp was only 6 feet tall and his head was abnormally large. He had a strange walking stick in his hands and he also wore a black-colored bamboo hat. He smiled creepily as he stared at Dagu. Yan Qi. In Sky Split Tower, Yan Qi was ranked second amongst the heavenly demon 7 stars. His strength was only below that of Fengshen. Sun Ji obviously detested Yan Qi. She humphed once and then ignored him. Yan Qi thought little of this. His eyes swept past Dagu and Sun Ji before landing on Lin Ming. Lin Ming. I know you. Perhaps in a few months we might fight each other. At that time, I wonder if you will have grown enough? Hee, I'm looking forward to it. Xianxia licked his lips. Lin Ming's strength already approached the heavenly demon 7 stars. Several months from now, if he could win another 2 matches, it wouldn't be strange if he fought Xianxia. Toot toot, don't look at me like that, it's easy for me to get excited. Xianxia quirkily smiled as he waggled his finger. Then he walked over to the deacon in charge of this practice area. This damned fellow. Dagu looked disgusted. He truly wasn't Xianxia's match, he simply couldn't do anything to him. A year ago they were evenly matched in strength. But now, because of the disparity in their practice areas, a wide gap had opened between them, especially the last few months. During this period, Xianxia's strength became immeasurably deep. Lin Ming silently watched Xianxia. Although he didn't have that lofty superior feel and proud aura like Fengshen did, his soul force seemed as deep as a vast ocean. It wasn't just in soul force, but that tiny body also seemed to contain a terrifying power. He uses soul cultivation as his primary method, and supports this with a body transformation cultivation method. I wonder just how strong this Xianxia's soul attacks are. Lin Ming secretly compared himself. Xianxia's mind was secretive. If they didn't fight once, then he wouldn't know how they measured next to each other. This is your token. Please receive it. The deacon managing this special practice area was a one-armed middle-aged man. His true essence was concentrated extremely thickly. As the one in charge of this special practice area, he must have a very high status on Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, but he was still very humble towards Fengshen. He didn't have even the slightest sense of disrespect in his words or actions and deferentially placed a token in Fengshen's hand. With this token, he could enter the practice area. Lord Xianxia, this is yours. Please accept it. The second token was given to Xianxia. Afterwards, the deacon turned to Lin Ming and asked, what sort of practice place would you like? Towards Lin Ming, he didn't have any fear. His voice was neither too arrogant or too humble. Lin Ming said, the King's Cage. Oh, Xianxia revealed an expression of great interest. The King's Cage, eh? Now that I think of it, you should have gained the authority to enter the King's Cage. Interesting. I wonder what sort of trial qualification rank you'll be able to attain. Lin Ming was startled. Trial qualifications? The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Ming and slowly explained, the King's Cage has different ranking smelting trial qualifications. There are many factors involved. In short, talent, soul, strength, all of these factors and more are closely linked to the final result. It is a complete and comprehensive evaluation of all young heroic elites. The smelting trial qualifications are divided into 4 different grades. These are Common, Saint, Azura, and Titled Azura. The first 3 grades are also divided into Low, Medium, and High. Of these, a High Azura is amongst the most splendid of all Heaven-step Azuras. As for a Titled Azura, that is an Azura with their own unique title. In the last 10,000 years, there have only been a total of 3 Titled Azuras. Those that can become a Titled Azura are surely the proudest sons of heaven in their generation. But even if all 12 Sky-Split Towers are added together, these are still extremely rare existences. Only 3 people had become Titled Azuras in the last 10,000 years. Lin Ming's eyebrows twisted together. Sky-Split Tower could not be compared to the South Horizon region. The South Horizon region was a small region about 1,000,000 miles wide. As for Sky-Split Tower, it was a place where nearly every young genius within the Holy Demon Continent that walked the killing path came to. These were the most outstanding youths among those that cultivated the demonic arts. It had to be known that the Holy Demon Continent had a very complex racial situation. There were great wars nearly every year, and the number of talents surpassed the Sky Spill Continent by far. Not just that, but of the giant demon martial artists, 70 to 80% of them walked the killing road. The Blood Slaughter Steppes could be called the land where they all gathered. Even so, Polaris Tower only had a total of 3 Titled Azuras in the last 10,000 years. Even if the other 11 Sky-Split Towers were added together, this was just a bit over 30 individuals. Obviously, this was an extremely rare title. Lin Ming asked, there have only been 3 people in the last 10,000 years. Have these 3 finally become peerless emperors? The middle-aged man was smugly silent. The martial artists that first entered the king's cage smelting trial qualifications were almost always filled with excitement as they heard the legend of these title de jures. This was a reasonable reaction after all. These heroic youths were incomparably proud and arrogant of their abilities. Among them, there were even many that thought they themselves should be a title de jure. However, in truth, after these people underwent their smelting trial qualifications, they often weren't graded as ordinary jures, instead only being given a saint grade. Lin Ming's reaction was within the deacon's expectations. The deacon normally wouldn't care and would be disinclined to respond if a normal person asked him, but he had heard rumors about Lin Ming's talent. In the future, it was possible that Lin Ming would become a great figure within Skysplit Tower. Thinking of this, he said, "No. 2 of those people are missing. No one knows just where they went. Only one of them became a peerless emperor. Not just that, but that person isn't an ordinary emperor-level master. After being a peerless emperor, he could even instantly kill an emperor-level supreme elder at his same level." "I see." Lin Ming was not surprised. If there were only 3 individuals that were title de jures in the last 10,000 years, then these individuals were naturally peak emperor-level talent existences. In fact, the definition of an emperor-level talent only meant that one had a small ray of hope for becoming a true emperor-level powerhouse. One could call themselves an emperor-level talent, but of these so-called emperor-level talents, the vast majority were not able to become a peerless emperor. Maybe they exhausted their potential, maybe they weren't able to persist, or perhaps their destiny was lacking and they perished. But even between emperor-level talents there were massive gaps. Otherwise emperor powerhouses would not be so exceedingly rare. Hee. Boy, you look like you want to become a title de jure? Yan Qi's voice suddenly sounded in Lin Ming's ear. Lin Ming turned around and calmly said, "It doesn't matter whether I want to become a title de jure or not. We'll find out after I try it." "Haha." Yan Qi guffawed, his expression mute. "Deacon Bai, open the smelting trial for him. I want to see just what grade of smelting trial qualifications this boy will earn. Young hero Lin, if you would like, please follow me." The middle-aged deacon said without much expression as he moved towards the back wall. This practice area was very broad. It had width and length of 1,000 feet, and the dome was dozens of feet high. On this wall there were 9 thick stone pillars that stood next to each other. On the pillars were all sorts of carvings and reliefs. There were coiling dragons, demons, and a variety of vicious beasts, each with menacing poses, all of them vivid and lifelike. The middle-aged deacon selected the 3rd and 4th pillars and moved between them. He took out a token and then placed it on the wall. With a rumbling sound, this wall began to slowly rise up. The wall was 10 feet thick. And not just that, but it was constructed out of some unknown metal. With how high it was, this wall should weigh no less than several 100,000 genes. This was a terrifying wall weight. Just what of strength was able to lift it? As the wall rose, it rumbled like a thunderstorm, the sound echoing in one's ears. After the wall was completely raised up, it revealed a large stone chamber within. This stone chamber was around 200 feet wide, and it contained an indescribably rugged and potent energy. It was like a mystical door to another dimension, leading to an endless ancient and primal wilderness. "This is the king's cage." Lin Ming was shocked. He couldn't imagine just what sort of person had created this place to begin with. Indeed, Yan Qi looked at Lin Ming, a savoring expression on his face. Even the lonely and proud Fengshen stopped in his steps and looked at Lin Ming. From beginning to end, he hadn't said a single word. To someone like Fengshen, only a peerless heavenly genius that could stand as his rival was worthy of attracting his attention. Lin Ming walked into the stone chamber. On the walls of this chamber were doors of light. It was unknown where they went. Near these doors of light stood a 100-foot-high stone tablet. This seemed like stone, but it also seemed like metal. As one stared at it, they could sense a faint law as well as an origin of energy, causing them to tremble in their knees. From top to bottom, the stone tablet was entirely covered with countless names. The very top 3 rows only had one name each. The first row said, Sky Ghost Azura, Shinta Hongshi. The second row said, Netherworld Azura, Mo Kuan. The third row said, Afal Azura, Haugan. These 3 rows of names were written in fanciful and bold cursive. This handwriting seemed to contain the laws and will of the world. It was splendid and radiant. The middle-aged deacon said, This stone tablet is called the King Tablet. Every time a martial artist enters the King's Cage smelting trial and obtains a high-grade saint-level qualification ranking, their names will appear on the King Tablet. The name stays for 10,000 years. A 10,000-year period truly seemed enough to have a name appear eternal. Lin Ming's eyes continued downwards, and he saw that the names after the 3 rows of title de jure were much smaller. Followed right after the 3 title de jure was 1 rank, Heaven Step Azura. Underneath this Heaven Step Azura were several dozen names, each filled with a strange flavor. As he looked at the second row of names, Lin Ming was stunned. There was an impressive name there, Fengshen. Lin Ming couldn't help but turn around and glance at Fengshen. Fengshen was standing right behind him around 100 feet away. Both of his hands were hanging behind his back, and his eyes were placid. His expression was clear, and he didn't seem to give a single care about Lin Ming looking at him. So Fengshen is a Heaven Step Azura. Lin Ming silently counted the number. There was a total of 36 Heaven Step Azura. This was the total accumulation of 10,000 years, which meant that there was an average of 1 every 300 years. Fengshen being one of them was already extremely rare. Below that were Earth Step Azuras. There was a total of 150 people listed here. Lin Ming also saw Yan Qi's name among them. Then below that were Human Step Azuras. There were even more people listed here. Finally, below that was the high-grade saint level. These names filled the rest of the entire stone tablet. Because there were so many of these names, they seemed unremarkable bunched up next to each other. But, in truth, these individuals were the peerless geniuses of their eras. If everyone is ready, then please enter. The contents of the qualification smelting trial vary for every person. Each person will encounter different scenarios. I wish all of you good luck, Deacon Bai flatly said, pointing to a door of light beside him. Behind Lin Ming, Yan Qi and Fengshen looked at him. Brother Lin, please be careful. The qualification smelting trials are dangerous and possibly fatal. If you find yourself facing a situation where you can't win, then don't force yourself. Dagu reminded behind him. I'll remember. Lin Ming breathed deeply several times. He adjusted his mindset so it was near the ethereal state, revolved his true essence, and stepped into the void of light. Whoosh! A white light flashed and Lin Ming disappeared. There was a sense of space twisting around him as Lin Ming's vision blurred. Then it gradually began to clear. He stood in an endless black space. Stars shined above his head, and gray rocks floated gently in the air. See? A blazing white light appeared without any indication and pierced straight towards Lin Ming's chest. Lin Ming's eyes widened. He drew the purple comet spear and in an instant was ready to fend off the attack and counter it. But in this moment, Lin Ming felt space warp around him and time seemed to slow. His footsteps should have been like the wind, but instead it seemed as if he had fallen into a bog, finding all of his movements restricted. Space-time law shackles. This is the law of space and time. It is exactly the concepts which I comprehended. That Deacon Bai said that the qualification smelting trial is different for every person and every person will encounter different scenarios. Then, this qualification test of the concept of space and time should be aimed specifically at me. As Lin Ming thought this, his heart burned with a radiant fighting spirit. How interesting. Let me see what degree the difficulty of this qualification smelting trial is, where only 3 people have become a title de jure in the last 10,000 years. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming's perception swept out in all directions, instantly extending to the surrounding space. His body twisted in a way that completely violated the laws of physics as he changed his trajectory and soared through a path out. This instant acceleration made it appear as if he had teleported. Whoosh! The beam of light stabbed through the black ground and disappeared without a trace. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. What a strong attack. If someone lacked strength, then that beam of light would have pierced right through their body. No wonder Dagu had reminded him that this qualification smelting trial could be fatal. Lin Ming quickly swiveled around, and was surprised to see a black storm roiling towards him. This storm was the exact same as the black storms that Lin Ming had seen when he passed through the ancient transmission array. Space storm. As Lin Ming saw this, he was not startled, but instead happy. The concept of space was elusive and enigmatic. He had been worried that there wouldn't be any place where he could perceive this, but he didn't expect that the King's Cage qualification smelting trial would have it. Come on! Not only did Lin Ming not dodge, but instead he picked up the purple comet spear and rushed directly towards the space storm. When Lin Ming first passed through the ancient transmission array, he hadn't even had a tiny bit of superficial knowledge or comprehension of the laws of space and time. Although he had experienced a number of space storms, Lin Ming hadn't gained much from them. But now, he had entered into the initial threshold and understand the concepts of space and time. If he could experience the space storm once more, then he would be able to obtain comprehensions that were of a completely different nature from the previous time. Show! A spear entered the storm. Lin Ming felt a terrifying attracting force pulling on him, tearing at him, wanting to rip him to shreds. Lin Ming had already experienced this feeling before. He calmly and steadily adjusted his mind and flow of true essence to adapt to this distortion of spacetime as soon as possible. Blood seal twisting murder. The power of rotation. Beside Lin Ming, blood-drinking seals flew out like flying knives, rapidly rotating around each other. The principle of these spinning seals was similar to that of the space storm. Melding with this force, Lin Ming rapidly shot into the space storm. True essence constantly condensed and dispersed. In this vortex, Lin Ming was like a fish swimming upstream, agile and calm. Very good. Again, Lin Ming's figure moved. At this time, an even more terrifying space storm began to form in front of him. Around the edges of this space storm, even time seemed to twist. The black space storm swept through the sky as if it were devouring all. This was the union of the concept of time and the concept of space. These complex concepts made travel through the storm even more difficult. Lin Ming's eyes shrank. Facing this great black space storm, he grew even more excited. But the difference from a moment ago was that this excitement had a tinge of solemnity. The concept of time was fused into this space storm. While he needed to adapt to the power of space, he also needed to adjust the passage of time around him to fit the law of space here. Diverting his mind in two directions was not easy. See, Lin Ming decided on a spacetime node, his spear thrusting out. With a spiraling potency, the spear light shot into the black storm. It formed into a twisting ripple, but just as this ripple appeared it immediately slowed down like a fish caught in mud. The time is wrong. Lin Ming drew back, escaping the turbulent space flow that passed near him. He adapted to the flow of time once again. Cha-cha-cha. Spear thrust after spear thrust formed beautiful spiral ripples, every one like an arrow entering into water. These strikes caused ripples in the space storm that propagated for dozens of feet. Because of the intense collision from the power of space, these ripples slowly faded away. Lin Ming kept dodging the power of space, retreating a step at a time as the spear in his hand thrust out at an even faster rate. At this time, a light flashed in his eyes. Heretical God Force, open. 100% of the heretical God Force was released. The compressed true essence within Lin Ming's body erupted. As he stepped upon golden rock shattering the void, his speed shot up dramatically. All of his energy and will was poured into the purple comet spear. Lin Ming became one with his spear, his entire being converting into a vibrant spiraling force that pierced into the space storm. If he distanced himself from the attacks of the space storm, then Lin Ming would only be able to perceive the most cursory of details. Only if he completely invested himself into this storm of space and time would he be able to experience its true depths and comprehend the most basic concepts and laws. The power of space roared past Lin Ming. The power of space was known as the force that could annihilate all. When Lin Ming had passed through the ancient transmission array, many of the spatial rings he wore had been instantly shattered by the space storm. The medicines, treasures, bottles, everything inside these spatial rings had turned to dust in front of Lin Ming's eyes before vanishing into the endless darkness. Trying to resist such a terrifying power of space with just true essence was suicide. Only if one conformed to this power and used the law of space to protect themselves would they be able to live. Damn! Lin Ming was careless for a moment, missing a trace of the power of space. This small trace of strength rubbed against Lin Ming's arm, and his bodily true essence was ripped apart like a thin piece of paper. The muscles on his arm burst open, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone. Blood showered out, instantly disappearing in the space storm. How frightening! Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. He quickly focused his thoughts and readapted himself to the power of twisting space. Just a touch of the power of space could cause such terrifying destruction. Just who was the one that said the striking power of the concept of space was lacking? When Lin Ming first faced Xianxia, he had used the concept of space to confront his concept of annihilation. Compared to the concept of annihilation, Lin Ming felt that the striking power of the concept of space was lacking. The concept of space's strengths lay in its ability to allow one's skills to be elusive and variable, making them nearly impossible to detect or avoid. However, now it seemed that the concept of space didn't lack in striking power, but rather that Lin Ming's comprehension of it was just far too low. What he understood was nothing but a drop in the sea. My road is still too long. Lin Ming released his senses and closed his eyes, even completely withdrawing all of the true essence that protected his body. Since bodily true essence was fundamentally unable to resist this space storm, he might as well take it all away so that he could concentrate his mental strength to an unprecedented level. At that moment, Lin Ming's mind was completely emptied of all thoughts. Even his spiritual sea was a great empty space. Immersed in this space storm, he was completely defensive. If he took a single wrong step, then he would be crushed to death, beyond redemption. A normal qualification trial challenger would handle a concept test like this by mainly dodging to pass. Breaking in with any hesitation like this was simply an act of madness. Of course, the benefits to this madness were obvious. Lin Ming's comprehension of the space and time concepts was unceasingly improving. Space is not nothing, but is the sea where all life comes from. It in itself is the property of all matter. It is not that space holds all matter, but only after the existence of myriad things is their position measured. The great volume of space is similar to the existence of men and women to humanity. Only after the existence of humanity do men and women have meaning. Similarly, only after the appearance of matter does space have meaning. Lin Ming unknowingly swam in the ocean of space. He seemed to simply begin to comprehend the essence of space. Without knowing how much time passed, Lin Ming's eyes opened. The space storm had passed, and Lin Ming was standing atop the dark black earth. As he looked at his hand, he saw that the torn muscles there had already regenerated halfway. Done already? What a pity. Lin Ming shook his head. If he could continue that state he was in a moment ago, then he could have realized even deeper truths. This is not too far away. Lin Ming saw a billowing cloud of thunderfire. The concepts of thunder and fire. Ah! This really is a comprehensive test. Lin Ming's eyes burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. Compared to the elusive power of space and time, the concepts of thunder and fire were his specialty. He was already very familiar with thunderfire. Who? From a distance where thunder and fire fused together as one, thunderfire billowed high, incomparably violent and savage. Lin Ming's lips curved up in a smile. It's only interesting if it's fused. If it's just the concept of thunder or the concept of fire, then it would be too boring. When Lin Ming was trying to fuse the power of thunder and fire, he respectively went to the concept of thunder practice area as well as the concept of fire practice area. Just these sole concepts made Lin Ming feel as if something were lacking. But now, in the King's Cage qualification test, both of these concepts were united as one. This caused Lin Ming to rejoice with happiness. This was really a great place. Lin Ming looked forwards to coming to this qualification trial several more times. Hey! That boy has been in for just under an hour. Outside of the smelting trial area, Xianxia was speaking to Fengshen. But at this time, Fengshen's eyes were closed in meditation. He had entered into a strange cultivation state. If Lin Ming were here, he would see that this was shockingly a type of martial intent. It was one similar to Lin Ming's own ethereal martial intent. It was a supportive martial intent that could greatly increase one's practice speed. As Xianxia saw Fengshen not respond to his words, he could only give up. Facing Fengshen, Xianxia didn't have the least bit of arrogance. Xianxia remembered that when he went into the qualification smelting trial, he came out after an hour. Time didn't mean everything. But, in general, someone who couldn't surpass an hour inside could only be ranked as a medium-grade saint level. This wasn't even enough to be recorded on the King Tablet. Yan Qi didn't doubt that Lin Ming had the ability to appear on the King Tablet. The question was what level he would reach. If he can reach Fengshen's level, then that would be incredible. That prideful fellow Fengshen is already staying here late for the first time just so he can see Lin Ming's smelting trial results. It seems that he cares somewhat about Lin Ming. Thinking about this, Yan Qi felt a bit uncomfortable. If Lin Ming became a Heaven Step Azura, then that meant that Lin Ming's future accomplishments would surpass his one day. Within the space of the smelting trial, Lin Ming flew high in the air, grasping the purple comet spear. His long hair danced in the air. Beside him, thunder and flame roared as the origin energy of the world put him through a brutal and violent baptism. Lin Ming thrust out his spear again and again. The violet electricity spirit bamboo fused with 100,000 arcs of lightning, and the sacred flame parasol tree whipped up waves of brilliant flames. Under this attack, Lin Ming's comprehension of the fusion between the concepts of thunder and fire grew more and more. He had already unconsciously reached the large success stage and was making strides towards perfection. But at this moment, a white light flashed. In the air, 6 phantoms appeared. These fuzzy shades were armed with long spears made of energy, and they rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming loudly shouted out. At this time, all of the wild heaven and earth origin energy compressed together within his body. If he didn't release this, then he would explode. Come on! Lin Ming shook the purple comet spear and then rushed straight towards these 6 phantoms. A brilliant spear light cut through the endless sky. Lin Ming cried out, and he became one with his spear. Under the grace of thunder and fire, Lin Ming's speed instantly reached the pinnacle. Space itself trembled underneath this potent spear light. Chila, like a burning meteor, Lin Ming instantly passed through 3 of the 6 phantoms, killing them in a single strike. The other 3 phantoms were wounded by the aftershocks of thunderfire and severely injured. This move was the end result of the fusion of Chasing Thunder and Chasing Sunday. It was now also one of Lin Ming's strongest moves. Lin Ming named it Penetrating Rainbow. With this name, it described how after the first movement, the spear instantly penetrated the deep blue sky, the spear light seeming like an endless rainbow that hung in the heavens. Thus, the name of this move was Penetrating Rainbow. Moreover, Lin Ming's first spear was called Penetrating Rainbow. This name also held a commemorative significance for him. Awesome! Ever since he comprehended Penetrating Rainbow, although Lin Ming had practiced this move 1,000 times, he still hadn't used it in combat. Now he finally had an enemy to fight. Although it was only a virtual enemy made of energy, Lin Ming still felt happy about this. As for the remaining 3 phantoms, Lin Ming's spear rushed past them. Puff! 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 3 lights flashed. They all died instantly. To the current Lin Ming, these 6 phantoms were far too weak. Then the world shifted, the heavens and earth changing around him. Thick clouds obscured the starry sky, and the endless black earth underneath his feet turned into a vast, fathomless ocean. Thunder recklessly flashed in the sky. It was like the divine soldiers of God were casting their weapons down upon the world, ripping the heavens apart. Bang! The surface of the sea suddenly exploded. Dozens of water columns rose into the sky, thousands of feet high. Within these water columns were purple flood dragons that roared as they rushed towards Lin Ming. Before these flood dragons arrived, their terrifying aura and pressure pushed down on him like a great mountain. In this pressure, there was actually a purple light that instantly broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Soul attack! Lin Ming's mind chilled. This was truly a great test. The power of concepts, one's individual strength, even a test for soul force, this trial was truly all-encompassing, everyone was completely involved. As the soul attack broke into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, it was instantly melted away by the samsara martial intent without being able to harm him at all. Then, the flood dragons roared again as they rushed towards Lin Ming. The ocean rolled up in gigantic waves, the sky exploding as if the apocalypse had arrived. Lin Ming instantly judged that it would be difficult dealing with these flood dragons. His mind touched upon the heretical god seed. Lin Ming unleashed the heretical god force. Bang! His long hair dancing, Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear, his fighting spirit sweeping through the world. 2 hours and a quarter. Outside of the smelting trial, Dagu was staring at an hourglass. This time was already comparable to how long Fengshen had stayed within. But the corresponding result could be good or bad. If Lin Ming rolled through unstoppable, then he could even become a titled Azura. But if he was plodding along, then he might not even become an Earth-step Azura. At this moment, the door of light violently shook. Dagu's eyes jumped up. Did the smelting trial end? Seeing the door of light shake, Xianxia stood up. Even Fengshen, who had been sitting in meditation, faintly opened his indifferent eyes. 2 hours and a quarter. That was the same time that Fengshen lasted in his own smelting trial. Because martial artists had different levels of strength, their trials also had correspondingly different difficulties. Thus the results would also be different. How much time passed was only a single factor of many. Whoosh! A figure shot out from the door of light, stepping onto the ground. This was Lin Ming. The clothes on Lin Ming's right hand were torn and dyed red with blood. But it seemed fine overall. It should have been a minor wound, and in addition there wasn't a scar. It was just that his clothes were slightly messy and his breath was a bit unsteady. He had clearly overconsumed his energy. Xianxia's eyes flashed. If he wasn't injured too heavily, then that meant his results were decent. This boy, Xianxia said with a tinge of envy. As for Fengshen, his eyes were still calm and detached as he looked at Lin Ming. Then his eyes turned to the king tablet. At the very top of the stone tablet where the Heaven-step Azuras were located, the entire stone tablet, including the letters themselves, were shrouded underneath an opaque golden light. One couldn't clearly see, but one could approximate the letters slowly forming within this golden light. This name was suspended high on the top 3 feet of the king tablet. On the king tablet, the name would form in the air before it fell onto the stone tablet. The letters were magnificent, containing all sorts of exquisite mysteries. Heaven-step Azura? Xianxia gripped his fists together. Was the name forming on the stone tablet really a once in 300 years Heaven-step Azura? With Lin Ming's talent, he had already guessed there was a high probability of him being a Heaven-step Azura. But to see this happen in real life in front of him made Xianxia feel deeply uncomfortable. From the very beginning, Fengshen, who hadn't had any expression at all, finally had a tinge of emotion on his face. His eyes turned to Lin Ming, giving him a deep look, before turning back to the golden characters forming in the air. As Lin Ming's name was formed, everyone thought that these golden characters would now fall onto the king tablet. As soon as Lin Ming appeared, the golden light flashed again and more letters began to appear. What? Xianxia's eyes widened. There were more words? This is 3 more words formed in the golden light. These words finally formed. Evil God Azura. He had been given the title of Evil God. Ka! This line of golden words fell onto the king tablet. The king tablet was several dozen feet high and over 3 feet thick, but it still trembled as this name fell onto it, as if it couldn't bear the weight of this title. As the golden light faded away, Lin Ming's name was deeply engraved right underneath the 8-fall Azura. This was the 4th row, Evil God Azura, Lin Ming. Xianxia's floored expression froze on his face. Even the aloof and indifferent Fengshen had lost his past calm. Titled Azura. Evil God. The titles that Sky-Split Tower bestowed upon certain individuals were not random. It was said that the qualifications smelting trial had a certain ability to predict the future. For instance, Haugan was given the title of 8th-fall Azura, and after that he really crossed 8 stages of life destruction before reaching the Divine Sea. Soon after, the world respectfully called him the 8th-fall War Emperor. Then if Lin Ming was given the title of Evil God, what would happen in the future? Would he become an evil god? What sort of concept was an evil god? Just what level powerhouse would that be? Would it be in existence on the same level as the 8th-fall War Emperor? Dagu gasped, unable to hide his astonishment. After being stunned for a moment, he finally recovered. With awe in his eyes, he muttered, "To think that in my life I was able to witness the birth of a titled Azura. This is unbelievable." Lin Ming glanced at the stone tablet. A title de jure was no more than what he expected. He wasn't too proud of this accomplishment. There were only 3 title de jures in the last 10,000 years, but one couldn't forget that there was more than one sky-split tower. Of course, to the normal person, a title de jure was a legendary existence. But to Lin Ming, if he couldn't obtain this rank, then that really would have been too laughable. At that point, he wouldn't have had any qualifications to think of going to the realm of the gods or pursuing anything like the peak of all martial arts. Lin Ming, Feng Xin called out, finally speaking at last. This was first time he spoke. His voice was calm, but carried a firm edge to it. Titled Evil God. I will remember, I'm waiting for you. With that, Feng Xin no longer idled. He turned and left. As Yan Qi saw Feng Xin leave, his complexion sunk. He didn't think that Lin Ming was actually such an abnormal freak of nature. If it was possible, then he didn't want to become enemies with Lin Ming. But the crux of this was, if he didn't take Lin Ming as his enemy, would Lin Ming take him as an enemy? Yan Qi finally snorted coldly and left the practice area. He already decided that he had to fight Lin Ming as soon as possible. If he dawdled around for a year or two, then he absolutely would not be Lin Ming's match. Sir Lin, this is your qualifications token as well as an introductory jade slip to the king's cage for title de jures. Please take it. Deacon Bai respectfully presented a token and jade slip to Lin Ming. His manners were at the most impeccable and humble state they could be. He never thought that for all the years he had managed this area that he would be the one to bear witness to the birth of a title de jure. Thank you. Lin Ming received the qualifications token. After briefly sweeping through the jade slip, he had a general sense as to what the king's cage was. Haha, Brother Lin, you truly amazed everyone with that dazzling accomplishment. After Yan Qi left, Dagu began to laugh. He was very happy to see Yan Qi's defeated expression. The two of them had never been on friendly terms to begin with. I never expected this. Sun Ji covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with incredulity as she looked at Lin Ming. It's nothing more than destiny, Lin Ming casually said. In truth, none of the martial artists in Sky Split Tower knew that he was only 19 years old. If they did, then these people would probably fall into a horror-filled panic. Brother Lin, after earning your trial qualifications, you can then enter the corresponding level of the king's cage. Would Brother Lin like to go and practice or have a drink for now? Lin Ming said, Thank you, Brother Dagu, for your kindness, but I would like to practice as soon as possible. After finishing the qualification smelting trial, there are some understandings I've gained and I wanted to meditate on these faint insights. All right, then, I'll bid farewell first. Dagu cupped his fists together. Lin Ming also cupped his fists together in return. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out nearby. Sir Lin, would you like to go for a drink? I would like to go, haha. Lin Ming turned around to see a short imp that barely reached 6 feet. He wore a loose embroidered robe and smiled as he walked forwards. What do you want? Lin Ming asked. As Dagu saw this person, he knit his eyebrows together. He said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission. This person is High Lord Heion's representative. I estimate that he's here to make a deal with you. I won't accompany you then. Brother Lin, weigh the advantages and disadvantages yourself before you come to a decision, and best of luck to you. Dagu said as he left with Sun Ji. As Sun Ji left, she glared at this short imp man. Her eyes filled with obvious disgust and utter loathing. The imp man ignored this and said, Sir Lin, I already have a table reserved at the Ming Tea House. I wonder if Sir Lin would like to follow me there for a little chat? I have wonderful news to tell Sir Lin. No need. Say what you want here. Lin Ming indifferently said. Ho ho. The imp man wasn't embarrassed. He smiled and said, It seems Sir Lin already knows why I'm here. Then I'll make this brief. Sir High Lord Heion appreciates you very much. If you want, then you may choose to pledge yourself to Sir High Lord and enter into his service for 50 years. During this period, you may use all the practice resources of Skysplit Tower as you wish. This is great news. Skysplit Tower's practice resources cannot be compared to a Holy Land's. Without any exaggeration, this is the best land for practice in the entire Holy Demon continent. I wonder if Sir Lin... Sorry, But I have no intention of doing that. Lin Ming flatly refused, leaving no room for further discussion. Young hero Lin, this is a fortune that others can't have no matter how much they wish for it. You don't know how many people are envious of this position, not to mention that you only need to pledge yourself to 50 years of service. In fact, you don't even need to stay that long. With Sir Lin's talent, at most you'll need to serve a dozen or so years. As long as... Are you done speaking? I have to go practice. Lin Ming said dismissively. There was no free lunch in this world. After signing a sole contract and becoming a dog of Skysplit Tower, although he would be able to use practice resources as he wished, he would need to block the growth of budding talents for Skysplit Tower. In other words, he would act as the hand of Skysplit Tower. For instance, this was also Xianxia's role on the second floor. The imp's complexion was somewhat ugly. For better or worse, he was still a subordinate of the High Lord, yet he was actually treated this way by Lin Ming. The imp's smile tightened and he coldly said, Lin Ming, a wise man knows when to retreat. If you continue to remain so stubbornly obstinate, then your only choice is to leave Skysplit Tower, lest you draw a disaster upon yourself. These last words were spoken through a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming wasn't stirred by this threat. He calmly said, I have no interest in Skysplit Tower's control of benefits or its power struggles. At most I will stay in Skysplit Tower for another 2 years. I have no intention of taking your High Lords as an enemy. I only wish to peacefully practice. If some people are not relieved by this, then I can guarantee that I will give up on becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon and will stay at the peak of 8 wings. Lin Ming had already spoken out a great deal of concessions. Becoming a 12-winged heavenly demon and obtaining the heavenly demon martial intent was without a doubt tempting. But Lin Ming was well aware of just how terrifying Skysplit Tower could be. He did not intend to take the entire Skysplit Tower as an enemy just by himself. Stepping back this far was already a measure of his sincerity. However, the imp wasn't of the same opinion. To him, Lin Ming completely wanted to do things the hard way. The High Lords rarely thought so highly of someone, and yet this person was being so unappreciative of this. You promised to stop at the peak of 8 wings and not take the 12 High Lords as your enemy? That's quite brave of you. Then should I represent the 12 High Lords and thank you for showing such gracious mercy? Humph. The imp coldly coughed. He wanted to spit out several more ruthless words, but then he casually glimpsed the king tablet. At the top of the stone tablet, the golden light hadn't yet dimmed. It still continued to shine softly and silently with a warm gold light as before. It was this wisp of golden light that caught the imp's attention. That golden light actually shrouded a line of words. These words were, Evil God Azura, Lin Ming. The imp's eyes instantly widened and his mouth fell open. All of those rude words he wanted to spit out got stuck in his throat. Titled Azura. Heavens! Was he wrong? He naturally knew that this was the king tablet. Those 3 names on the top had remained unchanged for thousands of years. But today, another name had appeared. Lin Ming. He had actually obtained this title. The imp man was completely befuddled. Anything else you want to say? Lin Ming's voice was extremely cold and desolate. Kia. The imp was scared silly, thus he reacted this way. He reflexively shook his head and said, No, never mind. With his original arrogance dashed away, the imp visibly withered. But one couldn't blame him for being so scared. A titled Azura was simply too terrifying. For instance, take the 8-fall Azura How Gone. He finally achieved 8 stages of life destruction and earned the great title of 8-fall War Emperor. Among emperors at his same level, no one was his match. Even old monsters born thousands of years ago greatly feared the 8-fall War Emperor and gave him his due respect. If one wanted to win against the 8-fall War Emperor, they needed to achieve an absolute superiority through their cultivation. Otherwise, they would be ruthlessly oppressed by the 8-fall War Emperor. Thinking that Lin Ming would become such a person in the future, the imp felt his scalp tingle. If he truly offended such a person, then even Skysplit Tower would not be able to protect him. Thus, he nodded and timidly said, Sir Lin, this little servant will leave first. The imp left like he was fleeing. He didn't dare to mention the matter of pledging allegiance again to Lin Ming. What a joke! Of Skysplit Tower's 12 High Lords, besides the Chief High Lord who was also the Tower Master, the other 11 High Lords weren't even Heavenstep Asuras. There were also many of them who weren't even Earthstep Asuras, so how could they expect a titled Asura to subordinate himself to them? There were many names on the King Tablet, but that was the total accumulation of 10,000 years. It was the converging of all the heroic young talents of the entire Holy Demon Continent. Let alone a Heavenstep Asura, even an ordinary Asura was a peerless genius of their generation. The imp rushed to the transmission array as fast as he could, directly passing to the 4th floor where the High Lord was. Sir Heian, there is very bad news. The imp was originally short. Coupled with his fat body, he looked like a round bouncing ball as he rushed up, stumbling and rolling through the corridor. High Lord Heian frowned as he looked at the panicked imp. He coldly shouted, "What are you so flustered about?" The plump imp knelt on the ground, out of breath. "Sir, it's bad. Lin Ming has become a titled Asura and earned the smelting trial qualifications." "I know already," High Lord Heian coldly replied, his face glowering. In truth, he was among the first to learn that Lin Ming had become a titled Asura. He had no need for this man to tell him that again. When he first learned this news, he was also alarmed, completely horrified. A titled Asura? There was too much meaning behind that. This sort of character even surpassed the scope of Skysplit Tower. It involved the race war of the entire Holy Demon Continent. As the imp saw High Lord Heian remain silent, he didn't know what to make of things. He weakly proposed, "Sir, Lin Ming promised a moment ago that he wouldn't be enemies with us. Perhaps we can take a look at this and change our strategies. We can remain on good terms with Lin Ming and not provoke him. If we do, then in the future." "Humph! Stupid!" High Lord Heian coldly shouted. The imp was frightened. He instantly prostrated on the floor, no longer daring to say anything more. That Eightfall War Emperor is already the best example. If we raise a tiger, then that is just drawing disaster back onto us. It will inevitably bite back. If we let another human become a 12-winged heavenly demon and they later become a divine Sea Supreme Elder, then the foundation of the blood slaughter steps will be shaken. High Lord Heian no longer thought that Lin Ming might sign the soul contract to obey Skysplit Tower. A talent of this level was a dragon in a deep pool. Their potential was limitless. How would they be willing to let others put shackles on them? Let alone him, even that Heavenstep Asura Fengshen refused to sign the soul contract. They were individuals whose pride reached the pinnacle. Would they ever be willing to be dogs for other people? However, Fengshen's background was extraordinary. The powerhouse behind him negotiated with the Tower Master and received a personal guarantee. Finally, Skysplit Tower was willing to compromise. But Lin Ming was different. No one had managed to discover what major power lay behind Lin Ming, supporting him. But even if they did, that power could only be an enemy. This was because Lin Ming was a human. Just the Eightfall War Emperor caused Skysplit Tower to have restless nights. So how could they allow another human to rise to the position of a Supreme Elder and threaten the blood slaughter steps? High Lord Heian was bleak as he stood up. He strode directly towards the meeting hall. "Oh!" Lin Ming looked at the door of light in front of him. Behind this door of light was a minor dimension. This was the king's cage for a titled Asura. This Skysplit Tower simply had too many sealed dimensions within it. It was hard to imagine who was the one that initially created Skysplit Tower. Behind Lin Ming were many martial artists standing around. They were onlookers. 2 hours ago, Lin Ming became a titled Asura. This news already spread through the 3rd floor like a blazing tornado. Nearly everyone had heard this unbelievable news. Prior to this, a titled Asura was like a fairy tale to them. They never imagined that such a thing would happen near them. This event gave off too fantastical a feeling, as if they were living a dream. In just a few minutes, a massive number of martial artists had gathered at the special practice area entrance. They all wanted to take a gander at the stone tablet. But there weren't actually many that had the authority to enter. Most of them could only join in on the fun by watching through the other side of the door. After seeing the king tablet, others couldn't help but sigh in praise. Some people even used a battle array disc to record a phantom image of the name so that others outside could see. But more people even went to the entrance of the king's cage, waiting for Lin Ming to enter. At this moment, no one in the room was speaking. Most of them were just curiously looking at the door to the king's cage, wanting to know what the difference was with a titled Azura-level king's cage. Sir Lin, entering the king's cage requires 20 slaughter points. In your life, you can only enter the king's cage one time, and your skeletal age must be less than 30 years too. There is no time limit inside. Are you ready to enter? Deacon Bai respectfully asked. I am. Regardless of what rank King's Cage 1 entered, it still cost 20 slaughter points. By obtaining a high-level smelting trial qualification, the benefits were naturally much greater. If one only obtained normal saint-level qualifications or even an ordinary qualification, then there wasn't much meaning in entering. The qualification one obtained all depended on their own individual ability. A titled Azura-level King's Cage was a rare experience. It was said that after the Eightfall War Emperor entered the King's Cage, he was then able to comprehend the laws of space and time. This set down the solid foundation for his future achievement of becoming an unstoppable powerhouse within his level. However, everyone's fortunes within the King's Cage were different. Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily be the same as the Eightfall War Emperor. Whether he could come across the concept of space or something else was unknown. Sir Lin, please confirm that you have sufficient food and water. In addition, this is an escape talisman. Upon entering the King's Cage, it is possible that you will encounter an extremely dangerous or life-threatening situation. If you find that you cannot withstand it, then you can use this escape talisman to exit. As Deacon Bai spoke, he gave Lin Ming a transmission talisman. Although this was a talisman, it was actually carved from jade. It was similar to the escape symbol that Mu Fengxian had given to Lin Ming. The escape symbol could transmit one to a farther distance and also any space, whilst the escape talisman that Deacon Bai gave him could only transmit one to a fixed point within Skysplit Tower. Not just that, but it was a very short distance. Thank you, Deacon Bai. Lin Ming had a good impression of this Deacon Bai. He didn't think he would need to use this transmission symbol, but the longer he stayed in the King's Cage, the greater his harvests would be. Although he thought that, the truth was that it was impossible to stay in the King's Cage forever. The longer one stayed in, the more difficult it became. At some point it would become unbearable and thus he would have to leave. Generally, a heroic young elite from a top 4th grade sect or a bottom 5th grade sect would be able to stay in the King's Cage for around 10 days of time. On a higher step, those young outstanding youths that were listed as Azuras on the King Tablet could last 15 days to a month. For instance, the number 1 ranked Heavenly Demon 7 stars and also a Heavenstep Azura, Fengshen, was able to stay inside for 28 days. As for the worse Xianxia, who was listed as an Earthstep Azura, he stayed within for 21 days. According to legends, almost 3,000 years ago, the person that stayed in the King's Cage for the longest period of time was the Eightfall War Emperor. He stayed inside for an entire 2 months. Beneath the Eightfall War Emperor was the Netherworld Azura Mo Kuan, who stayed inside for 45 days. There were great disparities even between titled Azura. As for the first Sky Ghost Azura Shintohongshi, because those were events from 800 years ago, the records were unclear and there were several versions of myths. It was unknown how long the real Shintohongshi stayed within the King's Cage. After taking several deep breaths and adjusting his condition to its peak, Lin Ming's eyes burned with a brilliant fighting spirit. He was earnestly awaiting the challenge of the King's Cage. As he was about to step forwards at this moment, a voice called out for him. Stop right there. Lin Ming turned around to see that the representative that High Lord Heian sent out had reappeared. And in front of him was a giant demon wearing a black suit of armor with a cape thrown over his shoulder. His body was solid and tight as if it were sculpted of iron, his muscles nearly bursting from his armor. His eyes seemed to flash like lightning. From this giant demon man's body, Lin Ming sensed a terrifying aura. This fellow was absolutely a master. Lin Ming frowned. What is it? Around Lin Ming, many other martial artists saw the caped man and their expressions changed. Maha is the 3rd ranked amongst the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. Some people immediately recognized the caped giant demon's identity. On Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, Maha's strength far surpassed Dagu's. This fellow is Maha? As Lin Ming looked at the caped giant demon, he was slightly startled. He had already heard of Maha's name all the way back in Sunflood City. You are Lin Ming. Maha looked at Lin Ming. His pitch-black eyes seemed as if they could see through Lin Ming. Why are you looking for me? Hee hee. Maha's laugh was like gravel. There are some things that I wish to talk to you about. Come with me. No need. If you need to say something, then say it here. I'm busy with my practice. Lin Ming's voice was calm, but it carried a faintly keen aura. Humph. After being directly rejected by Lin Ming, Maha was a bit annoyed. Your practice can wait. The High Lord has spoken. He gives you 1 day to leave Skysplit Tower. You've already been at Skysplit Tower for over a year and a half. You've already gained a great harvest here. You've accumulated a great deal of infernal energy, made gains in practice, and also become extremely wealthy. People should know just how far they can reach, and be content with what they have lest they overreach. Maha used a true essence sound transmission to speak. This sort of implicit threat went against Skysplit Tower's rules. Naturally, he couldn't speak publicly. You want me to leave? I've just obtained the qualifications to enter the titled Azura King's cage, and you want me to leave? Is there anything more ridiculous in this world? Lin Ming angrily laughed. If he left here, then he'd really be letting others bully him to the extreme. Ridiculous? Ha ha ha. Maha laughed. Letting you practice for so long in Skysplit Tower is already letting you take advantage of us. Now we are even letting you leave with your life intact. But you still have such much nonsense to babble on about. Do you still not understand anything? Here, strength is everything. You'd better be smart enough to know what to do, or else if you want to do things the hard way. Maha's words ended here with a sneer. The meaning behind this threat was very obvious. Of course, he didn't dare to speak this out publicly and instead used a true essence sound transmission. So you're saying that someone's going to come and deal with me? I wonder who you're going to send. The Heavenly Demon 7 Stars? A High Lord. Lin Ming aggressively responded, simply unafraid of Maha. If Lin Ming was really assassinated, then that would truly be a troublesome matter. Lin Ming was simply too strong. Killing him would make a giant mess of things. If a High Lord personally acted, then that would be blatantly violating Skysplit Tower's rules. If that time came, then the rumor of all the strong people who go to Skysplit Tower will be killed would spread like wildfire. If this happened, then who else would still dare come to Skysplit Tower? Maha grimaced. It seems that you're going to resist until the end. Fine, I will take 1 step back. If you leave Skysplit Tower, then I'll give you a tail of low-grade Demon God Bone. This is my final offer. Demon God Bone? Lin Ming's mind stirred. Humph, you probably don't know how valuable something like that is. I can tell you without exaggeration that a Demon God Bone is enough to cause a Demon King level martial artist to go crazy. Using it to just temper the body is a waste. If one integrates it into their life source and nourishes the fires of their life, then it can even be of great help to someone trying to break through to be a demon emperor. The Demon God Bone was naturally promised by the High Lords. Maha hadn't wanted to give this to Lin Ming, but after seeing Lin Ming so stubborn and defiant, he could only reluctantly put out this condition. Integrate it into one's life source to nourish the fire of life. It can help a Demon King powerhouse break through the Demon Emperor bottleneck. It can be used to temper the body, but that is a waste. I see. Lin Ming learned a great deal from Maha's words. It was obvious that Maha didn't know Lin Ming had already obtained a Demon God Bone. According to Lin Ming's knowledge from the own Demon God Bone he had, a tail worth of low-grade Demon God Bone was only the size of a cherry seed. As for the one Lin Ming had, it was the size of a pigeon egg. This was the Demon God Bone that was granted to Xianxia. A mere Xianxia with his status as the king of the second floor could obtain a Demon God Bone the size of a pigeon egg. But his own titled Azura-level King's Cage qualifications, which hadn't been seen in 300 years, could only qualify for a cherry seed-sized Demon God Bone. This was just too cheap. I'm sorry, but I am not interested. You! Maha was now burning with anger. Lin Ming, let me give you some advice. People shouldn't be too greedy, because the greedy always die. In Skysplit Tower, haven't you obtained blood demon crystals, practice resources, pills, treasures, jade slips, and all sorts of other things? Now you are even allowed to leave in peace without spitting out everything you've taken. A cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He no longer used a true essence sound transmission and said clearly and loudly, Skysplit Tower is a land that anyone can enter. You said that I obtained a massive amount of blood demon crystals, practice resources, pills, treasure, jade slips, and what else? Well, that is not wrong. However, this is not granted to me by Skysplit Tower, but it is what I have earned through my life and death battles. What does any of this have to do with you? This Skysplit Tower was not constructed by you giant demons, nor the imps, nor the fae. It has stood tall here for 100,000 years. Several tens of thousands of years ago, this land was once the common resource of all the martial artists of the Holy Demon Continent. But some people relied on their powerful strength and united all the different powers, making all of the budding talents their minions. They called themselves High Lords even as they amassed wealth and stole away control of Skysplit Tower's great resources. They created all sorts of rules making it so that other martial artists have to slaughter each other to reach them, all in order to obtain the tiniest chances. And why is it that they are allowed to do that? Lin Ming's questions were shouted out, stunning all of the martial artists around him. Lin Ming's words naturally made sense. It was just that these people had long accepted the High Lord's rules. It wasn't that they wanted to accept them, but that they had no choice but to. These people present were not the High Lord's subordinates, nor had they signed soul contracts. As they heard Lin Ming say all this, their hearts were in uproar. Maha's complexion turned ugly. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Don't regret your words in the future. When I decide something, I never regret it. Remember your words. Maha coldly snorted and stomped off. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, Lin Ming truly did have the authority to enter the king's cage. No one could stop him. Skysplit Tower's High Lords were truly afraid of this. The current Lin Ming wasn't already impossible to control. If he entered the king's cage, then he would undoubtedly grow. The growth of a new human divine Supreme Elder was not something that any of the other races wished to see. After Maha left, the surrounding martial artists were still confused. The conversation that Lin Ming had with Maha was mostly carried out in true essence sound transmissions. Since just a portion of that conversation was heard, none of them were sure what happened. Lin Ming, without saying anything, lifted his foot and entered the door of light leading to the king's cage. In full view of everyone, Lin Ming's figure disappeared. The door of light shook, ripples spreading out over the surface just like a fish leaping into a pool of water. Then, this quickly calmed down, vanishing without a trace. Today was the Dustnet month, Sunlight Day. This date was recorded down by Deacon Bai. It would be used to calculate just how much time Lin Ming spent in the king's cage. After Lin Ming disappeared, the surrounding martial artists naturally dispersed. Like this, the entire practice area was restored to its former calm. Lin Ming felt his body shake as if he had jumped into a pool of water. A sense of icy cold hit him, and then he saw that he had arrived in a vast white space. Show! A distorted black ray of light appeared, spinning around Lin Ming. These black lights began to appear one after another, becoming more and more intense until they ultimately formed a completely enclosed cage around Lin Ming, sealing him within. Lin Ming's mind went cold. This was the king's cage. At this moment, a voice passed into Lin Ming's mind. To be more exact, this wasn't a voice, but rather a form of direct communication that passed straight into the depths of his soul. Without words, without language, it allowed him to directly understand the meaning of it all. I'm supposed to break out of this cage. So this is what the king's cage practice is like. Since it's like this, why do they say those people that stay in the king's cage longer will experience more growth? And why would someone weak not even last 10 days before they are kicked out of this smelting trial space? Lin Ming had some doubts. Logically speaking, the less time it took to break out of the king's cage, the stronger that person should be. But the information he obtained was the opposite of that. The weak could not stay in here long, but the strong could stay as long as 2 months or more. There must be some trick to this place. I'll practice here and then figure it out as I go. Lin Ming closed his eyes. A moment later, he took out the purple comet spear. Above the spear shaft, azure true essence erupted. Break for me! Lin Ming gave a loud shout and stabbed out his spear at the cage's black barrier. There was just a slight kacha sound as the black barrier suddenly trembled, but only a shallow mark was left. It was far from breaking apart. That's solid. Lin Ming's heart went cold. Besides opening the heretical god force or using the concepts of thunder and fire, that strike had contained his full strength. That strike should have been able to shatter an Earthstep treasure armor, but when it hit the king's cage, it only left behind a shallow mark. This should be normal too. Lin Ming wasn't surprised. If he could break through with just a single spear thrust, then there wasn't much meaning in this. The heretical god force opened. Lin Ming also simultaneously used the concept of thunder. Chasing thunder. Man and spear became one. Lin Ming turned into a purple light that smashed into the barrier. Kacha. With an explosion, thick arcs of electricity danced along the cage's walls like wriggling pythons. The king's cage shook violently for a moment as several thin cracks appeared. It's broken? If it broke so easily. This king's cage can't be that simple. Chasing thunder. Boom! The black barrier that already had cracks in it could no longer withstand Lin Ming's continued attacks. Like a pane of glass, it suddenly shattered into countless small pieces. The king's cage broke. The black barrier loudly collapsed, all of it disintegrating into powder before vanishing into the void. Lin Ming once again returned to that vast white space. This empty white space was endless. It gave off an extremely depressing sense. Show! 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 A series of sounds happened. Black arcs of light fell down on Lin Ming, wrapping around him and enveloping him once again. It quickly condensed into another black barrier, except this time it was much thicker. Lin Ming instantly understood. That king's cage from a moment ago had only been an appetizer. The king's cage smelting trial was divided into multiple levels. The weak could only make it through a few layers, so they naturally stayed here for a shorter period of time. But a powerhouse could rush past many more, thus they stayed here a longer time. But aren't there martial artists that don't break the cage and just spend months in here? Can't they stay here for a longer period of time using that method too? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask this question. It seems like the king's cage is more complex than I imagined it to be. It absolutely can't be so simple. Thinking much more on this was pointless. He would slowly find out the further he got. What Lin Ming needed to do now was to break open this second prison cage. Ho dash! The heretical god force opened once again. He refused. On Skysplit Tower's 4th floor, High Lord Shingong was looking at Maha as he calmly asked him a question. That ungrateful boy wants to do things the hard way, Maha bitterly said. He had taken the matter of Lin Ming publicly refusing him to heart. Shigong, I already said that the boy wouldn't be obedient. What can we do? We've even offered a demon god bone, and yet he still refused. How can we possibly wait for that boy to become as strong as he wants before he leaves Skysplit Tower on his own volition? We might as well use this time when we are still stronger than him and carry out my plan. In a corner of the hall, High Lord Heian was sitting in a chain, his fingers lightly rapping against his old wooden staff. High Lord Shingong hesitated and slowly said, I don't believe the promises of a human. Heian, you want to lock Lin Ming in the king's cage until he dies. But how can we do that? We do not have the ability to alter Skysplit Tower's special practice areas. Rest assured, I have my methods. High Lord Heian cunningly smiled, his dark eyes as deep as the abyss. Penetrating rainbow. Lin Ming gave a loud shot, opening the heretical god force to the limit. On the purple comet spear, the concepts of thunder and fire began to unceasingly blend together. Man and spear became one, turning into a comet that smashed into the black barrier. Bang! The black barrier viciously trembled. Under the impact of this unrivaled force, the black barrier completely shattered. Lin Ming ran out of the king's cage once more. Third, Lin Ming had continuously broken through 3 cages. To him, this wasn't too difficult. At this time, a fluid conscious thought entered into Lin Ming's mind once again, passing a wordless message to him. After breaking through the first 3 cages, that completes the basic test for a title de jure and I can choose to leave after. Lin Ming saw that not too far away, a light appeared out of thin air. After a while, it actually formed into a transmission array. According to what he had just learned, he could leave the king's cage as long as he stepped into the transmission array. Should I leave the king's cage or continue practicing? Of course I'll continue. Lin Ming estimated that only 4 hours or so had passed since he entered. He certainly wouldn't leave so soon. Show! Xiao! Xiao! Beams of light fell down like rain, but this time they were no longer black. Instead, they were seven-colored like a bright spring rainbow. Lin Ming could feel that there was a very big difference between the light from now and before. But how, he actually couldn't say. Interesting. As the rainbow light formed into a new king's cage around Lin Ming, his true essence constantly revolved within him. The heretical god force began to brilliantly burn. At night, within the special practice area of Sky Split Tower, dozens of golden seals were floating in the air. A caped old imp was standing there, drawing with a red painted brush as he constantly drew new seals in space. The seals connected to each other, as if they were isolating an entire space. Behind this old imp was High Lord Heian. He was expressionlessly watching the old imp's actions, silent until the black-caped imp finished drawing up the first section of seals. High Lord Heian then asked, Master Suagu, how long will the great spatial lock array you're laying down need to be completed? Around 2 days, the old imp said. Suagu was the greatest array master within the blood slaughter steps. He was simultaneously skilled in current array formations as well as having deeply studied ancient array formations. When Suagu was young, he had suffered a grievous injury, causing the demon crystal within him to break. Although he had been able to maintain his life through the liberal use of high-quality pills, his injury was too heavy, causing permanent damage that couldn't be restored. This caused his cultivation to be forever stranded within the Demon King realm. Since it was hopeless for him to attempt further cultivating, Suagu used the remainder of his time to thoroughly research and analyze array formations. Through coincidence, he found his own lucky chance, obtaining a small portion of a legacy concerning ancient arrays. After studying them through meditation, his understanding of ancient arrays reached a very high level. Good. Then for these 2 days, I'll temporarily close this area away from the public so you can feel at ease while you lay down the array. There must not be any mistakes. Of course, Suagu said as he returned to drawing the array. The dimension of the king's cage led to a transmission array in Sky Split Tower. After finishing with the smelting trial, a martial artist would need to pass through this transmission array in order to leave. This was an array formation that belonged to Sky Split Tower itself. Suagu naturally didn't have the ability to alter it. But what he could do was use a roundabout way and block the surrounding space around the transmission array, trapping Lin Ming within the king's cage. Master Suagu, how long can this great spatial lock array be maintained for? High Lord Heian asked. Probably around 4 months. 4 months is enough. High Lord Heian's lips curved up in a sinister smile. If Lin Ming was trapped in the king's cage for 4 months, then he didn't believe he would be able to return alive. Once the king's cage surpassed the limit that a martial artist could bear, it would turn into a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, martial artists wouldn't be given escape talismans. Even so, there had been many martial artists that had perished within the king's cage. For a titled Azura to die within the king's cage, that would certainly be entertaining news. Although this would arouse the suspicions of many people, High Lord Heian couldn't manage so many matters. High Lord Heian thought about it again and said, Master Suagu, could you return sometime within 4 months and reinforce the array formation again? I can, Suagu said. 4 months added with another 4 months, altogether 8 months. Even if you are a true dragon, you will still die trapped within the king's cage. Time passed a day at a time. With Lin Ming being immersed in his practice, the notion of time had become blurred to him. Break! Lin Ming's spear thrust into the rainbow wall of light. The wall of light fiercely trembled, but after several breaths of shaking, it stopped without the slightest hint of damage on it. That one strike just now had contained all of Lin Ming's strength, but it hadn't even been able to cause a dent. Still, Lin Ming wasn't impatient. He began to quietly prepare his next attack. After such a long time in here, Lin Ming had finally discovered the rules of the king's cage. Breaking the king's cage didn't depend on a single strike to reach the standard that could break the cage. Rather, it looked at the total accumulated strike damage to measure whether it achieved the standard. It was like the cage itself had an invisible life value. Every attack against this barrier would consume a part of this value. When all of this value was depleted, then the cage would naturally break. At the critical point right before the peak, even a random punch would shatter the cage. In other words, as long as one had enough time, they could continuously break through these cages. Currently, Lin Ming had already been stuck inside these rainbow-colored walls of light for 2 or 3 days. However, as time passed, he began to discover that something suspicious was happening. This rainbow-colored cage began to be filled with an invisible energy field. At the beginning, this faint energy field only disturbed Lin Ming's inner true essence a little. Afterwards, with time, the energy field began to grow increasingly strong, until it reached the point that it affected Lin Ming's entire body, forming a heavy pressure upon him. From his flesh to his organs, meridians, dantian, everything was enveloped in this heavy pressure. His heartbeat became heavier, and the blood in his veins seemed to flow like molasses. Even his true essence circulation was no longer smoothly traveling through his meridians. Even a breath took more effort than normal. After some time, even Lin Ming's soul came under its effect. Lin Ming was startled. He felt that this invisible energy field had already penetrated deep into his spiritual sea, where it began to intensely collide with the black vortex of the samsara martial intent. What is this? Lin Ming had never experienced such a strange energy field like this. At this moment, a voice appeared in Lin Ming's mind. This is the heavenly demon martial intent. What? Heavenly demon martial intent? Lin Ming was shocked. After one became a 12-winged heavenly demon, they could obtain the heavenly demon martial intent. Once the special martial intent activated, it could form a domain around the possessor. This was the so-called force field. Every time someone stepped into this domain, they would come under the influence of this force field, only able to use 50 to 60% of their full strength. The weaker one was, the greater the effects of the heavenly demon martial intent would be on them. I see. So that's how it is. The heavenly demon martial intent creates pressure on a person's body and soul. Thus, this would influence a martial artist's strength. If a martial artist was particularly weak, then they wouldn't be able to withstand entering this energy field and would vomit blood or even die. If someone was enveloped by this energy field and had to constantly attack with all of their effort, then the load on their muscles, meridians, and organs could be imagined. No wonder some martial artists can only last for several days. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. In this case, if a martial artist had to squeeze out all of their potential to the limit, their harvests would be great if they could withstand it. But if they couldn't, then it wasn't a surprise if they died. After withstanding this pressure, Lin Ming attacked the rainbow-colored cage again and again. Because the flow of his true essence was hindered, every attack consumed much more energy than before. With the constant increasing of the energy field's pressure, he felt his body becoming notably heavy, and from his head to his toes, every place felt uncomfortable. Bang! 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 On the rainbow-colored barrier, the light of thunder and fire coalescing together blazed brilliantly. But in this non-stop attack, Lin Ming discovered that under this great pressure, the benefits he received were much greater than what he imagined they would be. If a martial artist's meridians were a canal and the dantian was the source of water, then the muscles, skeletons, and organs were the farmland that needed to be irrigated. After reaching the Xianxia realm, whether a martial artist was cultivating or attacking, the acupoints throughout their body would be constantly absorbing heaven and earth origin energy, gathering it into the dantian before releasing it into the meridians where it spread throughout the body. This sort of passive method of transportation had a considerable limitation, and that was no matter what happened, it was difficult for the heaven and earth origin energy to penetrate deep into every part of the body. Normally, whether it was combat or practice, even if the body's energy was consumed to the limit and one was incomparably exhausted, there would always be some acupoints and meridians that weren't used. If the body didn't thoroughly experience this, then it would affect one's foundation, interfering with the growth of their strength. But this heavenly demon martial intent energy field was different. This force field was a wondrous state. Not only was it formless and invisible, but it could easily penetrate into every tiny cell within the body. Not even hair would be left out. Heartbeat, blood flow, muscles, skeleton, marrow, meridians, every part of the body, no matter how small, had to overcome the suppression of this energy field. They would need to autonomously absorb true essence and also use that true essence. This process was an exceedingly good experience. In this energy field, even if one stood stock still, it would still be a form of practice, much less now when one had to make all sorts of high-intensity attacks under extreme conditions. The benefits to the body were massive. Not only would the essence gathering system be tempered, but the body transformation system was the same. As for someone like Lin Ming who had a dual cultivation of energy and body, this was simply a paradisiacal environment. After realizing this, Lin Ming became thrilled. His attacks became increasingly swift and fierce. As spear lights kept thrusting towards a single point, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force as he combusted the blood of the ancient phoenix. With his entire body having to withstand this massive pressure as well as the crazy amount of true essence absorption, this sudden and intense change caused some of the blood vessels near the surface of his skin to directly burst open. No stopping here. Bang! With a thunderous explosion, the entire rainbow-colored cage shattered like glass. Lin Ming gasped, dragging in deep breaths. Some of the muscles on his arms were torn open and dripping with blood. He had consumed 70 to 80% of his true essence, and his body was terribly tired. However, the advantages he obtained were great. He discovered that unconsciously his late Xianxia realm cultivation was becoming more stabilized. He had begun to take steps towards the extreme Xianxia realm. From the late Xianxia to extreme Xianxia, this increase in cultivation wouldn't cause Lin Ming's relative strength to rise by much. But from extreme Xianxia to revolving core, that was a massive leap. Within the Sky Spill continent, a Xianxia martial artist could be haughty and arrogant within a small mortal country. But a revolving core master could actually dominate their own area, creating their own sect. After swallowing down some recovery pills, Lin Ming didn't even have time to heal before a new cage came shrouding down on him, closing him in once more. But the heavenly demon force field hadn't weakened in the slightest. It still enveloped Lin Ming, making it difficult for him to even regenerate his wounds. Once this heavenly demon force field comes down, it won't weaken even if I break apart the cage. As long as I stay in the king's cage, every day I do means I will have to withstand the pressure of the heavenly demon force field for another day. This covered every tiny unit in his body, and even his soul came under heavy pressure. This feeling left one gasping for breath. And what was most frightening was that the heavenly demon force field slowly strengthened over time. This was why even a top talent like Fengshen could only stay within the king's cage for 28 days. He was too exhausted. If this was normal practice, then after someone exhausted all of their true essence, they could just sit in meditation for several hours and then take a long sleep to recover all their physical strength. But in the king's cage, they had to resist the pressure of the heavenly demon force field even when they were sleeping, constantly consuming true essence. If a martial artist with a poor recovery rate came and his rate of true essence consumption was higher than what he could recover in meditation, how could he persist in the king's cage? However, consumption of energy was not a problem to Lin Ming. In terms of endurance and resilience, he was superior to even those old first-stage life destruction monsters. Of course, his strength was far weaker than theirs. Time passed day by day. Lin Ming didn't know how much time passed, but no matter how prodigious his resilience was, after facing such heavy pressure constantly in this environment, he still felt his mind and body sliding into collapse. Of his entire body, there was no point that wasn't distressed. Even his spiritual sea was bearing this tremendous pressure. This caused Lin Ming to be especially startled. His soul defensive strength was in no way inferior to a life-destruction powerhouse's, but if even he felt such a weight on his soul, then other people's situations could be inferred. This is truly worthy of a titled Azura smelting trial. If the Eightfall War Emperor could last for 2 whole months here, then he was certainly a proud son of heaven amongst his generation. Sky Split Tower, Special Practice Area. A light flashed and a white-robed youth left the practice area, silently looking at the king's cage. This young man was the first-ranked master of Sky Split Tower's 3rd floor, Fengshen. At this time, the door of light leading to the king's cage was calmly flowing, like an ocean wave in a gentle breeze. However, under this seemingly calm appearance, Fengshen was well aware as to how great the pressure within the king's cage would rise to be. Today was already the 40th day. When Fengshen entered the king's cage, he had only been able to stay within for 28 days. The duration that one could persist inside had nothing to do with one's individual cultivation. Rather, it looked at a martial artist's talent, tenacity, perseverance, will, cultivation, and other factors that affected it. Thinking back to his experience in the king's cage, Fengshen still had a lingering fear. As he nearly finished the 28th day, the pressure suddenly rose by another level. It was horrible to the point of tearing his meridians and crushing his soul. As a last resort, Fengshen had to use the escape talisman to leave. 40 days. That already approaches the level of the netherworld Azura. This is a talent that challenges the heavens themselves. Him and I were both born in the same era. I don't know whether that is luck or misfortune. Fengshen shook his head, turned his eyes, and walked away. 5 days passed in a flash. 45 days. This was a time equal to the netherworld Azura. The news quickly spread through the 3rd floor like wildfire. This implication of this was that Lin Ming's talent already surpassed the netherworld Azura's. This was truly a legendary achievement. Towards Lin Ming, the martial artists of the 3rd floor felt admiration, envy, jealousy, veneration, love. Every single viewpoint could be found. Lately, a great number of martial artists either wittingly or unwittingly passed by the special practice area every day, wanting to see if that was the time that Lin Ming would come out. The number of days continued to increase. 46 days, 47 days, 48 days. 50 days. As long as he could stay within for another 10 days, then that was the record of the Eightfall War Emperor. If so, then that was truly a heaven-piercing achievement. To this extent, the number of people jealous of Lin Ming actually grew smaller and smaller. When Lin Ming's lofty star far surpassed them, their jealous hearts paled. This was because they were simply not on the same level, so there was no point in competing with him. Instead, these individuals would rather witness the birth of a miracle in front of them. Humph! What a group of idiots! Do they really think that Lin Ming has lasted until now? In a luxurious restaurant in the vicinity of the practice area, Yan Qi was drinking wine, sneering at the crowd gathered outside the special practice area. In front of him were Maha and Kai Yang. These 3 people had pledged their allegiance to Skysplit Tower 1 year ago. Because they signed a soul contract, they were loyal to Skysplit Tower. Naturally, High Lord Heian had no need to hide the truth from them. They were already aware that Lin Ming would never emerge from the king's cage. 50 days. Lin Ming most likely died inside. Although he was a truly prodigious character, he was still not on the same level as the Eightfall War Emperor. Even if he could compare with the Eightfall War Emperor, it wouldn't matter anyway. High Lord Heian has already decided to seal the king's cage for 8 months. Even if Lin Ming was the reincarnation of a demon god, there's nothing he could do about it. Maha sneered from the side while throwing some dried fruits into his mouth. Hee hee. I really want to see these people's expressions after another 3 or 4 months. I will be ecstatic. They all think that Lin Ming can create some sort of miracle, but none of them will know that Lin Ming has already died. A titled Azura-level talent has actually died in Skysplit Tower. How ironic is that? Kai Yang repulsively grinned as he stroked his wrinkled chin. In his heart, he was thinking it was unfortunate that there was a demon god bone in Lin Ming's spatial ring. Kai Yang had also seen this demon god bone before. It was the size of pigeon's egg. For it to be left within the king's cage without knowing whether or not it would ever come out was simply a great waste. Let's go. The High Lord has made an exception and opened up the Divine Image Hall for us. We will each have 10 days to meditate inside and learn as much as we can. Let's go back and prepare so that we're in our best condition for it. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's go. In the king's cage, the heavenly demon force field's pressure rose another level. These past days, Lin Ming had discovered another rule, and that was that the heavenly demon force field's pressure would rise another level every 10 days. During this grueling process, Lin Ming's body was constantly adapting towards this higher pressure. His body, meridians, all of these were being tempered and unceasingly strengthening. As the heavenly demon force field grew stronger, so did Lin Ming. This is? When a new cage came falling down, Lin Ming was startled. This time, the cage was completely different from the usual barriers of light. Phoo! Everything in front of him turned pitch black, chaotic. He couldn't see anything at all. A thick darkness manifested into reality, fusing together with the heavenly demon force field. An overwhelming force enveloped everything. making Lin Ming feel as if he were suffocating. This chaotic darkness contained a great resistance. Even moving was extremely difficult. Lin Ming felt as if he had sunk deep into a quagmire. He couldn't see anything. Even when he released his perception, it was blocked by this chaotic darkness. His perception could only extend a single inch outwards from his body. To a martial artist, this was no different than blinding them. Lin Ming's chest ached. He tried to breathe, but the amount of air he inhaled was pathetic. Could the Eightfall War Emperor have been defeated at this pass? Lin Ming carefully thought back. When he had first entered the king's cage, it had been around 10 days before he encountered the bitter taste of the heavenly demon force field. This could also explain why the worst of all martial artists could only last 10 days in the king's cage before they were defeated. This was probably because they couldn't withstand the beginning of the heavenly demon force field. Then Lin Ming began to count. The heavenly demon force field had strengthened around 5 times by now. If he wasn't wrong, then 50 days had passed. In addition to the 10 days at the start, this was his 60th day. This was the same time that the Eightfall War Emperor had forced out. What kind of amazing character was the Eightfall? He had crossed 8 stages of life destruction while grasping the concepts of space and time, then becoming a great emperor that was peerless within his level. As a human, he overcame all odds and earned the title of 12-winged heavenly demon within Skysplit Tower. But he had been defeated at this stage. This proved just how difficult this part of the trial was. Senior A-Fall was defeated here. Then let me see just how far I can go. Lin Ming roared out and the heretical god seed erupted. His skeletons began to issue popping sounds as the faint cry of a dragon emerged from within his body. The purple comet spear lay horizontal. On the spear point, the power of thunder and fire wove together. Penetrating rainbow. A spear thrust out. A radiant spear cut through the stick-black chaos, a ripple-shaped thrust penetrating dozens of feet far away. However, this strike ended here. The spear light was eventually swallowed by the black chaos. The 3-foot-wide hole and the spiral ripples that extended dozens of feet out slowly vanished. Lin Ming's eyes flashed. He took an immediate step forward and crashed into that spiral-shaped tunnel he had formed. In a single step, he jumped 100 feet forwards. But then, he was suddenly engulfed once more by that black chaos. The resistance suddenly increased. Every step Lin Ming took was beset with hardship. Without a doubt, this sticky black chaos was the king's cage of this round. In the last cage, as long as one had enough striking power, they could break through it sooner or later. But now this current cage, no matter how fierce one's attack was, it would eventually fade away into this regenerating darkness that had manifested into existence. He could only rely on his own 2 feet to leave. Lin Ming took out several dozen high-grade blood demon crystals from his spatial ring. In a single breath, he sucked dry all of their heaven and earth origin energy as well as their blood vitality. 8 inner hidden gates, gate of healing, open. Bang! Between Lin Ming's clavicles, a white light began to shine. Lin Ming had only touched upon the threshold of the gate of healing. He hadn't actually opened it yet. If he forcefully used the gate of healing strength, then it would instantly place a great burden on his body. After touching the gate of healing, a powerful resiliency and strength came gushing out. Lin Ming aimed at the direction he started moving in and thrust out his spear. The spear light pierced through the black chaos. Lin Ming moved forwards, 1 step at a time. Lin Ming didn't know how large this black chaos was or whether this was the correct method to leave this chaos prison. But he had no choice. All he could do was move forwards. 2 months, and Lin Ming still hadn't come out. As the time passed 61 days, the news rapidly spread throughout Skysplit Tower. The time that Lin Ming had been in the king's cage for had already surpassed the Eightfall War Emperor's record. This was the creation of a new legend, the only one to do so in 10,000 years. Soon, not only did the martial artists of the 3rd level know, but even those of the 2nd floor and 1st floor. Although these people didn't know what it meant to stay in the king's cage for 2 months. What they did know was that Lin Ming was the first to do so in the last recorded 10,000 years. Even the mortals in Skysplit Tower were awed by this. The first in 10,000 years. I never thought this could happen, ever. In a simple tea house, Muku was sampling tea, listening to the surrounding martial artists speak. He had been on the second floor for the last several days visiting his sister, and now that he learned this, he felt it a bit incredible himself. Maybe after a few dozen more years, the Holy Demon Continent will have another 8-Fall War Emperor. In front of Mukchin was eating cake. She thought for a moment and said, "It's been a year and a half since I first saw him. I never thought that he'd turn out so fierce." "Senior apprentice brother, do you think that we can win him over?" "Win him over? With what? We are just an ordinary 5th grade sect. We don't even know what sort of background Lin Ming has. It's impossible for a talent of this degree to just come out of nowhere. He might have some top powerhouse as his master." Mukku shook his head and continued to stir his tea. He took another sip and said, "A character like this, it's impossible for us to draw him in. It's already fortunate enough if we can remain on good terms with him. Although the first time we met was relatively bad. Afterwards, I think I eliminated any problems. I could consider us as having a bit of friendship." Within the Holy Demon Continent, humans had been in a miserable position for a long time. Mukgu was glad to see a top human powerhouse be born in front of his eyes. Of course, if he could remain on good terms with Lin Ming, then that would also be a great benefit to his sect. Oh! Time passed slowly. Soon it had been 70 days. On the 3rd floor, the news had already passed on. Rumors were spreading crazily. Every day, there would be a massive amount of martial artists rushing towards the special practice area, wanting to see if Lin Ming would come out. He had actually stayed in the King's Cage for 10 days longer than the 8-Fall War Emperor. Just what sort of monstrous talent was this? 70 days. Feng Shen quietly watched the door of light leading to the King's Cage, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Before now, he never thought that Lin Ming would be able to reach this degree. Feng Shen had once been immeasurably proud of his talent, but now he had been far surpassed by Lin Ming. "Hee Feng Shen, this is the first time seeing such an expression on your face." A voice suddenly sounded out. Feng Shen turned to see Kai Yang. Kai Yang rubbed his chin, smiling as he looked towards the door of light leading to the King's Cage, a look of indifference on his face. "Feng Shen, this isn't like you at all. Aren't you usually so high and mighty? Since when did you have such a startled appearance?" Feng Shen frowned. With his prideful attitude, he usually never interacted with anyone. He simply disdained speaking to these people. In Feng Shen's eyes, Kai Yang was nothing but a dog that worked for resources. Such a person could make a bit of progress, but their will and mind were not strong. It was impossible for someone like this to soar into the sky. Without a word, Feng Shen turned and left. Seeing Feng Shen's response, Kai Yang was a bit displeased. He coldly snorted and said, "Do you think Lin Ming is still practicing inside? Do you really believe he has the talent to surpass the 8-Fall War Emperor? Hehe. Maybe he's already died inside." In the King's Cage, there was always the risk of death. Before the creation of the escape talismans, there was an extremely high chance that a martial artist would perish within the King's Cage. A great number of martial artists believed that they could withstand the pressure from the heavenly demon force field. In order to squeeze out all their potential and improve even more, they would break through a cage, getting more and more until finally the pressure from the heavenly demon force field grew too much. At that time, as attacking became more and more difficult, they would finally be unable to break through the cage, resulting in their death within. After the escape talismans were created, the death rate greatly decreased. But there were still those who died inside. It was like a mortal that didn't sleep for several days while doing high-intensity work. This too could cause sudden death. For a martial artist, if they stayed under the massive pressure of the heavenly demon force field, their heart, dantian, and soul all came under an enormous burden. If this accumulated for a long enough time, then it was possible they could suddenly die. The heart could stop beating, the spiritual sea could collapse, or even the dantian might explode. In this case, one would die before they had the chance to use the escape talisman. Die inside. Feng Shen chuckled. How could a true dragon-level talent die inside the King's Cage? Fuck. What is so great about this Feng Shen? Just because his background is good and his talent is high, he doesn't keep us in his eyes. If he came from the same background as I did, then I wouldn't need to be so humble in front of him. Shit. I'll wait and see whether or not you can still say Lin Ming will create a miracle once he's been inside for 100 days, 120 days. True dragon-level talent? Fuck that. Kai Yang muttered to himself, blatantly envious of Lin Ming. Hee hee, I wonder what sort of expression you'll have once you know that Lin Ming died inside the king's cage. A pinnacle emperor-level talent actually died in a practice area, ha 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 ha. Too ironic, too funny, too interesting. Thinking of this, Kai Yang viciously smiled, his heart feeling much better. He wanted time to pass faster so that when 100 days passed, he could see whether or not these martial artists were still clamoring for Lin Ming. 75 days, 80 days, 85 days. Oh! Time passed a day at a time. When the 80th day arrived, some people already suspected that Lin Ming might have died within the king's cage. But this suspicious was not held by the vast majority. After all, he was a peak emperor-level talent. If he died in the king's cage, then wouldn't that be the greatest joke of the world? However, this rumor began to slowly spread. On the 85th day, more and more people believed that Lin Ming had died. What a joke! A title de jure whose name is carved into the king tablet has actually died inside the king's cage. Who would believe this if it got out? In a restaurant on the 3rd floor, some people were discussing Lin Ming. These days, Lin Ming was the topic of every conversation. He was being talked about in every restaurant and tea house nearby. Even if I don't want to believe this is the reality. Maybe Lin Ming was too confident in himself and overestimated his bodily limits, finally doing something stupid. Lin Ming's most likely dead. Otherwise, 85 days is almost 3 months. That will almost be a month over the 8th Fall War Emperor. Isn't that just too exaggerated? How could that be possible? Ha ha. I'm dying from laughter here, it's too funny, too funny. A giant demon martial artist said as he struck the table. These past days those human clowns on the 3rd floor have been far too arrogant. They are so proud and happy about someone from their own race having such a great accomplishment, and look, the result is that Lin Ming actually died in the king's cage. I've never seen something so ridiculously stupid before. His head is damaged. To think that he would die even with an escape talisman. You can't even make this up, but he's even a title de jure. I can't stop laughing, this is the funniest joke of the last 1,000 years. The giant demons were mortal enemies with humanity. When Lin Ming was at the height of his power, these giant demon martial artists naturally didn't utter a word. But now that Lin Ming had died, all of the envy and hate they had piled up suddenly exploded out at once. A human genius was also their competition. If he died, then they were all indescribably happy. Muku was also in this restaurant. As he heard this conversation, his complexion turned very, very ugly. He mindlessly took another drink of his wine and then stood to leave. Hey, isn't that the guy? What's his name? The giant demon martial artist who was speaking saw Mukgu. On the 3rd floor, Mukgu's strength was at the very bottom, so many people didn't know what his name was. I think he's called Mukgu. A nearby imp reminded. Oh, Mukgu. I remember now. Haha. Mukgu, come and drink some wine with us. Regale us with the glorious stories of Lin Ming, your human race's top talent. The giant demon wantonly smiled. After being pressed down by these humans for the last several weeks, he was finally able to release all the stress. Mukgu suppressed the simmering anger in his heart and coldly said, "It's only been 85 days and you're already so sure that Lin Ming can't withstand it anymore? Just because you cannot understand his limits does not mean they exist." I can't understand his limits? Ha ha ha. Your words remind me of when I was a child. There was always this other kid that would be beaten up by me. Every time that I knocked his teeth out, he would always say that he would go home and get his father to come out and punch me. How hilarious. The giant demon martial artist slammed the table as he spoke, ruthlessly taunting Mukgu. Mukgu's complexion became increasingly ugly, but there wasn't any reason in retorting. In fact, even his own heart was wavering. Did Lin Ming really die? Lin Ming, I'm asking you to hurry. An existence like you is already destined to reach the highest level of this continent in the future. How could you possibly die in the king's cage? Mukgu sighed. Was humanity's destiny really so lacking? Were they truly unable to give birth to such a glorious and peerless powerhouse? In the king's cage, the ground was snow-white and covered by boundless dark clouds. These dark clouds were very thick and sticky, to the point that one could cut them with a saber. These dark clouds seemed as if they were made of the blackest ink. The dark clouds quietly undulated. At this time, There was a muffled sound as a small piece of the dark clouds opened, a flash of golden light quickly passing through. Then silence. There was nothing again but inky dark clouds. After another incense stick of time, another golden light flashed. This time it stayed for a longer time before disappearing again. The time since the last disappearance was much longer, as if the golden light was condensing in strength. Around an hour later, there was a sound like a dragon crying as a beam of light as thick as a thigh burst through the dark clouds. It was like the sword of a god, directly piercing into the horizon. In the moment that the dark clouds broke apart, a person's figure rushed out of the hole created by this beam of light. This figure tumbled onto the floor like a thunderclap. I finally came out. Lin Ming lay sprawled on the ground without even the strength to move his fingers. He had been stuck in the chaos prison for nearly an entire month. This was truly a horrifying and painful experience. The chaos prison was incomparably thick. Even though Lin Ming used his full force to advance, his speed was still as slow as a crawling turtle. He had no choice but to use attacks to break open the chaos cage, taking advantage of the moment that the chaos was ripped open to take a few steps forward. Like this, his speed was quick, but he consumed true essence like he was pouring water away. It had to be said that even if Lin Ming used his killer move Penetrating Rainbow, he was only able to open a channel a few dozen feet long. But how big was this chaos cage? Lin Ming simply didn't know. For an entire month, Lin Ming was trapped in complete darkness. Even breath had become incomparably difficult. All of his organs were under pressure, and every small step he took required a tremendous amount of energy. That sort of aching fatigue made one prefer the bliss of death. After arriving at the extremes of exhaustion, it became even more unbearable than the pain. Once the pain reached the limit, one could numb themselves to it after a long time, but if one was exhausted, then it was impossible to rid oneself of that feeling. Not just that, but Lin Ming also had to bear utter loneliness in the void of space. After all, humans were social creatures. Martial artists could withstand loneliness if they went into closed-door cultivation, but that was also in a relatively comfortable environment of their design, unlike this land that made one fall into madness. There was no sound, no light, endless walking, endless traveling, and a never-ending fatigue that led to madness. And what was most despairing of all was that one completely couldn't see an end. They had no idea where to go. They didn't even know if the method they were using to break out of the chaos prison was correct. Even though Lin Ming's will was firm like iron, he too was close to collapsing after over 20 days. In the final several days, Lin Ming couldn't even tell if he was dead or alive. Reality and illusion were no different to him. All of his movements were completely mechanical and instinctive as he took that last breath and finally broke out of the chaos prison. During this period, Lin Ming didn't know how many times he had broken through the limits of his body. It had to be known that Lin Ming's endurance was comparable to a life-destruction supreme elder. Even so, he had been pushed to this degree. This chaos prison was simply not for a human to live in. Fingers shivering, Lin Ming took a top recovery pill out of his spatial ring and swallowed it. He immediately went into meditation and adjusted his breathing. At this time, the tremendous role of the Gate of Healing manifested. Even though he had only traced the Gate of Healing's threshold, the benefits were massive. A whirlpool of origin energy formed between Lin Ming's clavicles, continuously supplementing him with origin energy, revitalizing his dried-up meridians. After recovering his physical strength, Lin Ming took several dozen high-grade blood demon crystals out, sucking in all of their inherent origin energy and blood vitality in a single breath. Thus, color finally returned to Lin Ming's face. An hour later, Lin Ming was finally restored to his usual condition. As he looked at his dantian, Lin Ming was surprised. In just a month, he had already reached the peak of the late Xiantian realm. He was just a bit away from extreme Xiantian. He had only broken through to the late Xiantian realm a mere several months ago. There wasn't that great of a distance between late Xiantian and extreme Xiantian. But for him to cross such a distance in so little time, the effects of the chaos prison were simply terrifying. Thinking about it, this was also normal. By constantly keeping his body at the very limit and suppressing his potential to the greatest degree with the added function of the heavenly demon force field, every cell in his body was painstakingly tempered. However, this sort of inhuman experience was unendurable for the average person. Even Lin Ming didn't want to experience the pressure of the chaos prison again, at least not for the time being. Standing up, Lin Ming suddenly discovered something. After adapting himself to the chaos prison and burdening the heavenly demon force field, although he still felt heavy, he wasn't as uncomfortable as he was before. Just from this alone, Lin Ming could see that his progress in the last month was great. Could be said that there was no way that Lin Ming's current foundation could be any more solid. There was no need to mention the essence gathering system. The true essence cyclone in his dantian had condensed to the point of turning into essence, and even his marrow seemed to be rejuvenated. His body transformation system was extremely solid. I wonder who created this king's cage. That person was absolutely a great character. It seemed that on Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent, there must have been something great that happened so many tens of thousands of years ago. Many peerless talents and heroes were born. But for some reason, in this era, everything including the history from 100,000 years ago have already been lost. Lin Ming was feeling happy for his progress just now, when suddenly, a massive pressure came smashing down on him. His blood tumbled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the... Lin Ming fell to his knees, supporting himself with the purple comet spear. This sudden great pressure caused his meridians to rupture in multiple locations. It's too strong. Lin Ming almost couldn't help but curse out. The king's cage didn't even give you a chance to breathe. The person who designed this had probably expected that a martial artist who broke through the king's cage would make great progress in their strength. Thus, when the heavenly demon force field appeared, the pressure would ramp up to another level yet again. Ka. Around Lin Ming, the power of space seemed to warp. Then, in front of Lin Ming's eyes, space began collapsing around him. This rupturing of space created vast amounts of space fragments, blocking him in every direction. And in this confined space, there were ominous space cracks everywhere. There were some that Lin Ming could see, and some that he couldn't see, his perception not even noticing them. They were like the jaws of a giant beast, waiting for their prey to arrive. This is also a cage. Lin Ming sucked in a deep, cold breath. He was finally experiencing the true horror of the king's cage. It had been just over 3 months. If he continued, then what else would he encounter here? The senior supreme elder who designed this cage was what kind of genius? Not only was he terrifyingly powerful, but his creativity and imagination was unrestrained, wild with ambition. The 12th cage, dimensional fragments. Would you like to try passing it? The strange, voiceless consciousness appeared in Lin Ming's spiritual sea again. As it appeared, a shimmering transmission array also appeared in the cage. After the chaos prison are dimensional fragments. I wonder what's next. Lin Ming did not hesitate in his decision. With his decision, the transmission array disappeared. Soon after, in the enclosed space, the space fragments began to twist. The space cracks began to move up and down like spiritual snakes, causing Lin Ming to be alarmed. Without a doubt, the dimensional fragments could easily take his life. If he was cut in half by a sliver of these space cracks, it would be too late to activate any kind of escape talisman. With these space fragments as the boundary of this cage, and for the cage to also have space cracks that constantly morphed and moved, just what kind of test was this? Just thinking of this cage made one aghast. At this time, outside of the king's cage, 95 days had passed. 95 days. Even Mook Gu began to feel a rising sense of despair in his heart. Although he didn't wish to believe it, all logical reasoning told him that Lin Ming had most likely perished inside the king's cage. The longer one stayed in the king's cage, the more difficult it would become. The Fall War Emperor had only lasted in there for 60 days, but Lin Ming had already been inside for 95 days. Was this even possible? In the special practice area, Fengshen was looking at the door of light leading to the king's cage deeply. He let out a protracted sigh. Unimaginable. Fengshen shook his head and then turned to leave. He only felt sorrow and regret that Lin Ming had fallen here. Although he admitted that his talent was inferior to Lin Ming's, Fengshen actually felt no envy towards Lin Ming. He knew that some top talents might consider it a misfortune to be born in the same era as someone like Lin Ming, but Fengshen never thought so. To him, this was actually a goal for him to pursue, a dream that he could drink from to enhance his own cultivation. If one never saw a higher peak, then they would never know how high the mountains were. This would inevitably affect their vision and also the degree of their accomplishments. But now Lin Ming had died here, and the goal along with him. In Skysplit Tower, Fengshen had the unbearable feeling of standing alone at the top. In the dimensional fragment cage, Lin Ming closed his eyes, moving with golden rock shattering the void. Under the tremendous pressure, his steps didn't have any of the usual fleeting vibrancy. Instead, it was like they were made of lead. In this cage of space, his eyes were useless. The space cracks simply couldn't be seen by the naked eye. Even his perception was limited. What Lin Ming could depend on was his understanding towards the law of space, and his mastery over the power of space only. Whenever a space crack quietly approached, Lin Ming could feel the fluctuations emitting from space. The fluctuations were like ripples in the water, appearing out of nowhere. Every time, Lin Ming would move in advance in order to dodge the space cracks that could cut him open. With Lin Ming's strength, even if he had completed tempering marrow and his body was comparable to a treasure, or no matter how thick his protective true essence was, in front of these space cracks, it was nothing more than brittle paper. Whoosh! A purple gold spear light flashed through like a meteor, smashing into the barriers of the space cage. Kacha! Spear light erupted. The space barrier trembled just a bit before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. These past days, Lin Ming had been constantly attacking the space barrier. Although he hadn't been able to shake it, Lin Ming, through this non-stop barrage of attacks, was unconsciously deepening his comprehension into the power of space. But at this moment, Lin Ming's body trembled. On his shoulder, blood erupted into a crimson rain. The blood was quickly twisted into a red mist by an invisible power before vanishing into an invisible whirlpool. Lin Ming was shocked. He immediately drew back. His right shoulder had been completely torn open. That was too close. Lin Ming's forehead dripped with a cold sweat. A moment ago, as he was distracted with his attacks, a small space crack the size of a slip of paper had quietly crept towards him. Such a small space crack created extremely small ripples in the void. With Lin Ming's attention being diverted, his perception wasn't as sensitive, so he hadn't been able to sense it. Such a small space crack, yet such a terrifying destructive power. Luckily, it was just my shoulder. A chill crept up Lin Ming's back. When he had entered the ancient ruins of the demon god Imperial Palace, the space cracks there hadn't been so horrifying. At that time, when a second-stage life-destruction Supreme Elder or those stronger flew into the broken world, they didn't fear those space cracks at all. Lin Ming felt that although his current strength wasn't comparable to those old life-destruction fellows, it shouldn't have been that far away. But yet, a small space crack the size of a tiny slip of paper had completely torn his shoulder apart. This showed that in this different world, the power of space cracks was completely different. In the demon god Imperial Palace, the broken world that held it was already approaching collapse. The power of space there was too weak. On the other hand, the world of the king's cage was very stable. The more stable a space was, the stronger the power of space was. After space disintegrated and formed space cracks, the dimensional fragments were correspondingly more terrifying. Who else dared to say that the concept of space's striking power was weak? If one could truly and completely grasp the concept of space, touching upon the source of all space, then with a casual strike they could tear apart space itself. Who could defend against an attack like this? If he could soar into the realm of the gods, twist the space there, and use that incomparably stable space as his weapon, then how powerful would such an ability be? Although this possibility was fascinating, Lin Ming didn't have any more time for distractions. He noticed that in the space around him, he found that there were more and more tiny space fragments and space cracks appearing. The space cracks that had once been 10 feet long had become 3 to 4 feet long, and now, they were only the size of a slip of paper. If such a space crack pierced his arm or leg, then with Lin Ming's exceedingly abnormal regenerative ability, he would still be able to live on. But, if it pierced his heart, then Lin Ming suspected that even the heretical god seed or the magic cube wouldn't be able to save him. There are more and more fragments. These should be because my attacks shattered them. The stable space had been torn apart by that strange force field. Now, with Lin Ming's attacks added on, more and more tiny space fragments started to appear. The heavenly demon force field's pressure has increased again. This time, the heavenly demon force field strengthened yet again. This was undoubtedly one stroke of bad luck after another. Not only did his body slow down, but his perception was dulled. Lin Ming found it difficult to detect those tiny space fluctuations. This was like a martial artist being under a rain of arrows and having their vision suddenly blur. This is bad. Cold sweat rolled down Lin Ming's back. He had completely lost control of the situation. Once his time in the king's cage surpassed 100 days, Lin Ming was beginning to finally find it hard to persist. The dimension fragment cage couldn't be broken, and the tiny space fragments were nearly impossible to detect or defend against. Under this massive pressure, he was even finding it hard to maintain his speed for a long time. Lin Ming gripped the escape talisman in his hand, hesitating. In his life, he would only be able to enter the king's cage once. During his 3 months here, he had harvested a great deal. If he left like this, then it would be a bit dismaying. But in this situation, if he wasn't careful, then he might possibly die inside here. A title de jure, perishing in the king's cage. Wouldn't that be just too big of a joke? However, when 4 or 5 space fragments continuously disappeared from Lin Ming's perception, his complexion finally changed. He crumpled the escape talisman. Lin Ming was resolutely determined to leave the king's cage. Ho! A transmission array suddenly appeared underneath Lin Ming's feet. With a flash of light, Lin Ming was covered in the golden light of the escape talisman, his figure blurring. Lin Ming's expression changed. He could clearly feel that he had passed through the space channel and arrived in Skysplit Tower, but the surrounding space had been blocked off. The transmission channel had been sealed. He had no way to leave. What's going on? Pong! In Lin Ming's hand, the escape talisman suddenly exploded into dust. The light vanished, and Lin Ming found himself in the space cage once more. If the space in Skysplit Tower was blocked, then that was the same as eliminating the exit. Could it be? Lin Ming's mind raced. He wasn't an idiot. If someone could do this, then there was only one possibility. It was a high-level figure of Skysplit Tower, a space-blocking array formation. Skysplit Tower also seems to have some capable individuals. This sort of array formation is considered complex, even among ancient array formations. Lin Ming had inherited the memories of a realm of the gods array master, so he had a great deal of understanding into this sort of array formation. But to lay it out so that it would forcibly block a transmission array wasn't an easy task. You want me to die in here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light, killing intent blazing in them. Fu! 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 Within the space cage, the space fragments flew around. Lin Ming could even hear some of the space fragments colliding with each other, and the sound of space breaking filled the air. These sounds were clear, but they were actually the sounds of death. What should I do? The normally calm Lin Ming was now panicking. Although he had a good deal of understanding into this sort of space-blocking array formation, wanting to break it open was another matter altogether. It would not be easy. Not mention that Lin Ming couldn't break it, but even if he believed he could, there was one condition required. This was that he needed a transmission array leading to the center of that blocked space. To Lin Ming, this was obviously impossible. The transmission array would only appear once the space cage was broken, and it would only appear for a short period of time. If Lin Ming wanted to break open the space-locking array during that brief period of time, then that was simply unrealistic. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt his back go cold. The tiny space fragments were hidden around him, appearing and disappearing. He simply couldn't evade them all. If this continued, then he would die without a doubt. Chi! With a light din, Lin Ming felt a cool touch upon his ear. A space fragment had scraped his ear as it flew by. Caught up in a space vortex, blood shot out from his ear. He had been completely unaware of this small fragment. Fortunately, it had brushed past his ear with only a bit of the power of space spreading out. If it had shot into his eyes, then the consequences would have been disastrous. What can I do? Lin Ming's mind went into overdrive as he went on full alert. As he noticed several more tiny space fragments disappear from the field of his perception, a flash of inspiration went off in Lin Ming's mind. The cosmic melting furnace. That was it. The cosmic melting furnace had its own world within. He could enter it. The top treasure of the demon god imperial palace was invaluable. It was at least a heaven-step treasure. Lin Ming could only open the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. But that was enough. Lin Ming summoned the cosmic melting furnace with the quickest speed possible. He opened the lid and directly rushed in. Now, this furnace was all he could depend on. Kacha! With a snapping sound, the cosmic melting furnace gently quivered. A space fragment struck the side of the cosmic melting furnace, breaking into smaller pieces. But the cosmic melting furnace only vibrated, not a single mark left on it. This could be called an artifact treasure. It was naturally not something that a space fragment could break. Lin Ming let out a cold breath of relief. He was now hidden within the first layer of the cosmic melting furnace. With the lid closed, this was a completely enclosed and separate space. Originally, Lin Ming had also absorbed the Nirvana Dragon root here. Although I can't use this cosmic melting furnace to attack, it can actually be used to defend in this way. Until now, Lin Ming truly hadn't used the cosmic melting furnace. He didn't think that it would have uses like this. The heavenly demon force field's pressure has also weakened a bit. Although Lin Ming was currently within the cosmic melting furnace, he could still clearly feel the pressure from the heavenly demon force field, though a majority of it had been isolated. This pressure was truly pervasive. Thinking of it, the 12 sky-split towers, blood slaughter steps, and eternal demon abyss were a much more terrible relic of the past than the demon god imperial palace. Otherwise, 12 emperor-level powerhouses wouldn't have instantly died here. The six-fingered Sin Fei, who had obtained the title of 12-winged heavenly demon and became the greatest powerhouse of the holy demon continent, had come here on his own volition after experiencing a bottleneck in his 6,000 years of cultivation. He had come to the eternal demon abyss to seek his own lucky chances, but had also died inside like everyone else without even his corpse left. On the other hand, the demon god imperial palace was much calmer. If a life-destruction powerhouse went in, then they had a 90% chance of leaving alive. After all, in the past when the demon emperor had founded the demon god imperial palace, he still hadn't soared up into the realm of the gods. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be more formidable than the mystical force that existed in the eternal demon abyss. From Dagu's description, a massive earth-shattering claw had risen up and instantly killed 12 emperor-level powerhouses, one of them who was a legendary hallowed lord. Just thinking about this was horrifying. Feeling the space fragments strike the cosmic melting furnace, Lin Ming's eyebrows wrinkled together. Although he could hide in the cosmic melting furnace for now, he couldn't do so forever. If he couldn't break apart the dimensional fragment cage, then he couldn't return. Not just that, but the force field pressure in the cosmic melting furnace would also be constantly rising. If he retreated into this furnace and wasted his time here, then that was the same as drinking poison to slake his thirst. When the pressure became stronger, it would be even more difficult to break through the space cage. What could he do? Lin Ming was silent for a moment, and then he clenched his teeth. He pulled out a black glass bead from his spatial ring. This was the demon god bone. According to Dagu, these were the remnants of emperor-level powerhouses. When an emperor-level supreme elder died within the eternal demon abyss, the energy within their body would condense into this essence. Like pine sap that became amber after being buried in the ground for hundreds of thousands of years, the rich energies in the eternal demon abyss condensed into substantive energy. After an immeasurably long period of time, this energy would naturally crystallize. This sort of crystal, if he melted it into his life source and used it to nourish the fires of his life, let alone raising his strength, it was even enough for a demon king powerhouse to break through to become a demon emperor. This was a heavenly treasure that a demon king-level martial artist would go crazy over. Of course, he could also use it to temper his body, but this was an extremely wasteful method. Even a giant demon martial artist wouldn't use it in such an extravagant way. Tempering the body, Lin Ming muttered to himself. He had some understandings about the usage of the demon god bone from Dagu as well as gaining some insights from Maha. This was to integrate the energy of the demon god bone into his own life source. To a human martial artist, this so-called life source was the Dantian. To a giant demon martial artist, the life source was their demon crystal. Lin Ming cultivated humanity's essence gathering system. Logically, if he absorbed the demon god bone, then he should absorb it into his dantian. But Lin Ming didn't want to do this. He was preparing to use the demon god bone to temper his body. This was also called the most wasteful method. He wanted to take the incomparably rich energy within the demon god bone and fuse it into the gate of healing, using this to break through the final boundary of the 8 inner hidden gates. This was the fastest way Lin Ming could think of to make a breakthrough in his strength. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to swallow the demon god bone. Lin Ming also had some understandings towards the demon god bone. Since the heavenly demon 7 stars could use them, he shouldn't have a problem either. Of course, swallowing the demon god bone was not a problem, but whether he could borrow its power to open the 8 inner hidden gates, he was completely unsure. From tempering marrow to the 8 inner hidden gates, that was equal to a large increase in realms. There was a gap in the middle of these two that was nearly insurmountable. From all the brutal requirements Lin Ming needed to complete tempering marrow in the past, one could see just how difficult it would be to open the 8 inner hidden gates. Although he had just barely traced upon the threshold, it was at most equal to being a half-step into the 8 inner hidden gates. It was the same as being a half-step Xiantian or half-step revolving core. Even though it was just that minor bit, the difference from truly being at the Xiantian realm or revolving core realm was huge. Success or defeat, all would be bet on this. With teeth clenched, Lin Ming poured his true essence into the demon god bone. As true essence flowed into it, the demon god bone gradually softened. It turned into a squishy oblong sphere and then completely turned into liquid. This black liquid was like ink but also carried a glassy sheen. Lin Ming flicked his finger and divided the black liquid in half. Half was swallowed by him, and the other half was placed in the center of his clavicles where the gate of healing resided. When the liquid black demon god bone first entered, it was icy cold, but as it entered into his belly, it turned into a blazing fire. The liquid black demon god bone that Lin Ming had placed between his clavicles also felt as if it had caught one fire. With a chi-chi sound, this black mercurial liquid quickly seeped into his body. It quickly permeated through his pores and deep into his clavicles where the gate of healing was. The demon god bone was originally a supremely tyrannical medicine. With Xiantian's strength, he simply wasn't able to use it. Lin Ming's strength naturally far surpassed Xiantian's at this moment. By reason, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it. However, what actually happened was beyond Lin Ming's expectations. He was still under the heavenly demon force field, and every cell in his body was resisting this force field. It was impossible for his condition to be at its peak. While resisting the heavenly demon force field, the maddening power of the demon god bone manically flowed into his body. These two forces came from the same source. When the demon god bone's energy merged into Lin Ming's body, it actually fused together with the force field into one whole. Instantly, Lin Ming felt as if his throat was smoking and there was a demonic fire combusting within his body. Lin Ming's cells were originally under a heavy pressure. Now, with the sudden increase in force, some of Lin Ming's cells directly burst open. Puff! Lin Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was blood that was coming from his body bursting apart at the seams. Damn it! To use the demon god bone to open the 8 inner hidden gates was originally a sudden inspiration idea that Lin Ming had. But what would really happen after he swallowed the demon god bone was simply unpredictable. He never thought that the demon god bone would actually work so well together with the heavenly demon force field. Both of these stemmed from the eternal demon abyss. There simply wasn't any problem in them fusing together, creating a force that wildly rampaged through Lin Ming's body. This was the same as Lin Ming's body having to withstand double the energy pressure. Too hot. This was Lin Ming's greatest thought. It was like his body had caught on fire. His meridians, dantian, organs, everything surged with an agonizing heat. It felt like magma was flowing through his body. Lin Ming wanted to use the chaotic virtues combat meridians to forcefully suppress this feeling and absorb this manic energy, but he had already consumed over 50% of his true essence, and now he was powerless to do any of this. Puff! A fog of blood burst out from Lin Ming's arm. After his blood left the protection of his true essence, it was instantly scorched to ash. Lin Ming's insides had become a stove. The energy grew hotter and hotter like a growing inferno. On the other hand, Lin Ming was quickly consuming true essence. Soon, everything would go completely out of control. When this happened, it was possible that Lin Ming's body would be completely burnt down by this berserk energy. Chi chi chi. That was the sound of the periphery of his meridians being burnt. Too hot, too thirsty. Clutching his throat, he felt like his clavicles had been incinerated, and this heat had already spread to his throat. With great effort, he fumbled around his spatial ring hoping to take out some water. But when he reached in, he actually touched something cold. This is the... Lin Ming took out this object and was startled to see it was a jade box. Around this jade box there was a faint chill in the air and a layer of frost was condensing around it. Opening the jade box, there was a cocoon of electricity. And in this cocoon was the nameless divine pill refined from the nirvana dragon root. When Lin Ming had first attempted to open the 8 inner hidden gates, he had melted a small part of this nameless divine pill's efficacy and swallowed it. He took what was left over and sealed it away in this jade box. The smaller nameless divine pill was covered with a blue layer of ice-cold frost. Even placed in the jade box, one could feel an implicit terrifying ice-cold energy. This ancient air that emitted from it seemed to have experienced tens of thousands of years, making one feel suffocated. Lin Ming could clearly recall that when he had placed this pill into the solar origin spring water, the spring water had directly turned into a lump of ice. An absolute cold. The piercing cold in that water seemed as if it could freeze his soul. When he approached it before, his muscles had begun to shiver, and when he touched it, his body was frozen and almost shattered. Extreme cold. Extreme heat. 2 polar extremes. Lin Ming suddenly grit his teeth, raised the nameless divine pill and prepared to swallow it. The nameless divine pill used a nirvana dragon root as a main ingredient, and by combining all sorts of other rare and precious materials, it became a medicine even more brutally tyrannical than the demon god bone. When Lin Ming absorbed the nameless divine pill, he had done so by melting its medicinal efficacy into a barrel of solar origin water, and even then he had only dared to absorb less than half of it. Even so, Lin Ming's hands had been frozen old, the pain piercing as his skin and muscles cracked open. But now, Lin Ming had chosen to directly swallow the pill. His current strength was much greater than in the past, but the problem was that his condition was much worse. Swallowing the nameless divine pill at this time was an act of suicide. But Lin Ming didn't have any other method. His true essence would sooner or later deplete. And when that happened, all of his meridians and muscles would inevitably be burnt to cinders by the demon god bone's crazy energy. To use the extreme cold of the nameless divine pill to counter the scorching hot energy of the demon god bone. At this critical moment, Lin Ming had chosen this crazy strategy. He was betting his life on this last desperate gamble. Lin Ming revolved his true essence to the limit. With a fierce clench of his teeth, he swallowed the nameless divine pill. In that instant, Lin Ming didn't feel as if he had swallowed a pill, but a 10,000-year-old chunk of absolute zero ice. From his mouth to his stomach, a cold energy spread out. His throat instantly lost all feeling, and the cells in his body began to freeze and crack apart. His blood started to ice over as cold energy invaded his meridians and blood vessels, recklessly spreading throughout. Soon, this cold energy ran into the boiling hot energy of the demon god bone. The spreading cold energy met the blazing hot flames. A fierce collision began. Originally, just the demon god bone's soul strength was not a match for the nameless divine pill. However, the demon god bone and the heavenly demon force field stemmed from the same source. Both of these fused together, creating a force equal to that of the nameless divine pill. On the other hand, the nameless divine pill's energy and the heavenly demon force field were incompatible with each other. As both of these forces met, they recklessly struck at each other, each wanting to annihilate the other. Lin Ming's body had become a battlefield. Although because the interweaving hot and cold energy made it so that Lin Ming's meridians weren't charred or frozen anymore, the collision of the two intense types of energies released an immense amount of force that directly tore apart Lin Ming's meridians and blood vessels instead. Lin Ming fell to his knees. His insides felt like they were twisted together inside of him. This sort of feeling was a pain worse than death. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's nose, eyes, and ears all began to ooze blood. As blood streamed down his nose, it froze into crimson ice. But as blood bled from his ears, it had scorch marks upon it. If this sort of violent, destructive damage occurred to a normal martial artist, they would have died long ago. But in these past years, Lin Ming's body had condensed many types of incomparably powerful blood vitalities and life energies. Reverse-scale blood, blood of the ancient phoenix, numerous kinds of heavenly materials, and in addition to this there was also the azure true essence that endlessly grew, continuously invigorating him. All of these factors had made it so that Lin Ming's resilience and recovery ability far surpassed even an emperor-level powerhouse. It was impossible for him to control any of these two different energies. He could only bite his teeth and revolve the last dregs of his true essence with the chaotic virtues combat meridians, forcing this battlefield towards the gate of healing. As the red and blue energies mixed together, it was like a hysterical flood dragon madly crashing into the gate of healing. Pung! Between Lin Ming's clavicles, a burst of blood sprayed out. The muscles and skin were completely torn open. Even the bones underneath were broken. Lin Ming felt his vision turn black for a moment and his body weaken. He didn't even have the strength to kneel and instead toppled onto the floor. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound along Lin Ming's clavicles. Along the fractured bones, one could even see a faint golden marrow. Energy surged. Along the gate of healing, an earth-shattering change was occurring. However, Lin Ming no longer had any true essence to control these two violent energies. Now, he could only let them freely rampage through his body. Quickly, a pool of blood formed around him and Lin Ming felt his head become leaden and his vision blur as he gradually lost consciousness. After an unknown length of time, Lin Ming finally woke up. His eyes popped open, a gentle shimmer reflected in them. There was not a part in his body that didn't hurt, especially the area between his two clavicles. It both hurt and itched. His true essence had been finally depleted. He didn't even have the strength to crawl on his belly or move his fingers. Lin Ming strained to gather a bit of his perception. As he examined his body, he was surprised to find that the energies of the demon god bone and nameless divine pill had already disappeared from within his body. Between his clavicles, where the gate of healing was located, the broken bones were already mending. The gate of healing opened. As Lin Ming realized this, he paused for a while, an unreal feeling passing over him. Opening the gate of healing had been far more difficult than completing 100% of tempering marrow. Lin Ming had used the Nirvana Dragon route to complete tempering marrow. But when trying to open the gate of healing, he had only touched upon the threshold of it even though he had absorbed part of the nameless divine pill that was refined from the Nirvana Dragon root. Lin Ming using the demon god bone to temper his body and open the gate of healing had only been an attempt. He never imagined that once the power of the demon god bone and heavenly demon force field combined together, it would clash with the nameless divine pill. The struggle of ice and fire. This tyrannical energy had finally gathered towards Lin Ming's gate of healing, and in an intense confrontation, the outbreak of energies had managed to break through the shackles of the gate of healing in a single go. This also meant that Lin Ming had finally entered the 8 inner hidden gates body transformation realm. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed yet, Lin Ming could already see heaven and earth origin energy flooding towards his clavicles. It was like a leak had opened within the gate of healing, causing a massive whirlpool of true essence. Not just that, but the gate of healing could also independently filter heaven and earth origin energy, making it even purer. Once the gate of healing was opened, a martial artist's body would gain the ability to constantly and autonomously absorb heaven and earth origin energy. The advantages towards cultivation were obvious. During a battle, it was possible to restore true essence at an extremely quick pace. This was equivalent to Lin Ming constantly eating medicines. Not just that, but the energy that the gate of healing provided was incomparably pure. It wouldn't have toxins like pills would. Lin Ming could clearly feel the heaven and earth origin energy converging onto his body, revitalizing his dried-up meridians. His bodily strength was also being restored at an astonishing pace. From the point of not being able to move a finger, only a mere incense stick of time passed before Lin Ming could feel his strength returning. The smaller wounds on his body regenerated at a visible speed. Even the torn muscles and broken bones began to itch, signs that they were growing back. After a quarter hour, His true essence had already been restored to a reasonable degree. The small injuries on his body had completely vanished, and the severe wound next to the gate of healing had recovered by half. 1 hour later, the severe wound next to the gate of healing was almost fully repaired and as good as new. Lin Ming's true essence was also regenerated to its peak condition. In the past, when Lin Ming had such heavy injuries, even when he sat in meditation and also took recovery pills, he wouldn't have healed so fast. A vast and pure true essence poured into his dantian. Lin Ming felt his dantian suddenly shake as if something inside were fiercely contracting. When he examined his body, he was surprised to find that he had reached the extreme Xiantian realm. Extreme Xiantian was only a step away from revolving core. Many martial artists were stuck at this step for their entire lives, but to Lin Ming this was no problem at all. His foundation was already as solid and stable as it could be. Crossing this last step would be smooth without a gruelingly fatal bottleneck. In this way, Lin Ming became even closer to the revolving core realm. His rising cultivation speed had ever exceeded his own expectations. Going from the late Xiantian realm to the extreme Xiantian realm didn't have too much of an effect on Lin Ming's strength, but it was different from extreme Xiantian to revolving core. The true essence in Lin Ming's dantian was already incomparably thick. Once he formed his own revolving core, his strength would shoot into the sky. It had to be known that as of now, Lin Ming was only 19 years old. He had great hopes of reaching the revolving core realm before he was 21. When Mu Chenyu was 22 years old, her great talent had let her enter the Xiantian realm. Up until the point that Lin Ming had been forced to leave, she still hadn't managed to step into the revolving core realm. Lin Ming's cultivation speed could simply be called terrifyingly monstrous. The sooner one broke through to the revolving core realm, the more potential they would have in their future. 21 years old, 22 years old. Even for mortals that only lived for dozens of years, this was still the best time of their lives. Lin Ming took a deep breath and gripped his fists in excitement. This disaster had actually been a blessing in disguise. As for how far his strength had increased, even he didn't know. If he didn't fight, then he wouldn't know. Right now, I should be able to break through this dimensional fragment cage. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light and he suddenly jumped out from the cosmic melting furnace. He felt his entire body brimming with strength. All those people that had tried to kill him, there would be no mercy for them. Outside of the cosmic melting furnace, the heavenly demon force field pressure naturally increased. There was even more than before, but as it enveloped Lin Ming, it actually felt much lighter than before. The heavenly demon force field was no longer an obstacle he couldn't withstand. Now that the force field suppression on his soul force was reduced, Lin Ming's perception was sharper. He could clearly feel and capture the locations of all the tiny space fragments. In his field of perception, it was like he was surrounded by a field of shimmering stars. Lin Ming took a deep breath and stepped forwards. His steps, after integrating the concept of space that he was increasingly skilled at, seemed as if he were drifting erratically about like ghosts and demons. Even though it was obviously impossible to pass through the narrow gap between two space cracks, Lin Ming still stepped forwards. At this time, there seemed to be a strange distortion in space before he suddenly slipped through. A spear thrust forth. The heretical god force completely opened. The blood of the ancient phoenix burned, and a vast true essence erupted like an unforgiving volcano. Bang! The space barrier violently shook. Because the heavenly demon force field suppression effect on Lin Ming had reduced, his striking power had naturally risen by a great degree. After making a breakthrough in my strength, my strike without fused concepts is already no worse than my past strikes with fused concepts. If I add in concepts now, just what would that be like? Lin Ming's eyes burned with a fighting spirit. The power of thunder and fire merged into the purple comet spear. Thick arcs of electricity violently sparkled, waves of brilliant flames combusting. Lin Ming poured his complete will and potential into the purple comet spear. True essence erupted from his body. Penetrating rainbow. A spear shot forth. It tore through the void, even ripping apart any space fragments that approached it. This spear strike smashed into the dimensional fragment barrier. Bang! With a loud explosion, the space cage rattled, countless fragments flying out. Atop the space barrier, visible cracks appeared. These fissures appeared for a moment before instantly disappearing, as if they were never there to begin with. However, even though these fissures only appeared for a brief period of time, it heralded the fact that it was only a matter of time until Lin Ming broke through this dimensional fragment barrier. Bang! 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 Spear after spear, Lin Ming's relentless onslaught of attacks didn't falter. At the beginning, the space barrier would tremble, cracks would appear, and then instantly disappear. Then, these cracks appeared for several breaths of time, and finally, before the old cracks disappeared, new cracks were already forming. The cracks were becoming increasingly dense. During such a barrage, Lin Ming's understandings towards the concept of space were becoming increasingly profound. When the cracks in the space barrier reached a tipping point, there was finally a ringing explosion as the barrier shattered apart like a pane of glass. Under Lin Ming's attacks, the space cage had finally collapsed. As the space barrier collapsed, a massive amount of chaotic space power surged out. The broken space fragments didn't disappear. Instead, they were swept up into the turbulent flow of space, forming a huge storm containing massive space fragments. When Lin Ming encountered space storms in the past, they had simply been formations purely made from the power of space. Although it was violent and fierce, if one was strong enough and also had a deep understanding of the concept of space, they could live within the space storm. But now, with the space fragments twisted into the space storm, its destructive power could be imagined. And not just that, but Lin Ming also felt that there was a faint distortion in time within this space storm. If he wasn't able to adapt to the power of time and took a single wrong step, he wouldn't even have a skeleton remaining. Facing such a space storm, Lin Ming's expression turned solemn. But his eyes actually shined with excitement. If Lin Ming hadn't opened the 8 inner hidden gates then, he wouldn't have dared to brave this space storm. That would be the same as suicide. But now that he had unlocked entry into the 8 inner hidden gates and also broken through to the extreme Xianxia realm, his mind blazed with fighting spirit. Breaking through that space cage just now hadn't felt good enough. After controlling the changing time, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force without hesitation. He grasped the purple comet spear and rushed into the space storm. This was a space storm that contained the law of time. It was obviously a new cage. If he couldn't break through it, then there was no possibility of leaving the king's cage. After entering the space storm, Lin Ming felt a terrifying tearing force, as if his entire body was about to be ripped apart. This space storm was the most violent one that he had met up until now. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 space fragments shot out. Lin Ming's footsteps moved and his body seemed to twist in an incredible manner, passing through a narrow half-foot wide gap between the 2 space fragments. Gotcha! The 2 space fragments smashed into each other, exploding and creating even more smaller fragments. As Lin Ming saw this, his mind went cold. In this space storm, the space fragments would continuously crash into each other. Like this, the fragments would become smaller and smaller as their numbers increased. When that happened, no matter how great Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space was or whether he could capture each space fragment in his senses, he wouldn't have the ability to completely dodge all of them. He had to leave this cage as soon as possible, before he ran out of time. Lin Ming didn't dare to delay a moment further. His feet stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void as he rushed into the very depths of this space storm. Although this space storm was crazy and brutal, it wasn't like a barrier that would block Lin Ming from moving forward. Lin Ming could use his comprehension of the concept of space to slither his way through this terrifying storm, which contained space fragments that could pierce through the hardest defenses. To him, this space storm was a great impediment, but Lin Ming was still fast. In just an incense stick of time, he had run several miles. It's like... Lin Ming's heart suddenly chilled. He felt that something was wrong, but he just couldn't place his finger on it. He put down these doubts that clouded his heart and continued to move forwards. After another incense stick of time, that sense of unease only grew. He found out that he had been moving in circles. The space storm all around him was the same. The only way that Lin Ming could judge he was running in circles was purely through his intuition. From the start until now, he hadn't even taken a half step out of here. Was this spatial warping? If space was linear, then a distortion could force it into a closed circle. Although he thought that he would always travel in a straight line, The truth was that he was always revolving around a circle, finally returning to the beginning. But now, Lin Ming had a very high understanding into the concept of space. He could feel that although the power of space surrounding him was violent, there actually wasn't any sign of distortion. This just what was going on. Could this be? Lin Ming was suddenly surprised. Could this be time? When he entered the space storm, he had felt that something was wrong with the flow of time. After adjusting to it a bit, he thought that he had adapted himself to the twisting time within the space storm. But could it have really been so easy? This cage was ahead of the dimensional fragment cage. Without a doubt, it should be much more difficult to break. Could the concept of time here really be so simple? As Lin Ming thought about it, he could feel a chill crawl up his back. Time was even stranger than space. This sort of strange and unknown phenomenon had always caused people to feel fear. Even Lin Ming was no exception. For years, Lin Ming's understandings towards the concept of space had been constantly deepening. But the concept of time had always lagged behind this. So it turns out that this cage is not a space storm but rather a time cage. The space storm is merely an illusion. The real killer is the time trap inside. What is going on? Why do I feel that I've already adapted to the time? But yet something so strange is happening. It's as if Lin Ming's mind moved. He continued to move forwards in this vortex of space, but every time he did so he would return back to where he started. Return to where he started. A light went off in Lin Ming's mind. He turned around and looked at all the space fragments floating around him. These space fragments were constantly smashing into each other and breaking, but even after such a long time, these space fragments were still at the same size. None of these space fragments had broken. Was this? Time was returning to the start? It wasn't a distortion of space, but rather that time was returning to a 0 point. How weird. My thoughts haven't come under the influence of this rewinding time, but it's just that my position is returning back to the start. Lin Ming felt like his thoughts were in a mess. Without a doubt, he was in a cage where space and time mixed together. Lin Ming's understanding of the concept of space was enough, but it was his understandings towards the concept of time that was lacking. He no longer moved, completely calming and focusing his mind to perceive the intangible time cage around him. Time was much more abstract compared to space. One could sense space, but time was completely insubstantial. Regardless of his eyes or his perception, it was impossible to sense. As Lin Ming was calming his heart and feeling the flow around him, he was also dodging the space fragments. Like this, a day passed. At the start, Lin Ming had to use movement techniques to avoid the space fragments. But afterwards, he was almost completely fused into the space itself. A space fragment shot towards him like a knife. Lin Ming's body was like a wisp of flame in the wind, easily avoiding this space fragment as if he wasn't consciously dodging, but instead using the power of space to push these fragments away. Lin Ming had already fully fused with the power of space. Chaotic images constantly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Time was only the change of all things, an illusion of thoughts and consciousness. When the flow of time changed, that was only changing the conscious perception of the change in all things. It wasn't that I was in a different dimension of time constantly returning to the start, but rather my own mind falling into a maze of time, making me unable to realize what direction I was going in. I thought that I was going forwards, but the truth was that all my efforts were only an illusion. So no matter how I ran, I was only running in the same place. Time could flow backwards, it could be confusing, but it could not alter the heart of a martial artist. Ward my heart of martial arts to break this maze of time. In that moment, Lin Ming seemed to touch upon the source of time itself. Although it was only for the briefest of moments, it had still been there. Lin Ming opened his eyes, no more confusion clouding them. He still hadn't moved, and the space storm was twisting around him still, the flow of time in disorder. Time was originally a conscious illusion of all things towards change. In order to break this maze of time, Lin Ming didn't need to move a single step. What he needed to do was to remove the illusion and demons in his heart. Revolving the samsara martial intent, Lin Ming's spiritual sea became bright and clear. At that moment, as he stood in the chaotic maze of time, he saw the correct path out. Without any hesitation, Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, and quickly advanced forwards. In the space storm, as the space fragments danced in the air, Lin Ming rapidly and smoothly passed over them. He was as flexible as a fish, as if all of these fatal dangers in his path were only there to contrast his vibrant grace and splendor. Lin Ming's footsteps grew faster and faster, and his mind became more and more clear. After a time, he saw the world brighten with light as the space storm opened up before him. In the next moment, he was suddenly in a pure and tranquil white world. This time, the space around him was normal. As the cage of time and space collapsed, the space fragments flew back into the space cracks, patching them up in perfect order. Like that, all of the space cracks and space fragments vanished, everything returning to serenity. Lin Ming helplessly watched this scene unfold, horrified to the extreme. The power of space could actually be used to such a ridiculous level and in such an ingenious way. What sort of understanding towards the concept of space did one have to achieve in order to reach this level? It was hard to imagine. At this time, a voice entered into Lin Ming's mind. I congratulate you for breaking through the final cage, the cage of space and time. Thus, you have succeeded in breaking past the 13 cages. There is only one path remaining, the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming was surprised to hear this. Was the Road of Emperor a part of the King's Cage? Whoosh! A door of light appeared out of thin air, shimmering like mercury. This is the conclusion to the King's Cage. The time of your trial was 108 days. You do not yet have the ability to pass the Road of Emperor. Now, I grant you your reward for successfully passing the King's Cage. Reward. Lin Ming was shocked. There was also a reward? As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the surrounding heavenly demon force field collapse around him, flushing into his body like a tide. This sort of feeling was like his body was about to suddenly burst. Lin Ming stuffily coughed, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Pong! The purple comet spear struck the ground. Lin Ming was only barely propping himself up with the spear shaft. His entire body groaned, and it felt like he was about to burst apart at the seams. His meridians were nearly to the point of exploding, with the entire heavenly demon force field entering into his body. The pressure could be imagined. Luckily, he was strong enough. If an ordinary martial artist were to suddenly bear such a great pressure, their entire body would splatter. But then again, could an ordinary martial artist break through 13 space cages and arrive at this stage? Once the heavenly demon martial intent from the entire area completely entered Lin Ming's body, it then took his body as the epicenter and radiated outwards. The pressure in space suddenly reduced. This is... Lin Ming checked his body and only found that his true essence was swelling forth like a surging tide, much more formidable than it was before. These past days, Lin Ming had constantly been under the heavy pressure of the heavenly demon martial intent. Although he gradually adapted to it, it was true that his soul, true essence, and body were all being greatly suppressed. He had to expend an abundance of energy in order to resist the pressure. Now that the pressure suddenly vanished, he felt his entire body filled with strength, his body as light as a feather, and his true essence vast and flooding forth like it would pour out of him. My strength has been suppressed for so many days now. It's only now after it's been freed that I realize I've grown formidable to this degree. Lin Ming clenched his fists in happiness. What he wanted the most now was to find a well-matched opponent and have a magnificent match, using every ounce of his strength. This feeling was amazing, but there was also the heavenly demon force field. Lin Ming could feel that the heavenly demon force field that had been within this space had engraved itself into his soul. Although the range and power of this force field was much weaker than it had been in the King's Cage, the foundation of it was laid down and the heavenly demon force field seed had been planted. As long as he grew stronger, the heavenly demon force field would grow with him too. This is the heavenly demon martial intent? Lin Ming asked. This is the first form of the heavenly demon martial intent, Azura. Now it has been given to you. Azura. Lin Ming paused, confounded. According to this meaning, the Azura martial intent was just a single form of many? The heavenly demon martial intent is not just a single martial intent, but the fusion of 3 secondary martial intents. Just obtaining one of these martial intents will show limited effects. If you can obtain all 3 martial intents and fuse them together, then you will be able to recreate the heavenly demon martial intent. With this martial intent alone, you can instantly kill the so-called emperor powerhouses of your world. What? Lin Ming was stunned. With just a martial intent alone, he would be able to instantly kill an emperor-level powerhouse? From the sound of this voice, it was filled with nothing but disdain to the emperor powerhouses of the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent. Truly, there was some alarming and terrifying force hidden under the polar sky-split towers. A mere claw wiped out 12 emperor powerhouses. That was definitely the qualifications to look down at the world with contempt. Even so, Lin Ming found it hard to accept using just a martial intent to slay emperor-level powerhouses. This was just too strong. If I fuse 3 kinds of martial intents now, can I kill an emperor-level powerhouse? Lin Ming thought this was a fantasy. If this heavenly demon martial intent was so powerful, then weren't the ethereal martial intent and samsara martial intent he perceived before nothing but jokes? It's impossible for you to fuse the complete heavenly demon martial intent. The voice flatly denied Lin Ming. Your strength is far from enough. Not mentioning fusing 3 kinds of martial intents, but it's impossible for you to even collect them all. After Lin Ming heard this, he couldn't help but ask, after the king's cage, I can obtain the first form of the heavenly demon martial intent, Azura. If I condense a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, what form of the heavenly demon martial intent will I receive then? The voice said, if you can condense a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then you will be able to receive the second form of the heavenly demon martial intent, Death God. Death God? As Lin Ming heard this, his heart chilled. Forming a 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo truly required unending slaughter. Although the number of people he needed to kill wasn't too many, none of these people were the average commoner, but the most outstanding young heroic youths of their time. Among these, there were some people that would step foot into the life-destruction realm if they didn't die. Perhaps they even had hopes of becoming a peerless emperor. Could be said that in order to complete the 12-winged heavenly demon tattoo, the road he walked over involved stepping over the corpses of 100 potential life-destruction powerhouses, or even emperor-level powerhouses. Currently, Lin Ming was only a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. Any of those geniuses that had died by his hands could be a peerless young leader of a 5th-grade sect. Besides the Death God martial intent, what is the third martial intent? How can I obtain it? The third martial intent is the Prime Emperor. Through the road of Emperor, you can obtain the third form of the heavenly demon martial intent. Then, whether or not you can fuse the 3 martial intents together will all depend on your own perception and lucky chances. Road of Emperor. Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath. He had heard that those who could pass through the entire road of Emperor would already be equivalent to Emperor-level powerhouses. If an Emperor-level powerhouse fused Azura, Death God, and Prime Emperor, all 3 forms of martial intents into one, then couldn't they kill another Emperor powerhouse on the same level with just a thought? Would it be that easy? Even jumping ranks to kill others wouldn't be difficult. It seemed that what this voice described wasn't exaggerated, but rather a conservative estimate. Are you a temple spirit? Lin Ming suddenly asked. When he entered the Divine Phoenix mystic realm, he had also met a temple spirit there. The temple spirit had originated from the so-called spirit race. All things had spiritual powers, whether it was the mountains, plants, earth, rivers, or streams. The mysterious temple spirit of the Divine Phoenix mystic realm was a spirit bred from a rock that had passed through countless years. Its lifespan was like a rock too and could sleep for long periods of time. These spirits were often used to guard trial sites and other appropriate places. The voice was silent for a moment before saying, yes, I am from the stone spirit race. So it was true. Lin Ming was dumbfounded. If so, then this fellow could have lived for hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and then tentatively asked, Senior Temple Spirit, I was wondering whether or not you could tell me what happened in the eternal demon abyss tens of thousands of years ago. Currently, what else is inside of the eternal demon abyss? Who created the 12 sky-split towers? How were they created? And for what purpose? I apologize, I am unable to tell you. The temple spirit refused to say. Lin Ming secretly thought this a pity, but he also expected an answer like this. The eternal demon abyss most likely involved some massive secret related to the ancient times. It was truly rude for him to ask such questions. I'm sorry, Senior, I was rude. This experience. I would like to thank Senior Temple Spirit for watching over me. You do not need to thank me. I was only doing what I needed to do. Leave now, I wish to sleep, the Temple Spirit said before directly disappearing. Now there was only Lin Ming left in the empty space of the king's cage. Lin Ming turned his head to see a transmission light door. Without a doubt, the space at the other end of this door of light was blocked. Space blocking array? Lin Ming's lips curved up in a devilish smile. He didn't ask the temple spirit to help him in breaking apart the space blocking array because he had confidence he could do it himself. As long as he had a transmission array leading to the area of the space blocking array, breaking it was not hard at all. Oh! Sky Split Tower, 3rd floor, Special Practice Area. In the Great Hall of the Special Practice Area, there was a massive array laid out. This array formation had been prepared 2 days ago, and it formed a shining hazy light barrier. It isolated all investigation from the outside, so it was near impossible to find out just what was in there. Every day there would be martial artists that passed in and out of the special practice area. They would naturally see this curtain of light and be curious of what was happening within. I heard that there is a problem with the king's cage. The 12 High Lords have requested for someone to come repair it. A while ago I saw this weird little old imp enter into the light barrier and stay there for several days. I think that old imp might be an array master. Outside of the light barrier, for martial artists were gathered together. Among them, a giant demon martial artist was casually speaking. Repair the king's cage? How is that possible? Another martial artist curled his lips in disgust. These are ancient relics of the past. Let alone repair them, it's impossible for us to even destroy them. People like us were already lucky enough that we can obtain some fortune and lucky chances from the king's cage. Study it? Repair it? What a joke. But that old man is definitely an array master, not just that, but he is also a famous one. His abilities are not minor at all. If he isn't here to repair the array formation, then why would he stay around the king's cage for so long? What is he messing with in there? Who cares what he's messing with? What I want to know is when the king's cage will open again. Ever since Lin Ming went in, the king's cage hasn't let anyone else enter. It's been nearly 4 months now and Lin Ming has been dead for such a long time, yet the king's cage is still out of use. Just how long will it be sealed for? I agree. Our high-quality practice resources were sad to begin with, and most of them were given to the heavenly demon 7 stars that pledged loyalty to the High Lords. Now that another one has been sealed off, it means we have one less practice resource. I think there are idiots who still believe Lin Ming is alive. That Lin Ming was just too arrogant and conceited. What an idiot. With his cultivation and strength, he had the ability to enter the top 10 ranks of the 3rd floor, but now he actually died in the king's cage. How pathetic. Too much time had passed. Slowly, the martial artists of the 3rd floor had tired of talking about Lin Ming. After 85 days or so, most everyone thought Lin Ming had died, but there were still some stragglers holding out on some faint hopes that he was still alive. At that time, those that thought Lin Ming had died naturally tossed out all sorts of insults and taunts. As for those that thought Lin Ming hadn't died yet, they were mostly human. Their heated arguments continued and soon it had been 100 days. At this time, even those that were convinced that Lin Ming could create a miracle were forced to shut up. The proud and giddy giant demons and imps naturally had to humiliate the humans. All sorts of nasty words were spat out. These days, the faces of the humans here were just swollen. Every day was filled with bullying. There were many human martial artists that were thinking of leaving Sky Split Tower. For instance, Mook Gu, he was already packing up his bags. This wasn't because their faces were beaten, but because the 3rd floor of Sky Split Tower already exceeded the limits of most of the humans' potential. They could barely linger on here in pitiful shape. If they continued to stay here, then there was a high chance they would die too. As the topic of being able to bash the humans' faces was raised, these 4 giant demon and imp martial arts began to laugh. This sort of funny event naturally generated a burst of excited discussion. As the 4 of them were talking, the barrier of light behind them gently quivered for a brief moment. What's going on? A giant demon martial artist turned around to look at the light barrier. The light barrier trembled from time to time, the movements becoming increasingly intense as if something were happening to it. Is the king's cage finally opening again? An imp said, his heart happy. The light barrier array formation within the special practice area was only there to deceive the eyes and ears of others. These days, an old imp man was actually within the light barrier. He was array master that High Lord Heian had personally invited over Suagu. Suagu was familiar with ancient array formations. This great space locking array was naturally of his own making. The great space locking array formation could only last for 4 months. But just in case, in order to prepare for all possibilities, High Lord Heian had invited Suagu to come and reinforce the array formation before it expired. For the first arrangement and then the following reinforcement, High Lord Heian had given Suagu 6,000 high-grade blood demon crystals. This was 6 large chests brimming with crystals. It was absolutely a great wealth. Thinking of this, Suagu grew excited. An array master was a profitable career, but at the same time it was also a career where one feverishly burnt through money. All of those precious array discs, array flags, materials, ancient array formations, jade slips, which one of them wasn't sold only at astronomical prices? Because Suagu was wounded during his youth, his cultivation wasn't too high. This was also the reason that it wasn't easy for him to earn blood demon crystals. With this wealth, he had enough to keep himself well supplied and happy for a long period of time. As Suagu thought of this, he chuckled, his wrinkled face scrunching together like a scrunched-up pile of black pigskins. His actions became more and more lively. Array symbols flew from Suagu's hands like golden leaves, floating into the air. High Lord Heian is really taking this Lin Ming boy seriously. He isn't relaxed that my array formation already lasts 4 months. But even wants it to last for 8 months. Although High Lord Heian hadn't clearly stated the reason why he wanted this great space-blocking array here, Suagu was not an idiot nor was he deaf. He naturally heard the martial artists of the 3rd floor talking about Lin Ming, and he was able to instantly understand the situation. The reason that High Lord Heian had asked him to come and set up this array was in order to seal Lin Ming within the king's cage. This was a truly incredible and serious act. A High Lord had personally handed down this order and had also used such a roundabout method to accomplish it. Obviously, this Lin Ming was not ordinary at all. As soon as this caught Suagu's attention, he learned that Lin Ming was actually a title de jure. This was only the 4th title de jure in 10,000 years. This was truly an existence from legends. Boy, don't blame me. My array formations are based upon the ancient principles. For you to die under them and also have High Lord Heian care so much about you that he is willing to part with 6,000 high-grade blood demon crystals, this should be enough to have you die in peace. All I can do is make the coffinier in a bit more refined. Suagu licked his lips. In his life, he had been able to use his array formations to kill a title de jure, a person who in the future would become a top human emperor, a proud son of heaven amongst his generation. Just thinking of this filled Suagu with a sense of accomplishment. Perhaps he might be recorded down in the history of the imps and array masters. Because of injuries, he hadn't been able to break through to higher martial arts realms. But if he could still leave behind such an infamous reputation to go along with his Tao of array formations, then that was enough for him to be proud of. Filled with satisfaction, he began to draw up the next golden array symbol. As he was about to complete this array symbol, the array formation suddenly trembled. This was followed by the sudden, inexplicable collapse of an array symbol. Pong! Suagu was surprised. If this array symbol shattered here, then there would be problems. This meant that there would be a giant hole in this part of the array formation. What happened? Suagu twisted his eyebrows together. Was it possible that there was some problem with the king's cage? If some violent space turbulence broke out from the king's cage, then it wouldn't be surprising if it affected the space-blocking array. Suagu shook his head. He raised his head, about to draw up another array symbol to replace the broken one, but just as he was about to finish, sudden ringing sounds filled the air. Pong! 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 3 array symbols continuously disintegrated. Suagu stood there, dumbfounded. It seemed that this violent space turbulence was not minor. He was about to redraw the broken array symbols, when suddenly, pong, 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 pong. The sound was like raindrops hitting a bucket. The array symbols in the formation began to burst one after another. Soon, this entire section of array symbols would completely collapse. Unlucky, Suagu cursed. He had spent most of the day drawing up this group of array symbols. Should he redraw it? This required more materials as well as a massive amount of energy. As he was growing angry about this matter, he heard a loud series of explosions. Nearby, a second section of array symbols was also breaking apart. Then, as the sound of explosions still lingered in the air, in just a few breaths of time, Suaji's entire great array completely broke apart. The power of space here that was sealed soon returned to normal. The entire space-blocking array had failed. Suagu paused. The large array had failed? What the hell? Was this really caused by chaotic space flows? Suagu didn't know why, but an ice-cold feeling filled him. From the soles of his feet to his thighs to his waist and straight into his spirit, he felt a terrifying and unexplainable chill. It had been just shy of 4 months. Even if the large array failed, that Lin Ming should still have died. Suagu was frightened. He hesitated for a moment about whether he should immediately report this matter to High Lord Heian when a sudden portal of blazing blue light shimmered into being within the empty void. Transmission gate. In that moment, beads of sweat dripped down Suaji's forehead. Could it be? Calm down, he might not be able to deal with me. As Suagu thought this, he turned around to run away. He wanted to run out of the special practice area and inform High Lord Heian of this crazy change of events. But at this moment, he felt like his own speed had slowed down by an infinite amount. He was obviously running forwards with full-throttle desperation, but he couldn't even manage to move a tiny step forwards. This strange feeling horrified Suagu. Suagu felt his knees weaken. He felt like a mortal standing in front of a tiger cage, and now, that cage had been opened. Bastard! Suaji's eyes turned red. He turned around and suddenly waved his arms. An array disc came shooting out from him, heading straight towards the shining door of light. However, before the array disc could even close in, there was an echoing kacha. As the array disc was shattered apart, turning into powder. Right after, a radiant spear light shot out from the door of light, thrusting straight towards Suagu. Ah! Suagu roared and extracted a keen sword from his spatial ring, wanting to cut that spear light in half. But he was too slow. He had fallen into a whirlpool of time. It was impossible for him to break free. In that instant, Suagu fell into despair. He had just lifted the sword in his hand when the spear light reached him, shooting straight between his eyebrows. Ah! In front of Suaji's horrified eyes, the spear light easily pierced through his bodily true essence. It shot through between his eyebrows, smashing apart his spiritual sea and crushing his brain before exiting right through the other side, carrying with it a rain of blood and brain fluids as it directly impacted the light barrier array formation. Chila! The light barrier was almost torn in half. Suaji's eyes had glazed over, becoming completely empty. In the last moments of his life, he had seen a young man, wearing ripped-up blue robes with long hair hanging down to his waist, stepping out of the transmission gate. His eyes were as sharp as the thunder of the highest heavens. His aura was as chilling as the 9 silent layers of the endless abyss. Seeing this youth, Suaji's soul froze like he was a mortal lying naked in a snowstorm, feeling nothing but a bone-freezing cold. This was also Suaji's last thought. Haha. The king's cage has finally opened. It should be time for this father to go. Heh, just look and see how awesome this invincible father's might is. I will stay inside for 20 to 30 days in a single breath. Outside of the light barrier array formation, the 4 giant demon and imp martial artists were happily talking about past events of Lin Ming and the king's cage, making fun of the humans of Sky Split Tower as if they were nothing but worthless clowns. They didn't know what was happening in this array formation. This light barrier array formation was purposely arranged to isolate the senses of others, so that they couldn't see or hear what was happening inside. Naturally, a High Lord of Sky Split Tower wouldn't want it known that he was deliberately killing the outstanding heroic youths. Now, as these 4 giant demon and imp martial artists saw a large chunk of the light barrier ripped apart, they thought that the king's cage was finally being opened for use again. It's finally over. Fuck, we've waited such a long time. What bad luck. The king's cage can only be entered once in a lifetime. The average person can only go in for several days, and even that abnormal freak Fengshen only lasted 28 days before he was forced out. But that idiot Lin Ming actually died as soon as he went it. I don't care if he died, but it actually delayed us for so long. Fuck. I've never seen someone so dumb before. It's truly a work of art how stupid he was. An imp martial artist cursed out loud. Another martial artist smiled and laughed. Haha. He was really stupid to the extreme. But hey, at least he also gave us a lot of fun. As he spoke here, his next words caught in his throat. He looked, numb, at the torn light barrier in front of him. First, his face twisted like he had seen a ghost. Then, surprise, disbelief, confusion, fear. All of these emotions flashed plain on his face. He stared blankly on as a young man with shredded blue robes and waist-long hair stepped out from the torn light barrier array formation, taking one calm step at a time. The ruined light barrier was pushed aside by him as easily as if it were a spider's web. The imp martial artist's expression instantly twisted. Lin Ming. In an instant, all four martial artists stood dumbfounded, scared stiff on the spot as if they were all statues. How is this possible? Almost 4 months. 108 days. And Lin Ming was still alive. Heavens! The Eightfall War Emperor had stayed in the king's cage for 60 days, and that was already the record for the last several thousand years. How could anyone actually stay inside for more than 100 days? As Lin Ming glanced at these four martial artists, he casually put out a hand. Atop his palm, blood-drinking seals wildly danced in the air. Tides of killing intent recklessly gushed out. What do you want to do? The imp martial artist who spoke was unnerved. Don't be afraid. This is a fighting restricted area. He wouldn't dare to do anything to us here, the giant demon who seemed to be the leader of the group said. According to the rules of Skysplit Tower, fighting was prohibited within the special practice area. Violation of this rule would lead to the enforcement team coming to kill you. Lin Ming didn't speak. As he neared one step at a time, his Azura martial intent unconsciously spread out. Heavenly demon martial intent, Azura form. Its most powerful aspect lay in the pressure of its force field. The four martial artists felt as if a mountain range had come crashing down on them. All of the true essence in their bodies was suddenly stifled. What are you doing? If you do anything to us, then the High Lords will sentence you to death. The giant demon martial artist's words were brave, but he was actually close to fainting in his heart. High Lord. Lin Ming's lips curved up. In this smile, there was a somewhat fierce and wicked flavor to it. Are you defying the High Lords, you? The martial artist spoke to hear when a sudden zooming sound filled the air. A bloody light flashed, blood-drinking seals shooting out. Ugh! The giant demon's stunned cry stopped in his throat. He felt dizzy, and then saw the ground getting nearer and nearer even as his body went further away. His head was like a rubber ball as it rolled onto the ground. A fountain of blood erupted 20 feet into the air. The giant demon's eyes were as large as brass bells. He stared at Lin Ming, his eyes and mouth twisted, his last expression pained and unable to die in peace. Lin Ming. All the other martial artists were scared silly. Lin Ming had killed someone, and in an area that prohibited fighting. Everyone split up and run. Wait for the enforcement team to come. A martial artist suddenly shouted. After all, he was someone who had experienced countless slaughters on the edge of life and death. Although he was afraid, he could still stay calm. An imp martial artist ran away quickly as he pulled out a sound-transmitting talisman, readying to send a sound transmission to the High Lord responsible for the enforcement team. However, as he was preparing to light his sound-transmitting talisman, he suddenly felt his speed slow down, everyone lagging around him. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't run quickly. This sort of feeling made him go crazy. As he pinched the sound-transmitting talisman with one hand, he didn't even have time to use it before he felt something ice-cold behind him. He watched helplessly as something shot out from his chest, right over the position of his heart, causing a spray of blood to follow behind it. This terrifying speed formed a sharp contrast to the slow movements he was mired in. His body softly plopped to the floor. A pool of blood quickly formed around him. The three escaping martial artists were instantly killed by Lin Ming. Even from the time that he had killed the giant demon martial artist, killing these four had only taken several breaths. Lin Ming, you killed me. You will die too. The imp martial artist hadn't died yet, still on his last breath. His heart was completely broken, and blood welled up from his body. He clenched his teeth as he spat out this final threat, but he didn't find any trace of panic on Lin Ming's face, only finding a cruel sneer and ridicule there. Pong! A foot crushed his throat and the imp martial artist stopped breathing. Of these 5 people that had died, 4 of them were challengers and all of them were strong seniors. After they died, the infernal energy on their bodies began to dissipate, forming fierce heavenly demon phantoms that rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming coldly humphed. The heavenly demon force field erupted. For heavenly demon phantoms were directly crushed to smithereens by the force field, turning into pure infernal energy that flowed into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming was a peak 6-winged heavenly demon. Since these 4 challengers were all characters that could enter this special practice area, the amount of infernal energy they had was no less than Lin Ming's. For forces fused into one and instantly rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. It rushed forwards with a menacing aura, vowing to swallow Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming coldly snorted. The samsara martial intent revolved, twisting this tempestuous energy into shreds. The infernal energy finally scattered completely and began to slowly be absorbed by Lin Ming. The heavenly demon tattoo on his arm rapidly formed a 4th pair of wings. The blurred outline of the wings became increasingly distinct. Finally, it reached the early 8 wings before ceasing to grow. An early 8 wings was almost at the standard of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Taking a long breath, Lin Ming shook his head, his heart brimming with an irrepressible killing intent that was impossible to satiate. Although Lin Ming had the samsara martial intent and was able to defend his heart and mindset after all these long years of killing and death battles, it had formed an incorrigible bloodlust that was hard to alleviate. Not just that, but he had also been stuck within the king's cage for an entire 108 days, constantly having to withstand the massive pressure of the heavenly demon force field. His spiritual and mental concentration had been highly tensed the entire time, and all of this was thanks to the plotting of the 12 High Lords. If he didn't just happen to have the nameless divine pill and the demon god bone, both with energies that were polar opposites of each other, and having the lucky coincidence that they would battle each other and open the 8 inner hidden gates, then Lin Ming would have likely died in the king's cage. This grudge, hostility, and killing intent had all been suppressed for a long time. Now it had instantly erupted, affecting Lin Ming's mindset for a brief period. Lin Ming took the spatial rings from the 4 dead martial artists, and also used their blood essence to form new blood drinking seals. Then he tossed a ball of fire at them, burning their corpses to ashes. Stepping out of this room, Lin Ming opened the heavy stone doors and came into the great hall of the special practice area. The hall was very broad, shaped like a square that was 1,000 feet wide and long. The one-armed Deacon Bai was busily attending to a few people. In that brief battle just now, because it had been too short and there hadn't been any loud earth-shattering sounds, these factors coupled with the spells that covered the stone door made it so that the martial artists outside hadn't noticed anything. As the stone door rumbled open, Deacon Bai looked in surprise towards the direction of the stone gate. He saw a single young man with tattered blue robes, waist-long hair, and an expressionless face stepping out. Then, Deacon Bai turned completely stunned. With him, the few other martial artists in the room also fell into a stupefied daze. Lin Ming. After fusing with the heavenly demon martial intent, Lin Ming's body was constantly releasing a pressuring aura, whether he was doing it intentionally or not. This made it so that when someone looked at him, they felt their hearts gripped and found it difficult to breathe. At this point, this pressure had unknowingly enveloped the entire hall. The few people in there suddenly fell silent. Lin Ming hadn't died yet. He had stayed in the king's cage for almost 4 whole months. He was still alive. News of Lin Ming's return spread through the entire sky-split tower like a twister. Everyone, whether they were human, giant demon, fae, or any other race, were all completely shocked. This was beyond all results in history, beyond all results that would be in the future. This was completely unprecedented from ancient times until now. The Eightfall War Emperor had only been able to stay in the king's cage for 2 months. The Netherworld Azura, a month and a half. Of these 2 people, the Netherworld Azura went missing afterwards and his achievements became unknown. But the Eightfall War Emperor had become an Emperor-level Supreme Elder, even as he had the qualifications to look down on all other Emperor-level powerhouses at his level. It had to be known that each and every person that reached the boundary of an emperor was a peerless heroic youth of their era, each of them undefeatable Emperor-level talents. Not just that, but there were even great disparities among those at Emperor level. Wanting to jump ranks to fight was difficult, far too difficult. Even in this case, the Eightfall War Emperor could instantly kill an emperor on the same level as him. And compared to someone that was a small realm or 2 small realms above him, he could still fight on equal footing with them. Such capability made one tremble with fear. Without exaggeration, in the distant future, the Eightfall War Emperor had hope of becoming the Holy Demon Continent's #1 powerhouse. And now, the time that Lin Ming had stayed within the king's cage was actually double that of the Eightfall War Emperor. In particular, the king's cage was more difficult the further one went. This meant that Lin Ming's talent was far higher than 2 times the Eightfall War Emperor's. This had already surpassed the scope of imaginations for these martial artists. I can't believe this. Mook Gu, who was already planning on leaving Sky Split Tower, began to mutter to himself. He thought that he had fallen into a dream. 1 month ago, he had still hoped every day that Lin Ming would come out, but he had always been disappointed every day. But now, Lin Ming had finally come out. This had left him bewildered. That Lin Ming had actually stayed within the king's cage for 108 days in a single go. Was he even human? Sky Split Tower, 4th floor, Road of Emperor. Ka. A stone door opened and a black-robed imp stepped forwards from the Road of Emperor. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of black fog. His eyes were bright, and his face had a restrained ferocity and look of rapture to it. Xianxia, how is it? Did you make a breakthrough? Xianxia laughed. Yes, I've already discerned the profound and esoteric principles of the Road of Emperor. I can't wait to fight Fengshen now. I want to see whether or not he's still my match. Ha ha. Xianxia cackled with confidence, his wild laughter filling the entire room like thunderclaps. Several months ago he had obtained approval to enter the Road of Emperor. Although it was said that the heavenly demon 7 stars who had pledged their allegiance to Sky Split Tower would be able to enjoy massive amounts of practice resources. As for the true core Road of Emperor, one couldn't enter it as they wished. They needed to complete tasks for the High Lords in order to be rewarded with small amounts of time to enter. Even Fengshen, who had a deep background, couldn't obtain the qualifications to enter the Road of Emperor. Entering the Road of Emperor was not minor in helping a martial artist grow stronger. The 12 High Lords feared that their servants' strength would be too great and they would then be unable to control them. Thus they placed all sorts of limits on entry. But this time, because of the events with Lin Ming, Sky Split Tower's High Lords believed that it was necessary to enhance the strength of their subordinates, in order to cultivate a powerful enough heavenly demon 7-star that could solve their problems. Maha, who was standing near Xianxia, smiled and said, "Hehe. It's rare for us to enter the Road of Emperor. It's true that you made a breakthrough, but my harvest might not be any worse than yours." "Oh really? No need to hurry. Wait for me to defeat Fengshen and then I'll spar with you again. This time, I have 60 to 70% assurance that I can defeat Fengshen." Haha, since you say that, then this little brother is also extremely looking forwards to it. The heavenly demon 7 stars Kai Yang laughed as he spoke. Xianxia and Maha were originally 2 of the top-ranked 3 within the heavenly demon 7 stars. But Kai Yang was one of the weaker ones. Although he too had gained enormous harvests within the Road of Emperor, he didn't show off his abilities, instead wisely choosing to flatter the 2. However, this didn't mean that he wasn't confident in himself. What he was doing was patiently waiting until that one moment when he could amaze the world with a glorious moment so that he could obtain more respect from the High Lords as well as more resources. Hehe, perhaps I am weaker than you 2 are now, but not by much. If I can obtain another demon god bone, then I'm confident I can surpass you. When that time comes, then this father will also be ranked in Skysplit Tower's top 3. Kai Yang was happily creating his own plans. But at this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman lit up in the Great Hall, a beautiful flame flashing for a brief moment. This sound-transmitting talisman was for the 3 of them at the same time. As they heard this voice, all of them froze in place. What? Lin Ming is still alive? The 3 of them had all entered the king's cage before, and the one in there the longest was Yan Qi with 20-some days. They naturally knew what it meant to stay in the king's cage for nearly 4 months. How is that possible? Kai Yang mumbled to himself. This was completely unbelievable. Was the king's cage that Lin Ming entered different from the one they had entered? Was the difficulty much lower? He couldn't help but think this. The Eightfall War Emperor had stayed in for only 2 months. Lin Ming, no matter how much of a monstrous genius he was, it was simply impossible for him to persist inside for 4 whole months. Perhaps, after 2 months in the king's cage, the difficulty would begin to level out? Otherwise, Kai Yang found it hard to imagine to just what difficulty the king's cage would be at after 4 months. The only one who could explain this was Lin Ming. Nobody in history had ever stayed inside longer than 2 months. Maha thought for a moment and then suddenly laughed, his laughs growing louder and more manic. No matter what he experienced in the king's cage, what I learned within the Road of Emperor was far better. This is great. Since I've made a breakthrough in my strength, I've been looking for a good match to see just what boundary my strength has risen to. This Lin Ming has just about the right qualifications to do so. I will take him as a sacrifice to my saber. After Maha's words, Kai Yang also recovered from his shock. Although Lin Ming's talent was high, it wasn't enough for him to dread. For a martial artist's improvement, the king's cage fell far short of the Road of Emperor. Lin Ming had undoubtedly grown stronger within the king's cage. But they hadn't been lazing around either. They had entered the Road of Emperor during these past months. They were completely different levels of practice areas. How could their gains be any worse than Lin Ming's? Good. Then before my fight with Fengshen, I will fight Lin Ming as a warm-up. Yan Qi licked his lips, his eyes shining with veracity. He too was thinking of fighting with Lin Ming. Yan Qi had absolute belief in the increase of his strength. Much less, they had originally been stronger than Lin Ming to begin with. Whether it was him or Maha, both of them were ranked in the top 3 of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. When Lin Ming had easily killed Hong Zhong, then killed Yan Hu, and proceeded to force Ming Sun to admit defeat, the evaluation of Lin Ming's strength had steadily risen into the top 10 of the 3rd floor. This evaluation had also included, to a degree, Lin Ming's hidden strengths. Easily killing Hong Zhong and Yan Hu was something that even Kai Yang could achieve without revealing his true strength. Within Skysplit Tower, the difference in strength between the Heavenly Demon's 7 stars and other martial artists was enormous. Conscious of these things, Kai Yang's mind also moved. Now that Lin Ming returned, he would be at the height of his fame and power. If he could defeat Lin Ming at this time, then he would be able to greatly enhance his own reputation. He could obtain more attention and respect from the 12 High Lords, and even obtain more resources. Speaking of which, Lin Ming had been in the king's cage for 4 months. That meant that he owed 2 matches. Kai Yang grew increasingly excited. Lin Ming had just come out of the king's cage and broke every record for the last 10,000 years. He would absolutely be brimming with confidence at this moment. But Lin Ming wouldn't know that he had entered the Road of Emperor and his own strength had risen so dramatically. If he could fight Lin Ming and mercilessly beat him up, stepping on this once-in-10,000-year top talent so that he would never be able to stand up again, then this would make his thoughts incomparably happy and smooth. Skysplit Tower's 3rd floor, Dark Day Restaurant. Lin Ming sat in an airy, open hall. He had ordered a dish of high-grade vicious beast meat, steamed fish, and a pot of millennium-aged wine. A piece of meat, a cup of wine, he was eating it all at a brisk pace. During his 108 days within the king's cage, Lin Ming had eaten nothing but dried meats and fasting pills. Although it was able to fill his stomach, it was bland, the same as chewing wax. Outside of this Dark Day restaurant, the streets were already packed full with people. A great deal of people hadn't believed that Lin Ming had come out alive and wanted to see him with their own eyes. As they saw Lin Ming calmly sitting in the restaurant, he had already changed into a new set of light blue clothes. He unexpectedly looked somewhat like a refined and elegant scholar. However, there was a strange energy field emitting from his entire body, reminding everyone here just how fearful this youth in front of them was. This aura is... A top 50 ranked martial artist of the third floor looked at Lin Ming, his eyelids jumping. Lin Ming had obviously restrained all the true essence in his body, but he was still sending out a vast aura. Whether intentional or not, it was still shocking. As Lin Ming sat there, he was like a peerless divine spear, impossibly sharp. Where is this aura coming from? A martial artist's aura sounded as if it were an illusion, but it did in fact exist. In truth, this so-called aura was an energy field. Heaven and earth origin energy itself was a kind of energy. When it was gathered together, it would naturally produce an energy field. When a normal martial artist fought, their entire body would erupt with true essence, and their aura would do the same. But Lin Ming had obviously curbed his true essence, yet his aura was actually powerful to this degree. Just what was this? All the martial artists on the third floor had outstanding eyesight. They also discovered this phenomenon occurring on Lin Ming's body, causing them to be startled. Lin Ming, he must have grown much stronger these past 4 months. He is truly worthy of being called someone with talent greater than the 8-Fall War Emperor. How terrifying! I'm afraid that even the lower-ranked Heavenly Demon 7 stars might not be his match anymore. The surrounding martial artists were all talking. Those that had formerly flaunted Lin Ming's death and cracked jokes about him had all shut up. Originally, they had all firmly promised everyone that Lin Ming had most assuredly died after 80 days. But now, 108 days after entering, Lin Ming had calmly and safely come out. This was a slap in the face to all of these martial artists. At this moment, a giant demon martial artist grimaced as he said, Lin Ming is truly fierce, but it's too much to say that he can defeat one of the Heavenly Demon 7 stars. The Heavenly Demon 7 star's strength is much higher than that of all other martial artists on the third floor, and I heard that Xianxia and them also entered the Road of Emperor. After they came out, their strength would inevitably have risen by a large degree. I think that not even Fengshen could be Xianxia's match. When one reached the very end of the Road of Emperor, they would become an Emperor-level powerhouse. This was not an exaggeration. Of course, there hadn't been anyone that had actually reached the end. Even so, the King's Cage was far from comparable with the Road of Emperor. As Xianxia's name was brought up, the martial artists present were somewhat scared. Xianxia's infamy was too heavy now, he was only inferior to Fengshen. Also, Xianxia had pledged his utter loyalty to Skysplit Tower, so he definitely obtained more resources than Fengshen. At this moment, there was suddenly the brusque sound of rushing footsteps. A group of armored martial artists rushed towards the front of the restaurant, pushing away the crowd. These martial artists all had the same unified armor set, and they all had a small tower embroidered over their right chest. The enforcement team? Seeing the enforcement team suddenly appear, the martial artists were confused as to what was going on. The members of Skysplit Tower's enforcement team weren't any great talents when compared to the challengers of the third floor, but even though their talent was ordinary, all of them were on the older side. Thus, their members' true strength was equal to the upper levels of the third floor. Lin Ming quietly continued drinking, not even bothering to toss them a glance. You are Lin Ming. The captain of the enforcement team stared at Lin Ming, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At the entrance to the King's Cage at the special practice area, after you left, Wan Shu, Lin Feng, and 2 other martial artists went missing. In addition to this, Master Suagu was found with a hole pierced between his eyebrows. Were these 5 people killed by you? Lin Ming put down his cup of wine and stood up. He impassively said, that's right. He didn't plan to hide this matter to begin with, nor could he have. Good. You openly fought in a prohibited zone, and you openly killed in a prohibited zone. It seems you have no idea of death or danger. Brothers, take him and cripple his martial arts. Ready him for judgment by the High Lords. The captain of the enforcement team shouted out, and soon several martial artists began to move forwards. Lin Ming used his fingers as a spear and swept them out. In the next moment, a brilliant spear light flooded the entire hall. Pong! The wooden doors and windows of the restaurant flew away, and every piece of furniture in front of Lin Ming exploded into pieces. Terrifying waves of air pressure forced every martial artist present to take a step back. As for the enforcement team martial artists who were swept up by that spear light, they gave stuffy coughs and vomited out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies sent flying backwards. Suddenly, the entire area fell silent. Lin Ming was crazy. He actually dared to attack the enforcement team? Skysplit Tower's enforcement team represented the 12 High Lords. Who would have the courage to so brazenly attack them? To attack the enforcement team meant opposing the 12 High Lords. In Skysplit Tower, the 12 High Lords were the emperors. They controlled life and death in their hands. Now, Lin Ming had just blatantly slapped the High Lords' faces. Moreover, although the enforcement team members' talents weren't too high, their ages were. They were not weak. Otherwise, why would they have the ability to enforce the law on the third floor? But just now, 5 or 6 of them had been casually struck by Lin Ming and sent flying back. To use fingers as his spear and sweep away the entire enforcement team. What a terrifying spear light. Although it wasn't even aimed at me, I still felt my heart shake. The surrounding martial artists were not weaklings, but they faintly imagined what would happen if they were to take that one strike a moment ago, and every conclusion they came to made them depressed. The majority of them had to admit that they simply didn't have the strength to resist in the face of that attack. Even if some of them thought they could resist it, they feared that they would probably suffer minor injuries. This was just Lin Ming's casual attack. He hadn't even used his spear. Lin Ming, do you have a death wish? The enforcement team captain burned with anger, but he was actually quaking in his heart, crying about why this was happening. He had taken his team here, but they had been instantly swept away with a single strike. Now he could only watch. He didn't dare to do anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming hadn't been ruthless in that strike just now. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have been severely wounded and vomited blood, but rather directly perished where they stood. If Lin Ming dared to kill people in a prohibited area, then he would dare to kill the enforcement team. The enforcement team captain had ridden the tiger, and now there was no more backing down. He simply didn't know what to do. With so many pairs of eyes looking at him, under their gaze he had been smacking around. If he walked away, then he would be shamed so much that even his grandmother wouldn't recognize him. How could he still continue to enforce the law on the third floor? He couldn't run, but he couldn't stay either. As the enforcement team captain was agonizing over what to do, the sound of noisy footsteps suddenly stirred. Turning around, he saw a troop of over a dozen warriors rush over. They all wore the same battle armor, and their individual strength and cultivation were far beyond the enforcement team of the third floor. The fourth floor guards, the martial artists, were stunned. The guards for the fourth floor were the same as the personal guard for the High Lords. Their status was also much higher than the enforcement team's. A High Lord had come? In Skysplit Tower, it had been too many years since a High Lord had been aroused. Make way! Everyone make way! The captain of the fourth floor guards snapped at everyone before him. Although his attitude was crude and barbaric, nobody dared to say half a word back to him. All of they gave way lest they were slow and blocked his path. In the center of these fourth floor guards, a black-robed imp slowly stepped out. He had a cruel smile on his face as he coldly looked at Lin Ming. This was High Lord Heian. High Lord! All of the martial artists present felt their pupils shrink. In fact, there weren't too many martial artists that had seen High Lords up close, but they could feel a faint imposing aura emitting from him, and could correctly guess that this imp man in front of them was one of the 12 High Lords. One of the 12 High Lords, the highest existences within Skysplit Tower. Lin Ming, this is the first time that we've met. As High Lord Heian spoke, his eyes filled with a sparkling killing intent. At this time, Lin Ming had sat back down in the restaurant, slowly eating his meal again. He looked up at High Lord Heian and laid down his chopsticks, standing up once more. Facing High Lord Heian, his actions were sincere. You are Heian? All of the martial artists felt their hearts tighten. Lin Ming had directly called a High Lord by his name. What arrogance! What pride! High Lord Heian's eyes narrowed as he looking at Lin Ming, his vision as sharp as his knife. It seemed as if he were trying to completely understand him, penetrating through his entire being. This boy was truly formidable. Addressing me by my name, disrespecting me, killing in the prohibited zone, even attacking the enforcement team. Your unbridled actions are far too audacious. Me? Audacious? Lin Ming smiled. Heian, wasn't it you who hired that old imp to lay down a great space-locking array around the king's cage? You wanted to lock me in the king's cage and kill me in there? Hee hee. If I hadn't made a miraculous breakthrough inside, then I fear I would already be dead in the king's cage. His words were relentless, combined with the Azura force field that seemed to burst out from his body. This caused his words to loudly ring in everyone's ears, causing them to tremble. What? Lin Ming's words shocked everyone present. It wasn't a secret that Suogu had been busily working inside the king's cage these past days. Sky-split towers' practice areas could be considered relics from the ancient times. It was impossible for Suogu to repair any of the array formations because he simply lacked this ability. If so, then what was he doing for so many days inside of the special practice area? Also, after Lin Ming emerged from the king's cage after 108 days, although it was truly shocking, everyone was filled with their own suspicions. Just what had Lin Ming experienced inside the king's cage? Why had he stayed inside for so long? Thirdly, if Sky-Split Tower recognized Lin Ming as dead, then why wasn't the king's cage opened again? All of these doubts were actually laid bare by Lin Ming, and all of the martial artists present realized what had happened. None of them were fools. They connected all the possibilities and were able to instantly judge that what Lin Ming said was most likely true. The 12 High Lords wanted Lin Ming to die in peril within the king's cage. But, by whatever means, Lin Ming had emerged from the king's cage, with the great space locking array laid down by Suogu. In addition to the inhumane environment inside the king's cage that only grew worse every day, Lin Ming actually stayed within for 108 days and broke out himself. Was he even human? Now that this plot was revealed by Lin Ming, High Lord Heian's complexion turned ugly. His plan to kill Lin Ming had been perfect. But he never imagined that, even in this situation, Lin Ming would still be able to come out alive. Lin Ming, the reason that I asked Suogu to come is because I wanted him to set down a new transmission array for an improved escape talisman. This is so that martial artists that enter the king's cage can have greater chances of escaping alive. Who do you think you are, that you think you are so worthy that I would personally concoct schemes to deal with you? High Lord Heian spoke with contempt. However, no matter how disdainful High Lord Heian's expression was, there was basically no martial artist present that believed his excuse. They weren't silly children that would be fooled so easily. But although everyone understood how things were, no one dared to reveal anything otherwise. Ha ha ha. Is that so? Lin Ming sneered, the derision in his eyes and voice obvious. High Lord Heian subconsciously clenched his fists. This matter was becoming increasingly troublesome. If he personally dealt with Lin Ming today, then he would undoubtedly be able to capture or kill Lin Ming. But he himself would be seen as in the wrong, and would have been shown to be vagrantly breaking all decorum and rules. When that happened, he would be known as the High Lord of Polar Sky Split Tower that schemed and used every means possible to strangle rising talents. Polar Sky Split Tower's reputation could not withstand such damage. This damn boy! Heian cursed in his mind. But he couldn't back down at this moment. Killing Lin Ming now was no good, but letting Lin Ming leave like this was even worse. He had no idea what to do. At this moment, there were more noisy footsteps approaching. High Lord Heian turned and saw that not too far away, Xianxia, Maha, and Kaiyang were all soaring over here. As Heian saw these three people, he was instantly overjoyed. With these three, he thought of a safe solution to all his problems. Xianxia, Maha, Kaiyang. As these three people appeared, the martial artists present were all shocked. Three of the heavenly demons' 7 stars had simultaneously arrived. Compared to Lin Ming, none of these three auras were in any way inferior. As these three auras faintly overlapped with each other's, it even overshadowed Lin Ming's. Sir High Lord, Xianxia slightly bowed. Whether it was because of the soul contract or resources, the always proud Xianxia was respectful towards the 12 High Lords. High Lord Heian nodded with satisfaction. He was happy as he noticed that Xianxia, Maha, and Kaiyang's strengths had increased by a great deal. Fortunately, he had let the three of them into the Road of Emperor a few months ago. Now he had soldiers at the time he needed them the most. Good, you have not disappointed me. High Lord Heian slowly said as he turned back to look at Lin Ming. Lin Ming, I remember then you were in the king's cage for 108 days. With some of the time from before, you should owe 2 or 3 matches now. Lin Ming heard High Lord Heian speak, and the corners of his lips curved up. What are you trying to say? You have doubted me, offended me, and falsely accused me. If I kill you now, then others will inevitably spread rumors about if treating me in a completely unfair manner. Since this is the case, then I have a chance for you. You've just come out of the king's cage, so your strength should have risen. So, you will now finish all the matches that you owe. As High Lord Heian spoke, the martial artists present began to understand. What High Lord Heian wanted was for Lin Ming to enter the arena stage and fight the heavenly demon 7 stars. Not just that, but in accordance to the rules of Sky Split Tower, if one owed matches because they were in practice, then they would have to fight in continuous matches. There would be no rest time between them. When Lin Ming had continuously fought Yen Hu and Ming Sun, this was also a similar situation. Lin Ming had killed Yen Hu with absolute superiority, forcing Ming Sun to peacefully raise the white flag, so there wasn't even a real second match. But this time was different. His matches would be against the heavenly demon 7 stars, who would still dare to continuously fight them. Time? Opponents. Lin Ming calmly said without a hint of fear. High Lord Heian was surprised for a moment. This kid was far too confident. Even facing continuous matches with the heavenly demon 7 stars, he didn't care at all. Even letting High Lord Heian arrange the matches for him. To what degree did his confidence extend to? The surrounding martial artists were all secretly shocked. As they looked at Lin Ming leisurely standing, this definitely wasn't an act. High Lord Heian glowered. He coldly said, Since you are so bold, then I won't disappoint you. 10 days from now at the martial arena, you will fight Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang. 3 continuous matches? All of the martial artists present were confused. They knew that High Lord Heian wished for Lin Ming to die, but didn't think that he would directly put out 3 continuous matches. Arguably, Lin Ming only owed 2 now. The third would still have to wait for some time. They turned towards Lin Ming, seeing if he would refuse. Lin Ming faintly smiled. 3 continuous matches? Sure. Lin Ming easily agreed, startling all the martial artists. To continuously fight 3 heavenly demon stars, especially Yan Qi and Maha, who were ranked in the top 3, was simply madness. Utter madness. Lin Ming is too reckless. It's true that he's strong, but according to some reliable sources, Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang have all entered the road of Emperor, gaining experience inside for the last few months. What they gained in there is most likely no less than what Lin Ming gained in the king's cage. And what is even worse is that if Lin Ming battled just Kai Yang alone, I'm still afraid he would be in a perilous situation. And now he wants to fight 3 of them continuously. For sure. Lin Ming just doesn't understand how strong these 3 are. Agreeing to this is just too rash. Continuous matches was an enormous test of a martial artist's true essence and physical strength. One could only win if they had an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, the longer these battles dragged on, the more exhausted they would be and the more tired their spirit and mind would be, causing their true essence usage to accelerate, and finally they would be defeated. Even Fengshen didn't dare to boast he could do this. There were even some that suspected that after Yan Qi entered the road of Emperor, his strength might be no worse than Fengshen's. Hee. This boy is too stupid. Yan Qi sneered. Humph. He doesn't want to walk the road to heaven but would rather storm through the gates of hell. If you want to die, then I'll give you a hand, Maha said with ice-cold killing intent. How could he allow their heavenly demon 7 stars to be looked down on so much by a human? This fellow even thought that he could continuously fight 3 of them. Haha, allow this little brother to take the first match. Otherwise, the little brother fears that he won't have the chance to do anything, Kai Yang said, grinning. His strength had grown by leaps and bounds within the road of Emperor, and he had finally absorbed a piece of demon god bone. His strength was incomparable to how he used to be. He certainly didn't want to miss this chance to show off his newfound strength. The only way for him to get the High Lords to pay more attention to him was this match. Not only did he need to win, he needed to do so in glorious style. Now, even fools could see that High Lord Heian wanted Lin Ming to die. Perhaps if one of them killing Lin Ming, they would even be able to obtain a bit of demon god bone as a reward. Good. Kai Yang, you will go first. Then Maha will take the second match. High Lord Heian said. From the weakest to the strongest was the best way to arrange a squad. Haha, maybe Maha won't even need to do anything. Kai Yang cunningly smiled. Kai Yang was extremely confident in himself. Lin Ming's lips curled up. Towards these 3 continuous matches, he didn't feel much. It was true that he knew nothing about Yan Qi, Maha, or Kai Yang's strength, but all he knew was that he was absolutely confident he could defeat them. After opening the gate of healing, Lin Ming's regenerative abilities had reached a terrifying degree. 3 continuous matches? He wouldn't even care if they all came together. Let's go. With the gauntlet thrown down, High Lord Heian turned and left. His retinue of guards also drew back like a tide. As Kai Yang turned to leave, he said to Lin Ming with a true essence sound transmission, "Boy, wash your neck and wait for death. When I kill you, I'll likely be granted a demon godbone. To me, you are nothing but a demon godbone." Lin Ming didn't bother to speak again. He sat back down at his table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat a piece of meat. Eating meat, drinking wine, all of this done calmly. As if nothing had happened just now. Seeing Lin Ming eating a meal so languidly, all of the martial artists present were taken aback. He had to continuously battle Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang in 10 days. How could he be so calm? This calm was not an act. This was a death match. Who could be so calm before so many death matches? If he couldn't even live, then what was the point of putting out a front? It could only be said that Lin Ming was truly calm. In a situation where he didn't even understand Qi Yan, Maha, or Kai Yang's strength, how could he be so calm? Just how confident was Lin Ming in his own strength? News of Lin Ming's continuous 3 battles with Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang soon spread out like a tidal wave. It wasn't just the 3rd floor, but all the martial artists on the 2nd floor quickly learned this. This was truly explosive news. This would be Lin Ming's first battle since returning from the King's Cage. With the reputation of the #1 talent since ancient times on the line, the impact of this match could be imagined. Even if Lin Ming battled an ordinary top 10 challenger on the 3rd floor, it would still arouse a great amount of interest. But now, Lin Ming's matches were completely comprised of the heavenly demon 7 stars. Not just that, but it was 3 continuous matches. Yan Qi, Maha, Kai Yang, especially the first 2. Their reputation sounded out like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. When Lin Ming first arrived at Sun Flood City, he had already heard of Yan Qi and Maha's names. In Sky Split Tower, there were even many mortals that knew of them. And from reliable sources, it was learned that they had stepped into the road of Emperor months ago. Their current strength was incomparable to how it was in the past. It was rumored that Yan Qi was now in no way inferior to Fengshen. Even Maha had the qualifications to fight with Fengshen on even footing. At that same time, Lin Ming would be fighting 3 people. This was simply crazy. Even if Lin Ming wasn't crazy, all the other martial artists on the 3rd floor were going crazy. Every martial artist that had gone into closed-door seclusion had left their practice area. And every martial artist that had gone out for adventuring was also running back as fast as they could to watch this unparalleled battle. The prices for admission tickets had already risen to astronomical levels. Sky Split Tower Martial Artist Service Center. Wearing blue clothes, a beautiful and delicate-looking young girl was blankly staring out a window, deep in a trance as she was lost in her thoughts. This girl was only 15 or 16 years old. Her face still had a faint hint of blossoming youth. Although her hair and face were cleaned up neatly and her clothes were also ordered, it couldn't conceal her tired and pale complexion, a constantly ill appearance that aroused the pity of those who saw her. This girl was the maid-servant that had helped Lin Ming during his stay at the Martial Artist Service Center 1. The proprietress of the Martial Artist Service Center had originally allowed Tawaner to be Lin Ming's concubine, but for the entire 2 weeks of time, Lin Ming hadn't even touched Wana once. Afterwards, when Lin Ming had gone to the 2nd floor, a black-caped imp martial artist had used her life as a threat in order to force Lin Ming into a match. At that time, Wanner had known nothing about this. After Lin Ming defeated that black-caped imp martial artist, Su Yan had informed her of this matter. Her feelings had become incomparably complicated after learning of this. She never imagined that a challenger of Sky-Split Tower would take such dangerous risks for a mere mortal. When it was learned that Lin Ming had perished in the king's cage, if there was anyone that truly felt sadness from the heart for Lin Ming, then it wasn't Mukgu, nor was it Dagu or Sunji. No, the only one who felt such deep heartbreak was Wanner. Wanna knew her limits. She was well aware that her path and Lin Ming's would never cross again. She knew it was impossible for her to ever serve him again, nor did she have the qualifications to stand vigil for him. Even seeing him just once more was a wild and unattainable hope. What she could only do was to worry about him from the bottom of her heart and pray for him. After it was said that Lin Ming had died, Wanner found it hard to eat or drink, making her entire body thin and frail. However, no matter what, she still believed that he would come out. Now, Lin Ming had finally emerged from the king's cage, and not even one day later, news was spreading that he would fight Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang in a continuous death match. Wanna didn't understand anything about martial artists nor anything about the levels of their strength. Because she was worried, she asked Su Yan. Although Su Yan told her that Lin Ming could win, his answer had been very reluctant. Occasionally he would sigh and shake his head. This proved that, in truth, he didn't think Lin Ming's chances were good. Wanner, a voice suddenly called out. Wanner looked around and saw that the one speaking was Su Yan. This year, Su Yan had also entered the second floor, but he would often come back for a visit. Big Brother Su Yan, is there any news about Big Brother Lin Ming's fight? Wanna's face filled with hope. The match will be tomorrow, but even if I sell everything I have, I still wouldn't be able to afford a ticket. Also, I don't have the authority to enter the third floor. Su Yan shook his head. There wasn't anything he could do besides wait for the final result. Oh, Wanner lightly replied. Su Yan sighed. He wanted to say some comforting words, but he eventually didn't say anything. Continuously fighting Yan Qi, Maha, and Kai Yang, how could Lin Ming ever hope to win? On the day of the decisive battle, near the martial arena in a refined restaurant. At this time, there were only several minutes of time left before the start of the battle. Lin Ming, High Lord Heian, has made it clear that he wants you to die. Why would you still accept 3 continuous matches? This sort of fight isn't even fair. Not even Fengshen would dare to be so brash. Opposite Lin Ming, Mukgu was sitting down. He was looking at a large hourglass at the side of the room while shaking his head. This hourglass had 100 scale measurements on it. Every division was a quarter hour. One day was just about 100 of these measurements. As the sand flowed down the hourglass, it was closing in on the halfway mark. This was also when the match would begin. Lin Ming was slowly drinking a cup of wine as he said, "The reason I agreed to this fight is because I wanted to grow my heavenly demon tattoo." Lin Ming was now an early 8-winged heavenly demon. If he wanted to form a 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo, then he naturally had to fight with the heavenly demon 7 stars. High Lord Heian's arrangements were what he had been earnestly wishing for. You're also thinking of forming your heavenly demon tattoo right now? Mukgu was speechless. Lin Ming didn't seem worried about this match at all. Instead, he had been thinking about how to condense the heavenly demon tattoo. Regarding this, all he could say was, "It's time." Lin Ming downed the last of his wine, slowly stood up, and then steadily stepped away. Mukgu shook his head and followed along. Oh. At this time, the outside of the martial arena was already packed and full of bustling noise. The martial arena of the 3rd floor was normally a lonely and desolate place, but now there was a massive snaking line that had formed at the entrance. There were even a number of martial artists from the 2nd floor that had come, but of course these people had special relations and access, thus they were able to temporarily enter the 3rd floor. Certainly, they also had to pay no small price. The martial arena on the 3rd floor wasn't too large to begin with, and today the entire arena was packed to overflowing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that today's fight was the grandest and most exciting one that had been held on the 3rd floor for the last 100 years. Look over there. Fengshen. Even Fengshen came. Some martial artists were keen of sight. They saw a white-clothed Fey youth carrying a long sword walk in, his eyes indifferent. He glanced over at Kai Yang and then stepped towards the special guest area. This white-clothed youth was the infamous Fengshen of the third floor. When Lin Ming had battled Yen Hu and Ming's son, Fengshen hadn't appeared. This was because Lin Ming's level had been far from reaching his at the time. He didn't think that in just a mere few months, Lin Ming would already grow to his own level. This sort of terrifying rate of development was horrifying. High Lord Heian. Heavens! Even a High Lord has come. After Fengshen, the next luminary to arrive was actually High Lord Heian. High Lords rarely made appearances. To personally come to the martial arena to look at a martial artist's match, well, this hadn't happened in years. Thus, from this point alone, it could be seen just how grandiose this fight was. On one side, there was the Blood Slaughter Steps #1 talent of the last 10,000 years, who had also practiced for 108 days in the King's Cage, breaking every previous record. On the other side, there were 3 masters altogether, each of them outstanding Heavenly Demon 7 stars. They had also trained in the Road of Emperor for months, and their strengths had soared up to unimaginable heights. Yanqi and Maha both had the qualifications to struggle for the title of the third floor's #1 master. Such a powerful lineup of masters. 3 against 1. No matter how one saw it, the Heavenly Demon 7 stars were more powerful. It was true that Lin Ming must have made some great breakthrough in the King's Cage, but no matter how great a breakthrough he had, just how much better could he be compared to the Heavenly Demon 7 stars? After all, they had entered the Road of Emperor. I think that Lin Ming can defeat Kai Yang, but against Maha it's far too difficult. He will likely lose there. It's not likely to lose but impossible to win. Kai Yan wasn't weak to begin with. After entering the Road of Emperor, no matter how heaven-defying Lin Ming's talent is, defeating Kai Yang will likely exhaust all of his strength. How could he continue to fight Maha after that? This Maha might not be any worse than Fengshen. The audience was loudly discussing this match. Kai Yang was standing on one side of the arena stage. As an imp martial artist, his soul force was formidable and his perception was very sensitive. He heard all of these people's discussions. Humph, they think that Lin Ming will defeat me but lose to Maha? Do they really think I'm some sort of cannon fodder or something? Kai Yang sneered. These idiots were all clueless. They talked about the masters of the third floor as if they understood anything, when they themselves were losers. This father was closed up in the Road of Emperor for an entire month. The suffering that I've endured in there is not what anyone could imagine. You think I'll lose to Lin Ming? Hee, just you all wait and see. As Kai Yang remembered his experience within the Road of Emperor, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. But such an experience, after he had suffered through it all and bore the pain, his harvest had been great. After his leap in strength, he had been holding it all in so that he could wait for the one moment when he needed to soar. And at this moment, Lin Ming suddenly appeared. He wore blue clothes and gripped his purple comet spear as he walked up on stage. His steps were steady and he had a calm air around him. Lin Ming, you've finally shown up. Kai Yang's lips curved up in a cruel and ferocious smile. The moment to prove himself had come. With my most powerful ability, I will defeat you with overwhelming strength. I will have everyone's eyes pop out of their heads in amazement. I will have them all realize that their own judgments were stupid and wrong. Ca. Kai Yang drew out his treasure saber. This saber was pure black without even the faintest sheen. As one looked at it, it made their souls feel mired in mud. The black saber, soul extinguisher. As martial artists saw the saber, their hearts went cold. It was heard that Kai Yang's soul extinguisher saber came from the ruins of an ancient battlefield, the treasure saber of an ancient death god. Underneath this saber, countless martial artists had perished, their demented spirits trapped and sealed within. Once one was cut by this saber, their souls could be directly sliced in half. In addition to that, Kai Yang was originally an imp, part of the race that was incomparably familiar with soul attacks. With both of these factors together, their combined might was incredible. As everyone saw this soul extinguisher saber as well as the deep and foreboding aura that rolled off of Kai Yang's body, all the martial artists that predicted that Kai Yang would lose to Lin Ming suddenly shut their mouths. Kai Yang's strength was absolutely at an abnormally freakish level. It was just that his fame had been overshadowed by Maha and Yen Chi, so others had subconsciously ignored him. Lin Ming grasped the purple comet spear and calmly stood in front of Kai Yang. His aura was restrained within himself, hidden. He was like a matchless treasure spear standing proud. Kai Yan's aura that reached him was naturally split apart, having no impact at all on Lin Ming. The two stood in sharp opposition. The audience held their breath. Feng Shun had crossed his arms across his chest, his eyes fixed on Lin Ming. High Lord Heian was jeering, waiting for Lin Ming to die. There was not a single movement from the audience. It was like a sense of stillness had fallen over the entire arena, the air condensing into a heavy essence that fell over them, incomparably heavy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming and Kai Yang. Lin Ming, you seem to believe in yourself a bit. But, in Sky Split Tower, those that are too confident usually end up dead. You do not understand the depths of my strength yet you have agreed to challenge me. How stupid of you. Now die. Kai Yang shouted as he took a step forwards. The soul extinguisher saber formed a massive billowing storm of demon essence. A saber slashed down at Lin Ming. Demonic cloud storm. The demonic clouds turned into a violent and cruel black wind, covering the air as it swept towards Lin Ming, making it so that people couldn't see directly ahead. The surrounding martial artists all felt like a chilling wind had seeped into their bones, their hearts inexplicably turning cold. Lin Ming ignored it all as if none of this affected him and casually thrust out his spear. Bang! The black soul storm was torn apart by Lin Ming's spear, the storm disappearing into nothingness. But as Lin Ming stood there, not a single hair on his body was affected. Only the lower hems of his robe had been lifted a bit. If you don't come with everything you have, you won't have the chance anymore. Humph! How arrogant! Kai Yang grit his teeth. He revolved his bodily true essence to the limit, and then, at his side, a long arc of black light formed. This arc of light lingered on as if it were black thunder. Kai Yang has never used this move before. Kai Yang had already been on the 3rd floor for several years. All of the martial artists there thought they had a good grasp of Kai Yang's cultivation methods, but this move had never been displayed. It seems to be an attack move that combines a soul and material attack, fusing them together. When this is used with the might of the soul extinguisher, this might be most of Kai Yang's hidden strength. Soul attack, huh? I heard that Lin Ming's defensive abilities against soul attacks are incredible. When Lin Ming was fighting in Sky Split Tower, he had battled a number of imp martial artists all the way from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. But even so, he had never been injured once by their soul attacks, not even showing the least bit of hardship. The martial artists present were already clear about all the available information on Lin Ming. If a soul attack was used on Lin Ming, its effects would be greatly reduced. But Kai Yang still used a soul attack against Lin Ming. Was he really that confident in his soul attacks? At this time, a cover of light shrouded Kai Yang. Outside of this cover of light were wild arcs of black thunder that completely surrounded him. Kai Yang stood there, his lips curved up in a cunning and savage smile. No one knew that this move was one he comprehended from the Road of Emperor. It seemed like an ordinary soul attack, but the truth was that it contained a faint Emperor will. This was also the greatest card hidden in his hand. Let's go. I will use my strongest attack to defeat you. From this point on, I will show the world just how strong I am. Now, soar to the skies. Kai Yang cried out. The fierce expression on his face quickly turned crazy. Soul extinguisher. Kai Yang suddenly took a step forwards, his body fusing together with the soul extinguisher saber as it became a black ray of light. As soon as Lin Ming saw this, his eyebrows shot up. This is... Stroking his purple comet spear, Lin Ming finally turned serious. But it was just a bit serious. True essence erupted from within him, 30% of the heretical god force was released. A spear thrust forth. A 3-foot-wide spear light pierced through the skies, smashing into Kai Yang's saber light like a meteor. Absolute power crashed. Around the golden spear light, countless arcs of thunder spun. Bang! The saber light broke in half. Lin Ming's spear light struck Kai Yang. Puff! Kai Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and hit the floor, cracking the tiles underneath him as well. But at the same time, a wisp of strange wool drilled into Lin Ming's body like a viper, directly rushing towards his spiritual sea. This was not an ordinary soul attack, but a strange force that Lin Ming had never encountered before. This strange force wanted to tear Lin Ming's spiritual sea apart. The audience didn't have time to respond to this sudden change. Kai Yang used his saber to prop himself up. Although his face was wet with blood, a hideously crazed expression split his face. Ha 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 ha! You are finished. Now that my emperor will has struck you, you will absolutely die. Lin Ming stood motionless on the arena stage, the purple comet spear still grasped in his hand as if he were some stone sculpture. But in front of Lin Ming, with his entire face covered with blood, Kai Yang was laughing. Ha ha! How is it? Does my emperor will taste good? This scene caused the audience to be stunned. Kai Yang had spent a great deal of time gathering potential for his attack, but after his strike collided with Lin Ming's, he was the one that had been sent flying back. They thought that Kai Yang was done for, but never expected such a strange turn of events. It looked as if someone had cast a dark spell over Lin Ming. Without a doubt, this was the mystery that had been added to Kai Yang's strike just now. Emperor will... What is that? It sounds dangerous. Lin Ming, it looks like he can't move. That Emperor will is definitely some sort of soul attack. Kai Yang is truly worthy of being called one of the heavenly demon 7 stars. As a genius of the imp race who is skilled in soul attacks, even though Lin Ming's soul defense abilities are strong, they actually couldn't fend off this move from Kai Yang. It's too terrifying. Lin Ming was like a statue, and his bodily protective true essence was also disappearing. As long as Kai Yang cut him with his soul extinguisher saber, then Lin Ming's head would fall. Did the fight end just like this? Kai Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce excitement. The time to prove himself had arrived. The number 1 talent of the last 10,000 years had actually died under his hand. From this point on, he had taken Lin Ming's destiny as his own. He had borne so much pain and suffering with the road of Emperor all in order to obtain this Emperor will. This Emperor will came from a true Emperor-level powerhouse. It wasn't something that an ordinary martial artist could withstand. Even just a single wisp would have a massive impact on one's spiritual sea. It's a pity that you can't hear what I'm saying. Who cares how strong you are? You will still die by my hands. Kai Yang roared. He took a step forwards and then began rushing towards Lin Ming. As the surrounding martial artists saw this, none of them blinked. Mukgu's hands were sweaty, Feng Shun was silent, and High Lord Heion's lips had curved up in a devilish grin. As a High Lord, he certainly knew how terrifying the Emperor will was. He didn't think that Kai Yang would have been able to capture a wisp of Emperor will to use for himself. For this fellow, there was no better cultivation method. Die! With the blood of the number 1 talent for the last 10,000 years, I will lay down my road to becoming a demon emperor. Kai Yang flashed a manic smile. He flourished his saber, cutting straight towards Lin Ming's throat. But at this time, an indifferent voice sounded out in Kai Yang's ear. What a pity! I almost realized what this will was. If you could have waited just a moment more. This was just a gentle and light voice, but Kai Yang's soul instantly froze over, a biting cold penetrating into his farthest depths. What? Kai Yang asked, dazed. The next second, blinding purple thunder filled everyone's vision. An incomparably keen spear light spread through the entire martial arena. So sharp that people couldn't open their eyes, as if their own souls were pierced by this spear light. Bang! A thick ray of spear light thrust straight through Kai Yang's chest. Blood and flesh flew out in all directions. Kai Yang's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body thrown backwards like a rag doll. Puff! Kai Yang smashed into the floor like a dead dog, breaking all the tiles beneath him as he landed. The area on his chest where the heart was had a shockingly large hole pierced through it. His heart was smashed apart and blood erupted from it like a crimson fountain. What? This change had occurred so suddenly that none of the martial artists present could react in time. Just the moment before, they had all thought that Lin Ming would die under Kai Yang's hand. But in a split second, the tides had turned. The frozen Lin Ming had suddenly thrust out his spear, piercing Kai Yang's heart. A simple spear strike had killed him. Although there was a factor of surprise, this was enough to prove just how great the difference was between Lin Ming and Kai Yang's strength. He ignored Kai Yang's attack and killed him instead. Mukgu mumbled to himself. Lin Ming's strength had far exceeded his wildest imaginations. Even Fengshen had somewhat lost his former calm. He let out a long breath and slowly shook his head. It was unknown just what thoughts were racing through his heart. Dozens of feet away, even though Kai Yang's heart had been crushed, he still hadn't died yet. He grabbed at the floor underneath his body, his black nails digging into the floor, covered with blood. Why like this? Kai Yang's face was twisted. His two beady eyes were filled with disbelief. He was unwilling. He had patiently endured soul-shattering pain within the Road of Emperor for an entire month. It had simply been inhumane torture. But finally, he had obtained a wisp of Emperor will that he could use for himself. He thought that this had laid the path for him to become a demon emperor in the future. He thought that, with this, he would be able to soar into the skies and enter into everlasting glory. But in just this first battle, he would die like this. The Emperor Will had clearly stabbed into Lin Ming's body, so how did this happen? You! Kai Yang propped himself up to glare at Lin Ming. As he spoke, more blood dribbled out of his mouth. The blood left pumping from his heart slowly stopped, the rest draining off. He had wanted to say something, but before he could say his last words, his eyes had glazed over. Pa! Kai Yang fell to the ground, dead and alone with his regrets. For a time, silence fell over all the martial artists in the arena. Lin Ming's victory was within expectations, but with the battle having reached this degree and so many twists and turns and reversals, they didn't have time to respond. However, what no one doubted was that Lin Ming's strength far surpassed Kai Yang's. At the special guest area, High Lord Heion's face had darkened. The Emperor Will was actually useless against Lin Ming. Maha was also looking solemn. It was his turn to face Lin Ming. Although he didn't place Kai Yang in his eyes, for him to defeat Kai Yang without revealing the majority of his hidden strength was not necessarily possible. This boy! Maha traced the hilt of his treasure saber, his eyes filling with a brilliant killing intent. Ooh! On the arena stage, the infernal energy leaking from Kai Yang's body formed into a heavenly demon avatar that plunged at Lin Ming. Kai Yang's heavenly demon tattoo had been at the late 8-winged heavenly demon stage. Lin Ming pointed out his fingers, and with his fingers as a spear, a bright spear light flashed out. The infernal avatar was crushed by this spear light, turning into pure infernal energy that poured into Lin Ming's body. On his arm, the fourth pair of wings was slowly forming, peak of a middle 8-winged heavenly demon. After Lin Ming absorbed half of Kai Yang's infernal energy, he was getting close and closer to becoming a 10-winged heavenly demon. Lin Ming took a deep breath, slowly pushing down restlessness in his heart. A moment ago, when he was struck by the Emperor Will, he had truly come under a great impact. Even though he had the samsara martial intent, his mind had nearly fallen into illusions. Thus, Lin Ming had let the heavenly demon martial intent erupted within his body. The heavenly demon martial intent could not only suppress the body, but it could also suppress soul force. With the heavenly demon martial intent combined with the samsara martial intent, the two martial intents ganged up on the Emperor Will, forcibly suppressing it. Lin Ming had originally wanted to take this opportunity to gain some insights on this Emperor Will, but just as he had a small look, Kai Yang was already attacking. So Lin Ming had no choice but to interrupt himself and open 50% of the heretical god force, instantly killing Kai Yang. Lin Ming took Kai Yang's spatial ring and then shot the blood-extinguishing demon thunder at him, sucking up his blood essence. Now, the great desolate halberd arts techniques weren't Lin Ming's strongest killing moves anymore. But that didn't mean that Lin Ming had given up on cultivating the great desolate halberd art. This was because this cultivation method primarily used the path of slaughter in its attacks, so it gave him a great deal of inspirations. Chasing thunder, chasing sun, penetrating rainbow. These three moves were all born from the great desolate halberd art. Unconsciously, Lin Ming had stepped onto the path of fusing martial arts together, reaching the boundary of a martial arts grandmaster that created their own martial arts legacy. Using his right hand to hold the purple comet spear, he pointed it towards the floor and drew a crescent moon. Then, he looked towards where Yen Qi and Maha were sitting, and calmly asked, "So, who's next?"